You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
Do you like ghost stories? Do you like to feel the blood run down your spinal column like the mercury in a thermometer that's been plunged into ice-cold water? Throughout the ages, people have enjoyed listening to tales of the supernatural, although few believe the supernatural exists. I was one of those cynics myself until I heard about Kay and Larry Cowling. Now, I'm not so sure. The subject of time has a great deal to do with our preoccupation with ghosts. On one side of the fence, we have the realists. You live your own life on Earth, and you don't return. On the other side, we have the romantics. The people who feel that the past is part of the present. The scoffers make fun of them. They demand proof when a ghost appears, and so far, no one has been able to produce a genuine set of, shall we say, supernatural fingerprints. But tonight, we'll leave the realists with their fingerprints and their hard, cold facts, and lend an ear to a pair of likable young romantics. The story of Kay and Larry Cowling can undoubtedly be explained logically. But that depends, of course, on whether you have a logical turn of mind.
Sleepy, darling?
No, just relax.
Too many cocktails before dinner, I guess. Where are we now?
No, not too far from New York.
I don't think we ought to drive very late tonight, Larry, especially after those drinks and that big dinner. You're liable to doze off at the wheel.
Now, I'm being very careful. I would have stayed in New York if we could have gotten a hotel room. I will find some kind of a tourist place along the road.
It's awfully woodsy around here, isn't it?
Yeah, this whole section is pretty famous in the history books. Revolutionary War stuff.
According to the guidebooks, George Washington must have gotten around an awful lot. He seems to have slept in every house around here.
Yeah, the tourist places use that gag to come on for gullible Middle Westerners like us.
Wasn't New York wonderful?
Oh, boy.
I wish we weren't going home so soon.
Oh, we can come back sometime. Honeymoon can't last forever, sugar. Papa's got to go back and make a little dough.
Oh, it's too bad we couldn't stay on longer, though. I was dying to buy a few antiques.
Oh, listen, half that stuff is phony. You get hold of a rocking chair, kick it around till it looks like it's been through a war, then up the price and tell you Alexander Hamilton used it.
Oh, you and your hard-headed realism. You've no romance.
None at all?
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Okay.
Now, what you driving?
Uh-oh.
Rain?
Looks that way. Been threatening for half an hour.
Now we'll have to find a place for the night.
Uh-oh, here she comes. I'll close that window, honey.
Goodness, it's a cloudburst.
We won't drown, but I can't guarantee the car. Maybe we should have kept on the main highway. This road will turn into a mud hole inside of 5 minutes.
Are you sure you know where we are, darling?
New Jersey somewhere. Oh, we'll stop at the first house and check our directions.
Larry, look out!
Phew. That was a close one. Oh, now I don't know whether we can get out or not. No, I don't think so. No, we're stuck, Kate.
Here?
Oh, darling, I didn't pick the spot. Well, we'll try it again. No, it's no use. We're stuck fast.
Now what?
Well, we stay here until the rain stops.
But it's getting so dark, Larry.
Would you prefer to walk?
In this rain?
Wait a minute, what's that shining through the woods?
It looks like a house light.
It doesn't seem bright enough for that. Oh, well, we may as well take a chance. Come on, honey, we'll make a run for it. Ready?
Uh-huh.
Let's go. It's a house, all right. I can see it now through the trees.
Look at it, Larry. A real colonial mansion.
Look, it's a little too wet to admire the architecture. Hurry, come on.
I'm going as fast as I
Oh,
can.
it's coming down like crazy. Hey, get under this tree, Kay. We'll let up in a minute or so. If we try to cross that clearing, we'll get soaked. Right.
Did you see the house again when that lightning flashed?
Yeah, all shutters and white shingles.
There's some kind of a lamp burning over the door.
Looks like candlelight from here.
The place seems so quiet.
Well, there must be someone there if the lights are on.
We can't stand here all night, darling. The rain's getting at us even through the trees.
Here, pull your coat over your head.
Oh, Larry, my head, it fell off.
Oh, where is it? I can't see it. Wait a minute.
Oh, never mind. The hat's ruined anyhow.
Come on, let's make a dash for that porch. Come on. Here we are. What's that sign say over the door there, Kay?
Ye olde Sunnyside Inn.
Sunny side is right.
Well, it must be a hotel, Larry. Isn't that a break?
I hope they got a room for us. Where's the doorbell?
Well, there isn't any. Oh, here's a knocker over here.
Oh, I can see it's going to be one of those quaint little joints.
Larry,
What?
look over there.
Why, they're horses.
With saddles on them. They're hitched to those posts.
Yeah, I've never seen saddles like that before. Oh, good evening.
What do you want?
Well, a room if you have one.
We're not taking strangers in tonight.
You run a hotel, don't you?
Find another spot to tether your horses. Tonight the place is closed.
Bring 'em in, Bess. There's no fit night for a dog.
But Seth,
Do as I say, woman.
come in.
Well, thanks.
Go in and tend to your guests. Their throats are parched and they're calling for ale.
All right, all right.
Where are you from, Sarah?
Laporte.
La Porte? In France?
No, Indiana.
Indiana? What in the name of Satan is Indiana?
Why, it's... Wait. You don't know where Indiana is?
Say, what kind of a gag is this?
Gag?
Yeah, what's the idea of that get-up?
You speak the king's English, and yet your language is foreign. So is your dress. Well, no matter. You're here for the night. Set yourself at that table, and I'll see about your lodgings.
Larry, isn't he queer?
Did you get a load of that outfit? Knee breeches and a wig.
And the old lady, she was wearing a costume.
Well, they certainly do it up brown in here.
What do you mean?
Well, this atmosphere, it's like a masquerade.
You think they're just putting on an act?
Well, of course, Kate. I'll bet the tourists eat it up.
But why was she so rude to us? They didn't sound as if they were very anxious to have guests.
All part of the background. I think it was kind of cute if we weren't so wet.
Larry,
Yeah?
look at this room.
Well, what about it? Just a bunch of antiques.
But these antiques are new.
So what?
And look at the candles along the walls. They don't have electric lights either.
Oh, part of routine, that's all.
I'm not so sure.
You're not so sure of what?
There's something about this place. It
Oh,
frightens
now,
me.
look, don't be silly, honey.
But look at the guns leaning against the fireplace.
Old-fashioned muskets. Decorations, probably.
If they're decorations, why aren't they hanging on the wall? Why are they so shiny and new?
Search me.
Oh, Larry, let's get out of here.
Now, honey, it's raining cats and dogs. As long as we got a place to stay, let's keep it. We may not be able to find another, and that car won't budge.
The old woman's coming back again, Larry.
I've brought you 2 tankards of ale. It'll warm ye bones a bit.
Ale? Well, sounds okay. I'd rather have a martini, but ale will do.
Martini?
Dry.
Is this martini fish or fowl?
A martini is a drink, lady. Well, thanks for the ale. Boy, this stuff is good.
The Hoskins house is noted for its brew.
Oh, it's awfully strong.
Who knocks?
Open up!
Your Excellency.
Has he arrived?
Not yet, Your Excellency.
Larry, he's dressed like the others.
Pray be seated, Your Excellency. I'll tell my husband you're here.
Who are these 2?
Travelers, Your Excellency. We gave them shelter from the rain.
I told you to take in no guests.
It was Hoskins.
Never mind. For them to prepare my quarters.
In all haste, Your Excellency.
A pretty rough night, isn't it?
I don't know you.
Oh, my name's Cowling. This is my wife.
How do you do?
Good evening.
And your name?
You don't know who I am?
I don't believe we've ever met.
Met? Well, really.
What's he laughing at?
I don't know. But the man is rather rude.
What was that you said?
You heard me.
Larry, please don't start anything.
Yes. Tell your husband to hold his tongue. If he displeases me, I may have to cut it off.
Why, I'll kick your teeth in.
Larry!
What am I supposed to do, stand for his lip?
He's got a pistol in his hand.
Well, hey.
You needn't fail. I'm not wasting this bullet on such as you. I'm saving it for a friend.
I've never seen a pistol like that before.
It looks like a museum piece.
Your remarks are as stupid as your countenance. Keep them to yourself. Or this museum piece may make some conversation of its own.
Your Excellency, your quarters are ready.
Good. I'm to be called 1 hour before the dawn. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. What kind of a joint is this, anyway?
Larry, I'm afraid.
Of what? These clowns? I'm getting a little tired of the act, that's all.
But, Larry, maybe they're not putting on an act.
What?
Well, suppose they're insane.
What, the whole silly lot of them?
Why do they call the tall one Your Excellency? And the way they bow and scrape and talk? Larry, this isn't a musical comedy. There's something wrong.
Well, you don't think we've accidentally stumbled into a nut house, do you?
Whatever it is, Larry, I don't like it and I want to leave.
Where's your handbag?
Over here.
Come on, let's get out. Hey, I can't open the door. There's a heavy bolt on it. Wait a minute. Maybe I can pry it loose with...
Stand where you are, sirrah.
Larry, he's pointing a shotgun
Hey,
at
what's the idea?
Are you trying to leave?
Well, we thought if we'd see if we could get our car out of the ditch.
Car?
Our automobile.
Your language is the devil's own, and so are your garments. Stand away from the door. Stand back, I say.
Larry.
It's all right, honey. Take it easy. What's the idea of the artillery? This a hold-up?
You're staying for the night. No one leaves here until the dawn. Don't show your back again, sirrah, unless you'd like both barrels between your shoulder blades.
Your ale, Seth.
Good. We'll drink to His Excellency.
I don't think I want any more ale. It's much too strong for me.
We'll drink to His Excellency. Do I make myself clear?
Better humor him along, honey. Wait for an opening.
To His Excellency.
To His Excellency. Oh, boy, this stuff is dynamite.
A toast now to Tom, a wise president and a just one.
Tom?
President of what?
Our country, you fool.
Oh, but his name isn't Tom.
Is your woman being disrespectful, sirrah?
Oh, but I...
Wait. All right, Mr. Hoskins, we'll make a toast. To the President of the United States.
The Right Honorable Thomas Jefferson.
But, Larry, Jefferson was president in 1804.
150 years and more is a long, long time. And since the year of our Lord 1804, many men have gone to their just reward. How many of these have returned, even for a short space of time, is a question that might be answered by the romantics. And only a realist will insist that none have returned at all.
Your room is here. You will remain inside for the night. When the sun rises, you will be permitted to leave.
You keeping us prisoner here?
It were best for you, young man, to mind your tongue and shut your eyes until you leave. The affairs of this house tonight do not concern you.
Larry, don't argue with her.
Remember, Hoskins will use his musket if you so much as raise your voice. And when the dawn appears, keep well within this room. Your lives may depend on it. Good even to ye. Sleep well.
She's locking us in, Larry.
Yeah. Let's see where the window leads to. No, it's too much of a drop. We'd be taking a chance if we tried to climb down.
What do we do, Larry?
I don't know what those screwballs are up to, but maybe I can think of a way to get out of here before morning.
You know, I'm beginning to change my mind.
About what?
I'm not so sure they are crazy.
You're not? That ale had a stronger effect on you than I thought.
The things they say are odd, but there's one way they might make sense.
Oh, how?
If those people were living in colonial
But they're not. They're living now. This is the 20th century. I'll bet my last $5 we've just met a bunch of refugees from a padded cell. Say, what did you mean if they were living in colonial times?
I don't know what I meant. I'm so confused I can't think straight.
Well, why don't you try to get some rest, honey?
What are you going to do?
I'll figure a way out of here.
Maybe we better not try.
No, they don't worry me.
Oh, it isn't that.
No?
Well, somehow I want to find out what she meant when she told us to keep well inside the room at dawn.
Say, what's got into you?
Larry, I have a feeling we're living something that we'll never be able to explain to anyone.
Well, I only wish you'd explain it to me.
Oh, you'd only laugh.
No, I wouldn't. Come on, what is it, Kay? Tell me.
Do you believe in the supernatural?
Well, you mean ghosts and things like that?
Oh, not exactly.
Well, then what?
Well, these people, Larry, they exist. Well, I mean, we see them, we talk to them, and yet I don't think they're alive.
Oh, hey, now, take it easy. You need some rest, honey.
I knew you wouldn't understand. Why should you? I don't understand myself.
They're nuts, that's what they are. Crackpots. And when we get out of here, I'm making a full report to the local cops.
Oh, I'm so tired.
Oh, come on, lie down over here, baby.
Aren't you going to try to get some sleep yourself?
No, I've got some heavy thinking to do between now and morning. Here, honey.
What are you doing?
Preparing to get us out. I don't know why I didn't think of this before. I'm going to tear these sheets into strips to make a rope. I'll lower you from the window first, then follow you.
Well, suppose they see us, Larry.
I won't have to take a chance.
The dawn's coming up. It stopped raining.
Yeah.
Trees look so unreal. It's like a dream, Larry. The whole thing is like a dream.
Then it's time we woke up. Okay, baby, come over here to the window. You scared?
Just a little.
You'll be all right. Here, help me with... a rotten break.
What's the matter?
Oh, look at that clearing down there.
Larry!
Yeah, 6 of them. They'd spot us in a minute if we try to get out.
What are they doing?
Oh, looks like they're holding some kind of a meeting. Oh, wait. Hey!
Larry, it's a duel.
Oh, holy smoke.
Those men over there are doctors. Look at the instruments on the table.
Oh, the two in the middle must be seconds. And the guy in the white shirts with the pistols.
One of them is a man we met downstairs, the one they call Excellency.
Yeah. Where have I seen the other one before?
I've seen him too, Larry. Or at least I've seen his picture.
They're back to back now. Now I know why they let us in here and kept us prisoners.
They'll kill each other, Larry.
Oh, steady, Kay, steady.
Steady, gentlemen. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Larry!
The one on the right just shot into the sky. He did it deliberately, Kay.
But the other one...
Yeah, look at him. Well, look at the coward. He's taking aim, Kay. He's... Wait...
Well, I hope you're enjoying our excursion into the supernatural. But I'm afraid Larry and Kay aren't.
Somebody's coming in. I'm going to take a sock at him. It's our only chance.
No, Larry, don't. They'll kill us if you do.
Easy now.
You saw the duel?
Duel? Don't make me laugh. That was murder.
You're wanted downstairs in the tap room. Come with me. And mind you don't try any tricks.
I'm going to watch for an opening, Kay. When it comes, get ready to run.
He's carrying someone in.
That's the guy who was shot.
Well, look at his shirt front, Larry. It's covered with blood.
He hasn't got a chance. He'll be dead inside of an hour.
Put him in the coroner room. Surgeons will probe for the bullet.
Here are the strangers, sir.
I'll take care of them. You stay with him. Well, you witnessed the duel?
Oh, yes. We witnessed the duel.
Come into the tap room.
Huh? Where's the hero? Where's His Excellency? He did a very fancy job.
Be quiet.
He's got a wonderful sense of fair play. What do they call him besides Your Excellency? The butcher?
I said be quiet.
Larry.
I won't be quiet. This man is a murderer. He ought to be jailed.
Were you referring to me?
You're darn tootin' I was referring to you. Your opponent deliberately fired into the air, and then you killed him in cold blood.
Your language is offensive, sir.
Well, that's too bad.
I demand an immediate apology.
How would you like a punch in the jaw instead?
Larry, please.
I see you still don't know who I am.
You young fool, he's one of the best shots in the country.
I've just got rid of a major nuisance in my life. Now I shall be forced to wipe out a minor one. You will give me satisfaction on the green tomorrow, sir.
No.
And meanwhile, you'll take my glove in your face.
I work without gloves, brother. Like this. Thanks for your hospitality. Come on, Kay, let's get out of here fast. It's the next turn, officer. About half a mile down.
We'll reach our car in just a minute.
That story of yours isn't straight, mister. You're spending a night in the cooler.
I tell you, it happened just as I described it to you.
They were all dressed in those funny clothes, and we saw the duel.
Yeah, and one of them was killed. No question about it. He was hitting the hard. He didn't have a chance.
Well, Larry, there's the car.
You see, officer? See, it's still stuck in the road.
Oh, where's the house?
On the left, about 300 yards up behind the trees.
Wasn't it on the right, Larry?
No, on the left.
Will you make up your minds?
Okay, but this way. Come with me.
You know, I thought I knew every inch of this country. What kind of a house was it?
Well, colonial. Looked brand new. It had just been freshly painted.
Well, there was a porch and a garden in the back.
Hey, what's them branches? They're sharp.
Well, that's funny. It wasn't as wild as this last night.
We didn't have to go through all this underbrush to reach the house. There was a path here.
Yeah, and it was clear behind those trees.
You sure we're going right?
Well, maybe we're...
Oh, Larry, look, my hat. I lost it last night, remember?
Oh, sure, yeah, look, there it is. Why, we probably came...
Well, Larry.
Is that the house you're talking about?
Why, it couldn't be.
Let's go up.
That house is old, officer. The weeds are growing right up to the door.
Yeah. Freshly painted, huh? This stump ain't had a paintbrush on it for 100 years. Oh, just look at the inside. It's falling apart.
Well, we must have made a mistake.
Larry, look at it closely. It could be the same house if it were new.
You know, I got a half a mind to yank you in.
Look, I tell you, officer, we weren't trying to kid you. I swear we weren't.
Did you have any drinks last night?
Just one or two.
No, one or two, huh? You must have been plastered, that's what. This shack's been standing here ever since the Revolution, and nobody's lived in it for 90 years.
But I just can't believe that.
Here you are, wise guy. You answer this ticket in the county court tomorrow. I ain't sure what the charge is going to be yet, but I'll figure out one by the time you show up. Screwballs.
What does it mean, Kate?
I don't know.
Could we have dreamed it?
Oh, you know we didn't.
Maybe we didn't find the right house. Maybe it's off in the woods over there.
Larry, no.
Huh?
Let's not look for it any longer.
Oh, you're right. Better leave well enough alone. Well, we may as well start back to town. I'll get a tow truck to pick up the car. Oh, which reminds me, I hope I got enough cash on me. Let's see. 20, 40, 50... Kay.
What is it, Larry?
You remember the guy who was shot in the duel?
Yeah.
You said he looked familiar? Oh, take a look at the face on this $10 bill.
It's the same man, Larry.
Alexander Hamilton.
The glove. The one the other man hit you with. There it is on the floor.
Say, that's right.
It's a gauntlet. And look how old it is. It was new when... Larry, the initials on the wrist.
A.B.
A.B. If the other man was Alexander Hamilton, those initials must stand for...
Aaron Burr. The man who actually did kill Hamilton way back in 1804.
Well, there you are. I give you the story with no apologies and no explanations. The explanations will occur in your minds of their own accord, depending on what side of that fence you're on. A realist might say, for instance, that the Cowlings were rather flighty people, given to rather potent liquids and periodic hallucinations. But then the romantics might retort, where is the proof that it didn't happen? As for me, I take no sides. I've been around long enough to know that sooner or later the facts will out. It's only a matter of time.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time. This program was written by Lawrence Clee, and Hart Maguire was the Clock. Also heard were Leon Piers as Larry, Win Nelson as Kay, together with Fifi Banvard, Tom Farley, Owen Weingott, and Ken Warren. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production. Radio production. Radio production. Radio production.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
The dictionary defines the word tourist as one who makes a tour, a traveler, someone who goes from place to place learning new ways of life and seeing new things. To many of us, the word has a romantic quality, and we envy the lucky globe-trotter. Just as Liz and Henry Briggs envy the travelers who pass the little tourist house and gas station they own just off the big state highway on the rim of Death Valley.
It's the location, Henry. Now, why should people stop overnight at a place like this? They're on their way to Hollywood, maybe, or New York. They don't have time.
I know, Liz, I know. You told me before. But you seem to forget that a man behind the wheel has got to get some rest.
Not here, though. Not in this forsaken spot. And I don't blame them. I bet it must be nice to travel. Europe, Africa, India. Can you imagine seeing the Taj Mahal in the moonlight?
What have we got for supper?
Supper. That's all you ever think about. Your stomach. Aren't you even interested in anything else?
Right now? No.
Someone's pulling up outside.
I like the pumps. Station's closed.
You're not stopping in front of the pumps, Henry. He stopped by the door.
Say, maybe he wants to spend the night.
Look at that car, Henry. Isn't it handsome?
He sure must be going places. Look at the size of that trunk he's got strapped to the back.
We'd better go out and see what he wants.
All right.
Evening.
Evening.
I saw your sign. I was wondering if you had any room.
Oh, we've got plenty of rooms.
$3 a night, single.
6 with meals.
Oh, that sounds fine. Where I'll park the car.
Oh, it's all right where it is.
My luggage is in the back.
Well, how about that trunk? You want to leave it there, I guess, if you're only staying for the night.
Oh, I may stay longer, so I'll take it upstairs with me. My name's Hewlett. Jason Hewlett.
And mine's Briggs. And this here's the message.
How do you do?
Well, glad to know you.
That's quite a trunk you've got there, Mr. Hewlett. I never saw so many labels. Goodness, look at this, Henry. Paris, London, Cairo,
Hey, stay away from that, please.
What?
I don't like anyone going near my things.
I was just looking at the labels, Mr. Hewlett.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was rude of me. Yes, that trunk has been around quite a bit. It's had its share of experiences.
It looks kind of heavy, mister. I'd better help you unstrap and carry it upstairs.
You'll be very careful.
Why, sure.
All right, we'll carry it up together. Oh, first, here's 3 days' rent in advance.
Huh?
I'll want a quiet room on the top floor, if possible. And I want all my meals served there.
Well, that's kind of irregular.
I'll pay you extra for it.
Is it okay with you, Liz?
Oh, sure. It'll be a pleasure to put ourselves out a little for a traveling man like Mr. Hewlett. And he might even tell us all about the places he's been to and the things he's seen and done, if he gets a little time.
You never can tell, Mrs. Briggs. I might.
Oh, what a load that trunk was. You must have bricks inside. Gold bricks, maybe, the way he kept telling me to be careful.
Did he like his room, Henry?
No, sure, he's not hard to please. He'd have plenty of money, too, the way he handed it out.
Did you ask him about his business? What he does?
Now, listen, Liz, that's his business, not ours. You got a bad habit of being too curious. Man's got a right to some privacy.
Well, my goodness, it can't do any harm to ask him what kind of work he does. Maybe he's a government agent or something. All those labels on his luggage.
Your trouble, you go to too many of those spy pictures. Government agent. My guess is this guy's a salesman. He's got that trunk full of samples.
Here he comes. Now, don't ask him any questions.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Mr. Hewlett. Would you mind having dinner downstairs with us just for tonight? It's all prepared, and if I take the time to bring it up, it might get cold.
Well, all right. Just for tonight.
Well, sit down, make yourself comfortable. I'll have the soup on in a jiffy.
It's nice to have you with us, Mr. Hewlett.
Oh, thanks. How far's the nearest town?
Oh, about 11 miles east. Death Valley's west.
11 miles, eh? Is it a large town?
Large enough. Liz goes in every Monday to do her shopping for the week. Town's called Warren City.
I thought I might do a little business there.
Oh, what kind of business?
Liz, be careful of that soup.
It's a nice place you have here.
Oh, it could be nicer. I've been wanting to do some redecorating, but Henry says it's too expensive.
I like the place the way it is.
Henry's not a man for novelties. I remember how I had to beg him to buy a radio years ago. He said it was only a newfangled toy that wouldn't last.
You own a radio?
Oh, yeah, good one, too. We usually listen to news about this time. Say, Liz, will you turn it on?
I wish you wouldn't turn it on right now.
No?
I have a slight headache. It's too much driving. The radio wouldn't help it any.
All right, Mr. Hewlett. You're the guest. Pass salt, Liz.
Rolls, Mr. Hewlett?
Oh, thanks.
Nice and fresh, too. There's a truck that delivers them every morning, along with the papers.
The newspapers?
Warren City Gazette. Pass the butter, Liz.
You're rather secluded out here, I imagine. It must get lonesome.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, it does, Henry, and you know it. Our nearest neighbor's a mile away, Mr. Hewlett, and there's never much excitement. I guess a man like you would find it boring, Mr. Hewlett.
A man like me?
I mean a man who's traveled as much as you have.
Oh,
I suppose your business must be pretty important to make you get around as much as you do.
Mr. Hewlett's business is none of ours, Liz.
I was just saying.
My business is books, Mrs. Briggs.
Oh, books.
You sound disappointed.
Well, I just didn't think it was anything like that.
No? Then what did you think it was?
Liz, please.
Oh, now, don't be so narrow-minded, Henry. The gentleman wants to talk.
Oh, it's quite all right, Mr. Briggs. I don't mind. Now, tell me, what business did you think I was in?
Oh, some kind of traveling line. Exotic perfume or silks from China.
Spices and rare jewels?
Oh, now you're kidding me.
Well, Liz is a walking geography book. All she ever does is look at maps.
Well, travel is educational. And in a way, my business is rare, so to speak. You see, I collect very rare volumes in every language.
You don't say.
I travel from country to country, trading and buying and, seeing the world.
Have you ever been to Persia?
Once or twice.
Oh.
I picked up a very expensive edition there that belonged to a sultan many years ago.
Sultan?
The book was bound in woven gold, and there were rubies on the covers.
That must have cost a lot of money.
Is that why he's so careful about that trunk?
No, Well, that is not exactly. I sold that particular volume to an English millionaire. The trunk is another matter. Not really interesting enough to discuss. I think I've had enough to eat.
But you've only finished your soup.
Oh, I'm not very hungry. I had something just before I came here.
Well, if you want me to, I'll bring a sandwich up for you later on, Mr. Hewitt.
Oh, never mind. That won't be necessary. Oh, I noticed some matches inside on one of the tables. May I borrow them?
Sure. Help yourself.
Thanks. And, good night.
Good night.
Good night, Mr. Hewlett.
It's funny, you got awful touchy.
Especially when we mentioned that trunk.
Ah, well, no counting for dispositions.
Henry, I wonder what's in there.
In where?
His trunk. He never told us.
Why should he tell us? It's none of our affair.
I was just curious.
Oh, that's the trouble with you, Liz. One of these days you're going to regret that curiosity of yours.
Oh, don't be silly.
Yeah, well, as long as he's gone, we may as well hear the news. Now put the radio on good and loud so we can listen while we eat. Hey, Liz, come in here a minute.
What's the matter?
Radio's broken.
The radio's broken?
Look. You see? Valves won't light up.
Oh, that's funny. I was using it only 2 hours ago and worked fine then.
It did?
Well, what could have happened to it, Henry?
Or maybe the light cord's out of the socket. No, cord's okay.
Henry, look.
Say.
All the wires inside are broken.
Why? They look as if they've been pulled out deliberately, Liz. Liz, are you sure you weren't careless about using this machine?
Oh, do you think I'm silly enough to yank out all those wires?
Well, then how did they come loose?
I don't know.
Has anybody been inside the house today?
No.
Are you sure?
Well, stop asking me so many foolish questions.
I'll take this into town at the end of the week. It'll take quite a while before it's fixed. You know how rushed they are these days.
Now we won't be able to hear the news. Henry.
What?
There was someone inside the house besides me.
Who?
And he was in this living room.
You mean Mr. Hewlett?
Yes.
But why would he want to go around ruining people's radio sets?
I don't know if he did it. It just seems peculiar. But he was here, Henry, alone, just before he went upstairs.
Yeah. Coming to get those matches.
Do you think he did it?
I don't know.
Why don't you ask him?
I can't do that, not without proof.
Well, if I were you, I would, Henry. But he's some kind of practical joker.
Well, if he is, this isn't so funny.
Well, if you won't ask him, I will, in the morning. And Henry...
Well?
I'm also going to ask him point blank just what he's got inside that trunk.
Curiosity is a very peculiar thing. Once instilled in the mind, it grows stronger with the passage of time, and every hour only serves to feed its insatiable appetite. And people who finally give in to its gnawing pain have forgotten too soon what curiosity did to the proverbial cat.
Is he up yet, Henry?
I don't know, Liz. I didn't hear him move around.
No, I've got his breakfast ready. I'm going to take it up to his room.
Liz, maybe you'd better not ask him anything.
Oh, why not? He broke our radio, didn't he?
But we're not sure.
Then who else did it?
Well, if you ask me, if you do ask him, be polite about it. It was maybe just an accident.
All right, Henry.
What did you do with the newspaper?
Newspaper? I didn't take it.
Well, I found the bread outside. The paper was missing.
What do you think they forgot to deliver it?
They haven't forgotten in 3 years, Liz.
Henry, there's something queer going on in this house, and I'm getting worried.
Now, don't let your imagination go haywire.
It's not my imagination, and you know it. First the radio, now the newspapers, and that trunk. What on earth could he have in that trunk?
Now, Liz.
I'm going up to his room right now with his breakfast, and I'm going to find out what this is all about, once and for all.
Well, what is it?
I've got your breakfast, Mr. Hewlett.
I'll leave it outside the door. I'll pick it up later.
But I want to see you.
What do you want, Mrs. Briggs?
Here's your breakfast, eggs and bacon, rolls and coffee. Orange juice, too.
Now, put it on the table. Now, what did you want to see me about?
I was wondering if you tried to use our radio last night.
Your radio?
Yes, you see, it's not working right now.
I don't know anything about your radio.
Well, I just thought I'd ask. Have you seen this morning's paper?
No.
Neither have we. It didn't come today. First time in 3 years.
Mrs. Briggs, I'm very busy. You'll excuse me, won't you?
Oh, why, of course. I didn't mean to disturb you. I'll come back for those breakfast dishes in about an hour.
No. I'll bring them down myself. What are you staring at?
Those padlocks on the trunk. There are 3 of them.
Good morning, Mrs. Briggs. Good morning.
He frightens me, Henry. The way he looked at me when I mentioned the padlocks.
Well, he was mad because you didn't mind your own affairs, and he was right.
Nevertheless, you're not leaving me alone in this house with that man, Henry.
For the love of Mike, you're acting like a frightened kid. You'd think he was some kind of a murderer.
Henry! What brought that into your mind?
Liz, will you cut it out?
It's a sign, that's what it is. You're thinking of that as a warning.
Look, you need some air, and you've got your shopping to do today. Take the car and drive into town. By the time you get back, well, maybe you'll see how silly you've been.
All right, I'll go and do my shopping. But tonight we're giving him notice. He's got to get out of this house by tomorrow. And he can take that awful trunk along with him. Padlocks, labels, and all.
Mrs. Briggs?
Good morning, Freddie.
In town for the weekly shopping?
Yeah, that's right. I got my list all ready.
Fine, just read it off.
4 cans tomato juice, 3 cans of peas, a box of sugar.
Pretty weird story, wasn't it, in the Gazette this morning?
I didn't get to read the papers today.
Whole town's talking about the murder, I guess.
What?
That story in the Gazette.
It concerned a murder?
Well, the cops aren't sure. The body hasn't been found yet, but the girl's missing, no doubt about that.
Where did all this take place?
Lawrenceville. That's about 100 miles from here. A hotel waitress disappeared from her room.
But why do they think it was murder?
Well, they don't rightly know, I guess. The police just put together the facts and figured that something pretty awful had happened to her. They're still looking for the body. Her room was a mess when they broke in.
Do they know who might have done it?
One of the guests, maybe. Trouble is, there was a convention going on and the hotel was full up. So many people checked out at once.
But in a hotel, how could the body disappear?
Well, the police aren't talking. First of all, they haven't even proved there is a body. But if there was...
Yes?
They figure it might have been taken out of the place in a trunk.
Well, that was one of my better class moments. One that Mrs. Briggs will always remember.
Henry, listen.
What's the matter?
There was a story in the papers today. The whole town's talking about it. A girl was murdered, they think.
What?
In Lawrenceville. And the police believe her body was taken away in a trunk.
Oh, now, Liz.
Henry, don't stand there and disagree with me. Why does he keep it locked? Why is he so mysterious about everything? We've got to do something. Jason Hewlett may be a dangerous killer.
Now, you can't go around calling people killers just because they own trunks, Liz.
Henry, if you don't do something, I will.
What do you want me to do?
Call the police. I tell you, that newspaper story could have fitted in with Jason Hewlett. The man they're after is heading west. He left Lawrenceville yesterday afternoon.
Do they know what he looks like?
No, but they did mention something about a car.
Just open his door upstairs.
Mrs. Briggs.
Yes, Mr. Hewlett?
You needn't bring me my dinner this evening. I don't want to be disturbed at all. Is that clear?
Yes, Mr. Hewlett. Henry, look. Why would he break the radio and steal the paper? So we wouldn't hear the news or read it, don't you see? He didn't want us to know what's going on. Oh. Henry, you've got to call a state trooper and get him to open that trunk.
All right, Liz, I'll do it now.
Is this his room?
Yes, officer. The trunk's in there, too. A big trunk, big enough to hide a body.
What is it?
Open up, mister. State police.
Well, what's the trouble?
Your name, Hewlett?
Yeah?
When were you in Lawrenceville last?
Lawrenceville? Oh, I've never been there.
There's the trunk I told you about, officer.
Let's have a look at it.
Now, just a moment. That trunk happens to belong to me. It's private property, you know.
Let's have the keys to those padlocks, mister.
Do you have a search warrant?
Right here.
I tell you, there's nothing inside that trunk except some rare editions of books I've purchased. That's why I've kept it locked.
Just to make sure, let's take a look. The keys, mister.
All right. Here. I'll see you in court for this. All of you. You can't treat me like a common criminal and get away with it. And as for you, Mrs. Briggs...
Keep away from me!
Move back now. Give me room to open this lid.
What's inside, officer?
Books.
Books!
Well, are you satisfied?
Oh, I'm afraid I made a mistake.
I'll say you made a mistake. Sorry, Mr. Hewlett, but you know how it is. Some women just can't keep their noses out of things that don't concern them. Now get out of here, all of you, and leave me alone.
Well, Liz, you got any more bright ideas about trunk murders? Better look under the bed tonight. Maybe a full-grown gorilla prowling around the house.
Oh, I've never been so embarrassed in my life. I've been such a fool.
Do I still have to stay home and hold your hand?
Oh, stop talking like that, Henry. I feel awful enough as it is.
I'm going to town to bowl, and for Pete's sake, apologize to Mr. Hewlett for his Suses. You understand?
Yes, Henry. I'll do it now.
Who is it?
I just want to see you for a second, Mr. Hewlett. I wanted to tell you
Keep
how
out of
sorry.
here.
I wanted to apologize, Mr. Hewlett, that's all.
All right, you've apologized. Now get out.
You don't know how stupid I feel. Just before my husband left the house, he told me to come up here. That trunk.
Well?
Were you packing to leave? What is that? No. Oh, no.
You prying female. You asked for it. Now you're going to see it.
No, please, let go of me.
You're very sharp-eyed, aren't you? You notice things immediately.
Got a false bottom in that trunk.
Well, look at what it's been concealing. Go on, satisfy your curiosity. Look at it.
She's dead.
You're quite right. She's dead, and I strangled her. Would you like the details? Just stay where you are, Mrs. Briggs. I believe you mentioned that your husband's gone. Well, that seems to fit into our plans, doesn't it?
Don't hurt me, please.
Do you like tours, Mrs. Briggs? Tours around the world? The labels on that trunk are interesting, aren't they?
I won't tell if you leave me alone.
You're going to get your wish, Mrs. Briggs. Yes. You're going to travel. You're going to make a journey with my other friend. Inside that trunk.
No!
There'll be plenty of room, Mrs. Briggs, for both of you. And if you're slightly cramped, it won't matter very much. You won't be aware of it, you see.
You're choking me!
Oh, it feels good to have my hands around your throat, Mrs. Briggs. I've been looking forward to it.
No, please!
Let her go, you swine! Let go of her! God, let go of her! I'm flying out of you!
You all right now, Liz?
I think so. Is he dead?
No, but he won't make any more trouble until the cops get here.
Oh, thank heaven you came back.
I didn't have the car keys. You took them this morning when you drove to town. Now, you take it easy, Liz. I'll call the police.
Henry.
Yeah?
Just one thing, Henry. When they take the trunk away,
Well?
do you think we can keep the labels?
Yes, the urge to travel is strong in all of us, and time takes on a new and exciting quality when we hit the broad white highway that ribbons out from coast to coast. And if by any chance you happen to take that trip this summer, and your route carries you east or west, you might stop off at a little gas station on the rim of Death Valley and say hello to Liz and Henry Briggs. I suggest one precaution, however. Don't exhibit any trunks with labels.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time. This program was written by Lawrence Clee, and Hart McGuire was the voice of the Clock. As Liz Briggs, you heard Margaret Christensen. As Henry Briggs, Don Crosby. And as Jason Hewlett, Len Bullen, with Jerry Wells as the officer. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
Time makes many changes. The passage of years affects our habits, our thoughts, and our physical appearance. The passage of centuries affects the very structure of our world, and eons can affect the universe itself. Time changes everything, goes the popular conception. But in this case, the popular conception is in error. For there is one thing that has remained the same since the world began. The one thing that will always remain the same. The love that a man and a woman find in each other. Eloise and Abelard, Tristan and Isolde, Romeo and Juliet. Their love stories are all well known. And now I'm going to add a new pair to that illustrious list. This is the story of still another Juliet, a modern Juliet, and a boy named Cliff. Like all love stories, it is romantic. Unlike most, however, it has overtones of fear. It is a fear that has been instilled throughout the ages and sharpened to a knife edge by superstition. It is the terrifying fear of the unknown.
Your evening gown is lovely, Juliet. Do you really like it, Alice?
It's absolutely charming.
Oh, Bob, if you only knew how excited I am. Do you realize I haven't been to a formal dance in ages?
Why? Don't you like them?
You must know the reason. You see, I haven't been asked.
Oh, the bachelors today must be blind as bats. You're one of the
right.
prettiest girls in town. It isn't right for a girl like you to hide away.
Oh, you're sweet, Bob. You're both very sweet. But if I told you how I felt, I know you'd laugh at me.
Why? We're not much older than you are, Juliet. Why, it was only 2 or 3 years ago that Bob and I were footloose and fancy-free, like you are now.
Yes, I know. And then you found each other. That changed things. I have to wait until the right man comes along. Oh, I must sound like a popular song.
You sound like a girl who's been starved for romance. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed and my bets on Cliff.
Alice, what's he like?
Cliff? Oh, he's rather nice, intelligent, not handsome in the conventional sense, but, well, deep.
Deep?
What I mean is, well, I think you'd like Cliff.
So do I. And we knew you wouldn't attend the dance without an escort, and that's why we insisted on arranging the blind date.
Oh, I'm glad you did, Alice. Lately, things were becoming difficult. I mean, I was beginning to be alone with myself. Too often.
Oh, that's Cliff. I'll get it.
We'd better leave right away, Bob. We're late as it is.
Hello, Bob.
Hello. Long time no see.
Good evening, Cliff.
Oh, good evening, Alice. It's nice to see you.
Cliff, this is Juliet. Juliet, meet Cliff.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Say, haven't we time for a drink before we go?
Oh, we're late, darling.
Oh, the dance can wait. Nothing like a cocktail to keep the home fire burning. How about a martini, Cliff?
Anything's all right.
Juliet?
It doesn't matter.
If you help me mix them, Alice, we'll be off that much sooner.
Yes, but... Oh, I'll get the ice.
There's something you want to say?
How do you know?
I don't know. I just feel it.
Is it necessary for me to say anything?
No.
This is crazy.
Yes.
It's simply incredible.
Very.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I know what you mean.
We've never met before.
No.
And yet...
It's like we've known each other for years.
Yes. Why is that?
I don't know.
Is it because we've been wanting to know each other for years?
What difference does it make?
No difference at all. I'm glad I came, Juliet.
And I'm glad, too.
Oh, Bob, just look at them.
They haven't been off the dance floor since we came.
They've always been together.
Well, they certainly make a handsome couple.
Bob, we've got to do something about that.
What do you mean?
Now that they're together, we have to keep them that way.
Yes. Oh, got any ideas?
Well, I know. Let's invite them for the weekend.
Good idea.
It couldn't be better. Just give them a few days.
In a nice romantic atmosphere.
What time is it, Cliff?
Almost midnight.
Oh, I'm sorry I asked.
Because it will soon be over.
Yes.
Well, there's always tomorrow.
Is there?
There's got to be.
Oh, Cliff. Cliff, please make sure of that.
I will. What's your last name? Why are you laughing?
Because it's all so queer. You don't know anything about me. You don't even know my last name.
Do you really believe I don't know anything about you, Juliet?
No. You know almost everything about me. And I about you.
Darling.
What?
I said darling.
I know. I just wanted to hear you say it again.
Music stopped.
Oh, yes. Yes, I never heard it.
Hey there. Hey, Cliff.
Where have you two been hiding?
We're on our way home.
The dance is just about over.
Oh, is it?
You sound disappointed.
I am, Alice. Very.
See, you know, we were talking, Alice and I, and we came up with a corking idea.
You remember our cottage in Massachusetts?
Yes.
Well, we're going to open it tomorrow and spend the first weekend of the season.
The trout will be running, and we can have a bang-up time.
Wait a minute. Is this an invitation?
Well, naturally, you idiot.
To both of you.
You'll be well chaperoned by an old married couple, like us. How about it?
Well, I must confess it sounds inviting.
I'd love to go.
Then it's settled. We'll leave on the early train, 9 a.m.
Oh,
How's
I'm
that?
sorry, Bob. I can't do that. I have a business appointment at 10. I won't be free till noon.
Oh, neither will I.
Well, why don't you two come up together later in the day? You know, it'll give Bob and me a chance to air the place out and brush the cobwebs from the rooms.
All right, then that's just what we'll do.
Juliet knows where it is, and she knows how to get there.
You can expect us by 6.
And no stand-ups now.
Nothing in this world or any other could make me change my mind. Is this where you live?
Yes,
All alone?
all alone.
It isn't much fun when you're alone. It's getting late.
I'd better go. I'll see you tomorrow. You won't forget the time and place. We don't want to disappoint Bob and Alice.
3:30 at the information booth in the station.
I'll be waiting for you.
I'll be there. Do you mind if I kiss you?
I'd mind if you didn't.
Oh, you're trembling.
Yes.
Why?
I don't know.
You're afraid.
Yes.
Of what?
Of everything.
Juliet, nothing will come between us.
Do you promise?
My solemn oath.
Then kiss me again. And say good night, my darling. What time is it, please?
3 minutes to 4, lady.
Are you sure you're not fast?
Lady, the station clock is right over my head. Take a look.
Yes. Yes, it's 3 minutes to 4. The train leaves on track number 10.
Yes, ma'am, for the 15th time.
I'm sorry to bother you so, but you see, I've been waiting for someone and he hasn't shown up.
Well, if you're going to catch that Boston Express, you'd better not wait any longer. You can just make it now if you run for it.
But I can't leave without him. He said he'd be here. He promised. What could have happened?
I'm only the information clerk, lady, and they don't supply us with a crystal ball. Oh, lady, what's he look like? Maybe you can make the train and I'll recognize him when he comes.
They're closing the gate.
Yeah. Well, it's too late now. There's another train in an hour. Maybe he'll show up by then.
No. No, if he hasn't come by this time, he must have some reason. It's funny, isn't it? How things change from day to day. Reminds me of Cinderella and her pumpkin. At midnight, the ball was over, and so was everything else.
Lady, take it easy.
You say there's another train at 5.
Track 9.
I'll take it.
Well, don't you want me to keep an eye out for the boyfriend?
No, thank you. It would only be a waste of time. I know he isn't coming anymore.
Juliet, darling, how are you?
Hello, Alice.
That Juliet?
Yes, Bob?
Good.
Here, let me take your bag.
Alice, I didn't want to come, really. You see, Cliff, well, something happened. I mean, to tell the truth, he stood me up. Not that I blame him. I suppose he had his reasons. Juliet, darling, I should have told you right away. He's here. Here? Cliff? Yes, he came an hour ago. He said he missed you at the station or something. But I was standing there. I just... Oh, Alice, it doesn't matter. Where is he, Alice? Upstairs. You'll find him in Bob's study, in there. You go in and say hello while I finish preparing dinner. All right, Alice. We're all just about starved. Cliff, I'm so glad to see you.
Good evening, Juliet.
Oh, if you only knew what a fool I've been, Cliff. I've gone through every kind of torture since this afternoon.
I'm sorry, Juliet.
Oh, it doesn't matter now, darling. You're here and I'm here.
Juliet.
Yes?
Nothing. I forgot what I was going to say.
Alice said you missed the train, Cliff.
Yes.
What train did you take?
I got here an hour before you did.
But if you took the 4 o'clock, didn't you see me? I was standing right there at the information booth since 3, just to be sure we wouldn't miss each other.
No, I didn't see you, Juliet.
But I can't understand how I missed you. I kept my eyes on that train gate from the time they opened it until it closed. How on earth did it happen, Cliff?
Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready, everybody.
I think we'd better go in and join the others. Love is a sweet and heady wine, and like the grape, too deep a draught will often affect the senses. The passage of time grows swift, with the hours going by like flying seconds and the minutes non-existent. Love transcends reason and shuns the logical up to a certain point. It is at this point that the questions one asks oneself must be answered, no matter how fearful a penalty one must pay.
The birch trees are budding and the bougainvillea's really hitting its stride.
You'd better get after that vegetable garden of yours tomorrow, Bob.
Oh, no, tomorrow's for fishing. How about it, Cliff? What?
Why, Cliff, you haven't touched a thing. Don't you like my cooking?
Oh, he's not hardened to it, darling, like I am.
I'll have no more husband and wife jokes out of you. Don't you feel well, Cliff?
I'm quite all right, Julia.
Well, I know what you did. You had your dinner on the train, and I don't blame you.
Excuse me, please. There was something I forgot to do.
Do you think he's ill?
He looks a little pale.
Perhaps I ought to go after him. Go ahead, Juliet. Make sure he's all right. Excuse me.
Well, we seem to be alone.
Bob, there's something wrong.
Wrong?
With Cliff.
Oh, don't be silly. He's just in a mood, that's all.
Do you think they quarreled?
Cliff and Juliet quarreled? Oh, of course not.
Oh, Bob, he worries me.
In what way?
I can't describe it, but ever since he suddenly showed up in the kitchen this afternoon,
Did he scare you? I heard you shriek.
Oh, well, I didn't hear him come in, but it wasn't that. There was something in his eyes, something in his manner that frightened me.
Oh, come now, Alice. We've known Cliff for years.
Yes, that's just it. Ever since he's come, he's been, well, like a stranger. I almost feel I don't know Cliff at all anymore. Cliff, where are you?
Over here, Juliet, in the garden.
Are you all right?
Yes.
Aren't you going to invite me to sit down?
Please.
It's a beautiful evening.
It's spring, Juliet.
This is perfect. I'd like a cigarette if you have one.
I don't.
The inveterate chain smoker without a cigarette. The Reformation and the millennium have both arrived. If I babble away like a girl who's out of her mind, forgive me. I'm much too happy to care what I say.
Juliet, how long have we known each other?
Exactly 24 hours.
Not long enough to make a sensible decision.
Cliff, please don't tease me that way. I don't have much sense of humor when it comes to how I feel about you.
I'm not teasing, Juliet. I merely want to be intelligent about it.
Oh, let's not, Cliff. Let's be wildly, ridiculously insane about it. It's much more fun.
The moon is up.
It's a lovely moon.
Yes, it is. I suppose we ought to become romantic about it.
No, Juliet, I'm going inside. I don't want to talk anymore.
Cliff.
I'm sorry.
The joke's going a little too far.
I'm sorry.
Cliff, for heaven's sake, what is it? Why are you acting this way? I haven't changed since last night, and neither of you. What's happened?
You're wrong, Juliet.
Wrong?
Perhaps you haven't changed. But I have.
Towards me?
No. No, not towards you. That would never happen.
Cliff.
Good night. Juliet.
Cliff. Bob, are you awake?
No, I'm fast asleep.
Oh, Bob, get up.
Oh. Alice, for the love of Pete, what's the matter? Oh, hey, it's 3 a.m. What are you sitting up in bed with the light on for?
I've been thinking.
Well, can't you do your thinking in the daytime?
Stop being silly and listen to me, please. Now, first of all, why did Juliet miss Cliff at the station?
Perfectly natural thing. Station's a big place. Lots of people. No, I'm tired.
All right. We'll say that could happen to anyone. He missed her and took the train, fine. But how did he know where to get off?
What do you mean?
Juliet knew where we were, but he didn't. How did he find out where it was?
Well, Juliet may have told him when they made their plans last night.
But she didn't tell him how to get here from the station. We're 8 miles away.
Darling, Joe Cobb and his cab service know where we are.
You're right, they do. And they brought Juliet up. I saw their car leave.
Well...
I called them this evening, Bob.
You did?
And they told me that Juliet was the only person they'd taken here tonight.
The only... Why did you call them in the first place?
I wanted to see if Cliff had left his luggage at the station.
You mean he didn't bring a suitcase?
No.
Well, I don't get it.
Neither do I. That's why I say there's something wrong. And Bob, it frightens me terribly.
What are you doing in the garden at this hour?
I couldn't sleep. I saw you from the window.
You're chill.
No, I'm all right, Cliff. There's something I want to tell you.
Not now, Juliet.
You've got to listen to me. It means so much.
Yes, what is it?
That scene we had this evening doesn't count, Cliff. We were both very foolish and very
Juliet.
young. Listen to me, Cliff. Our meeting yesterday was not an accident. The way I see it, all our lives we've been waiting, hoping for the meeting. It was something that had to happen. And it was the most wonderful thing that ever did happen to me.
And to me.
Then what's wrong with us? Why are we behaving this way? Surely we must mean more than that to one another.
Juliet, you don't understand.
I'm trying to, Cliff. You won't let me.
I don't think you could ever understand.
Doesn't my love for you count for anything?
You don't love me, Juliet. You can't.
You can say that until we die, and you'd be wrong. No matter what you do, no matter what you say, I'll always feel that way.
There's no changing that.
No, Cliff. You can leave me. Do whatever you like. I'll stay the same.
Juliet, come here. Look at me. Look deeply, Juliet, and tell me what you see in my eyes.
Cliff? Cliff, what are you trying to say to me?
I can't tell you anymore. But one day you'll know. Dawn will be here soon.
And then?
The sun will come up. Another day will begin. For you. You'll go on with your life, Juliet, and you'll be happy.
And what about you?
I'll be happy, Juliet, if you are. I'm here to leave you now.
Don't go, Cliff.
I want you to do something. When you return to New York,
I want you to see my sister.
Your sister?
Alice will tell you where she lives.
But why?
Juliet, perhaps my sister can explain. Goodbye, Juliet.
This is the house, Juliet.
Do you want me to go in with you, dear? No, Alice, I think I'd better see Cliff's sister myself. I'm sorry to have broken up your weekend that way. I didn't want you to drive me back to town.
Nonsense. We were as concerned about it as you were. Imagine Cliff running out on us that way. It's not like him.
I do hope he's not in any trouble. Didn't he explain at all? No, he didn't. But just before he left, I think I almost understood.
We'll wait here for you if you like.
Oh, please don't, Bob, and thanks again for everything. Good luck. Goodbye, Alice. Yes? My name is Juliet.
Oh, yes. I'm Cliff's sister.
Do you know who I am?
Of course. Cliff took you to that dance 2 nights ago.
That's right.
He told me he was going to spend the weekend with you and the Wilsons. But you mustn't blame yourself, Juliet.
Blame myself? For what?
You mean you don't know?
No, for heaven's sake, tell me, what is it? What is it?
On that afternoon, when Cliff was to meet you at the station, as he was driving there in a cab, there was an accident, and he was killed.
So goes the story of Juliet and Cliff. There is no sequel. You must accept it or discard it according to your lights. Time alone can find an answer if an answer does exist. And as the years go by, some may put it in the realm of fancy, along with Romeo and Juliet, and Tristan and his love. Perhaps that's best. Perhaps in the realm of fancy, Juliet and Cliff would want to be. The Clock will be heard again next week, same time. This program was written by Lawrence Clee, and Hart Maguire was the Clock. As Juliet and Cliff, Wendy Playfair and John Million. As Alice and Bob, Barbara Brunton and Leon Piers. With Joan Lord as Eloise. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
Family quarrel is not unusual, and I suppose the best of us have them every once in a while. My family is no exception, and once a year we have a battle royal. It all started in 1918 when something called daylight saving time was adopted in New York. My city cousins pushed themselves ahead an hour while the rest of the family throughout the country remained on standard time. Well, progress is no crime, but ambition might be. It all depends. I'm thinking now of young George Finney and his pretty wife, Arlene. Ambition there was mated with greed, and the offspring was a monster.
I'm so glad you came. It was awful.
it anymore.
Take it easy, lady. Sit down.
I should have called the police a long time ago. I don't know why I waited. Yes, I do. I loved him so. I just couldn't believe it, that's all, in spite of everything.
What's the story, Mrs. Finney?
Well, it started a couple of months ago in Santa Monica. I was a cashier in a barbecue when I first met George. He was tall and clean-cut with a handsome smile. He had a cute line and a fast delivery, and I liked him right away. He was Hollywood, and Hollywood was just where I wanted to be. So you're in pictures, Mr. Finney.
You bet.
You're not an actor.
Actor? Oh, not a chance. I work inside, the production end.
I always wanted to get into pictures, but I never had much luck.
Oh, with your shape, you don't need much luck.
You think I'm pretty?
Oh, a knockout. I ought to know. I've seen the best in pictures. Turn your face to the left for a minute. Mm-hmm. Photogenic, just like I thought. Ever try to get into a studio?
Once. I got 2 days' work as an extra in a mob scene. I could have gotten more, I guess. But you have to have a wardrobe, and that costs money.
Oh, not when you know the angles. Hey, look, when do you knock off from work?
Oh, in half an hour?
Well, how about driving to the beach? We can have a swim, talk it over.
Well, I don't know. I've made it a rule never to date anybody I meet in here. It's not a good policy for a girl like me.
Well, I'm harmless, honey. Besides, you've seen me in here before.
But we've never spoken to each other up to now.
Well, you gotta begin somewhere. Come on. What do you say?
Well, I meet you, Mr. Finney.
Out front, half an hour. And, honey...
Yeah?
Call me George.
We went to the beach and had a swim. And he couldn't have been more of a gentleman. He told me in a month or so a new epic was going into production at his studio, and he'd see if he could work me in. Saw him 4 times that week, and 5 the next. Pretty soon it was every day. I knew I was falling, and so did he. I never thought it would happen so fast.
Rides like a top, don't she?
It's a very nice car, George.
Well, it's second hand, but it fills the bill. And it's a nice jalopy for a honeymoon.
Are you getting married?
Sure.
To whom?
To you.
It's the first I heard about it.
Look, Arlene, I'm nuts about you.
But, George, we hardly knew each other.
So what? Do we have to wait till we're 50 to get acquainted?
George, stop kidding me.
Oh, I'm not kidding, honey. You and I could make a team. I'll be a big shot in pictures one day, and so will you. Oh, come on. How about it, Harley?
Gee, I don't know, George.
Now, listen, I don't propose to every dame I meet. Marriage is a lifelong proposition. It takes a lot of thought.
I know.
Well, I've done my thinking. I made up my mind. Now, how about you?
It's all right with me, George, if it's all right with you.
Okay, honey.
Where are we going?
To Los Angeles to get a license.
Some honeymoons last a month or more, but mine only lasted a week. We drove to the Mexican border and drove back home. And it was the happiest 7 days I ever spent in all my life.
We'll be in L.A. in a half hour.
Oh, George, it's been just wonderful.
You give him notice in that beanery tomorrow.
Oh, do you really think I should?
Well, listen, I don't make too much, but we can get along. Besides, you're going into pictures.
Oh, but I need clothes. You said I did. And then you mentioned something about a publicity
I'll
man.
dig up the dough for everything, baby. Now, you just leave it to me.
All right, George. Whatever you say.
Funny being married. Changes a guy's outlook.
Does it? How do you mean?
That gives a guy responsibilities.
Am I a responsibility?
Oh, no, I didn't mean it that way. After all, I'm asking you to quit your job and depend on me. What would happen to you? What if I disappeared?
Disappear?
Well, what I mean is... Well, suppose I died.
Oh, don't say that, George.
Oh, look, I'm not getting morbid, honey. Just being practical. When a guy has a family, he has to look out for it. That's why I'm taking the policy.
What policy?
Life insurance. $50,000. You'll be beneficiary.
Oh, but that's too much. What do we need all that insurance for?
I'm a guy who looks facts in the face. Things can happen to either of us. Well, the premium's more than I can afford, but, well, I'll manage somehow.
Do you think you can take one out for me, George?
A policy?
Yeah. With you as beneficiary.
Well, I don't know.
Well, you said before that things could happen to either of us.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, honey, that's a practical idea.
Well, George, if I died, I'd want you to be well off, too.
No. You know what you are, baby? You're a gal to be proud of. To tell you the truth, I was going to suggest that we both take out insurance, but, well, I didn't know if you'd approve.
Why?
Well, what I mean is, well, it's the man in the family who usually gets himself covered.
Oh, of course, the premium's very high, and, well, it might be wiser to wait.
Oh, no, it's bad luck to wait. I don't believe in it. Now that we've talked about it, let's go ahead. It's the only thing to do.
Do you love me, George?
Like crazy. Especially now when you're going to be worth $50,000.
Oh, George.
So will I, come to think of it? Say, the two of us will be worth more dead than we are alive.
A couple of days later, we both took medical examinations. A few days after that, the insurance policies came through. I'd almost forgotten about them by then, until the evening George came home for supper and told me. Is that you, George?
Yeah. Dinner ready?
Almost.
Say, I feel like a million. I'm as hungry as a horse.
Oh, something good happened today?
I'll say. Those policies came through.
What policies?
Life insurance.
Oh.
I put them in our safe deposit vault. Remember that.
Let's stop talking about those policies. They make me so nervous.
Nervous? Why, Arlene?
Because it reminds me of dying. I don't want either of us to die. We're too happy. Life's too much fun.
Oh, come on, snap out of it. I'll help you set the table.
What's the matter with your jacket?
My jacket?
One of the pockets is bulging like...
Oh, that. Oh, look.
George! Where did you get that gun?
Now, don't get nervous, lady. It's only a prop.
A prop?
Yeah, we're shooting a Western. Prop man asked me to get this refinished. Throws too much of a glare into the camera when the lights hit it.
Is it real?
Well, it could be if it had bullets. The barrel's full of blanks.
Oh, well, put it away. Guns frighten me.
Oh, now you shouldn't be scared of guns. Haven't you ever handled one?
No, and I don't want to.
Matter of fact, you know, we ought to have one in the house.
For what?
Well, I'm in town all day, and you're out here all alone. You should have protection.
I don't want to fool around with any guns.
Oh, now, don't be a kid, honey. Here, I'll show you how easy it is to work. Grab the handle.
Oh, no, George.
Oh, don't be like that, Arlene. The gun won't hurt you. Look, put it in your hand. Like that. Now, just pull. Holy smoke. There was a bullet in that thing. You all right, honey?
I think so. It broke that vase.
Well, never mind the vase. I'm thinking about you. You were holding that gun near your body when it exploded. You sure you weren't hurt?
I guess I'd feel it if I was shot. I told you I didn't like guns, George. Oh, George, look at the sleeve of my dress.
Hey, there's a hole in it.
The bullet must have passed right through.
Yeah. Yeah, missed you by an inch. Good thing, too. Why, you might have been killed.
It was just an accident. At least it looked that way. George put the gun in my hand and his finger hit the trigger. That was all. I forgot about it for a while. But it came back to me later when I remembered everything else.
Gee, what a day. What a day. You only get a day like this in California.
Oh, it's fun taking a ride on Sunday. My, it's pretty out this way.
Yeah, kind of rustic.
You know, I'd like to lie down in the sun and relax and chew a piece of grass. You like grass?
Not as a steady diet.
Oh, you know what I mean. Do you like to... Oh, what's the matter?
I don't know. It's kind of acting up. Hey.
Something wrong with the motor?
I'll get out and see. You can get out too, honey. Stretch your legs.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, just smell that air. It's delicious.
Yeah. Now, wait till I get the engine top up.
Oh, it's so nice out here, George. And it's so quiet.
Yeah.
You know, maybe this is as good a place as any to eat our lunch.
I think I found out what's wrong.
You did?
Yeah, stay where you are, honey. I'm not sure. Wait till I see if the motor starts.
Oh, just look at that horizon, George. Isn't it the most beautiful color you ever saw in your life?
Hey, Arlene! Arlene, baby. Oh, baby, are you hurt?
I just managed to get off the road in time.
Holy smoke, the car was in gear and I didn't know it. You were standing right in front.
Yeah, I know.
Gosh. Oh, my heart was in my throat. How could I be so careless? You might have been killed.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's the second time this week, George, that I might have been killed.
Most things in life come slowly over a period of time. Birth is one of these, and understanding. Time has a habit of moving leisurely when you're looking forward to something you most desire. But the one thing that can come with the suddenness of a flash of lightning is unexpected death. And Arlene Finney was well aware of that.
Twice in 1 week. Oh, they could have been accidents, sure. That was what worried me so. I wasn't certain. George loved me. I knew he did. I had to believe in him. I just had to. A week went by and everything was swell. He was sweeter than he'd ever been before. There was nothing he wouldn't do to make me happy. And if I had any ugly thoughts, I canceled them out. Mistakes could happen, even 2 mistakes like that. And I knew it would never happen again. The weather was hot that Thursday when we went to the beach. He drove down in the car and changed into our bathing suits in the locker rooms. And we just lay on the sand and drinking in the sun and just feeling good. George?
Yeah?
When am I getting that job?
What job?
Well, you know, in pictures.
Soon, baby, soon. Gotta be patient. I have to see Mr. Zale in the office, and I'll pop the question.
Who's Mr. Zale?
Assistant producer.
Oh.
It won't be long now, honey. You wait and see.
Ollie! Hey, Ollie!
Someone's calling you.
Why, it's Mimi. I haven't seen her since I left the barbecue. She used to be a waitress.
Ollie! Oh, gee, it's nice to see you.
Hello, Mimi. How are you?
I'm fine, just fine.
Oh, have you met my husband?
I don't think so.
George, meet an old friend, Mimi Taylor.
Pleased to meet you.
Hello, Mimi.
Sit down and talk. We haven't seen each other in over a month.
Oh, I know. I'd have called you, only I was busy. I quit the job, you know.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I'm working at Lawrence Department Store in L.A. It's a good job. I get to meet a lot of people. How's married life, Ollie?
Oh, ask my husband.
It's terrific.
Oh, he sounds like a booster. Oh, well, I guess it's all right for some people, but not for me.
Oh, you'll change your mind when you meet the right man.
Not when I read the papers.
What's the papers got to do with it?
Well, then you read about that guy who killed his wife.
What?
Well, he got sore or something. They wasn't married very long. He caught her looking at another man, and he crowned her with a flat iron.
Your bathing suit looks nice.
Messiest thing you ever heard of. The murder, I mean. The poor kid was only 21, and all she did was smile. This guy was so crazy jealous he couldn't even see straight.
Yeah, well, most men aren't like that.
Oh, don't you kid yourself. The kind I meet always are. You look different. Arlene Shue picked a winner. Say, where did he get them shoulders?
Looks good in a bathing suit, doesn't he?
I'll say.
Oh, so do you, Mimi.
Oh, stop your kidding.
You look good to me.
Oh, it's this suit, mister. It's got style.
Oh, I like the empty spaces.
Oh, what a man. You ought to put a leash on him, Ollie. He's liable to go on the prowl.
It's just George's way of being funny.
Well, I better get started. I got a date at 3 with a guy who don't like to be kept waiting.
Aren't you even going swimming?
Oh, I was in before, but not for long. That water's real fierce. There's an undertow like a suction pump out there.
It does look kind of rough.
We take my tip and you stay away. That current's mean. Well, glad to have made your acquaintance, George.
Same here, Mimi.
Say, why don't you two drop around to my place one evening for a drink? I can date me up a guy and we can have a little fun.
I'll call you, Mimi.
Okay, Ollie. Take it easy.
So long.
It's, getting warm, isn't it?
I don't feel it.
How about a dip, huh?
You heard what Mimi said about the undertow?
Well, we don't have to go out very far. We'll stick close together.
You go ahead if you want to. I'll stay here.
Say, what's the matter with you?
Nothing.
Well, you look like you just swallowed a lemon or something.
I'm sorry I came here, that's all.
Well, why?
You didn't have to look at her that way, did you?
I didn't have to... Oh, no.
I don't see anything to laugh about.
You're jealous, baby.
I am not.
Now, wait a minute. I know we're married, but that doesn't exactly make a chump out of me. I don't like to be told who to look at and who to talk to.
No?
No. And what's more, as long as you're in such a rotten mood, you can call off all by yourself. I'm going in for a swim.
What is it in those few minutes of the marriage ceremony that changes people? Well, I can assure you I have nothing to do with it.
I watched him walk down into the water and swim away. It was our first quarrel, and I felt terrible about it. When I thought it over, I realized I was in the wrong. And suddenly I wanted desperately to apologize and make up. I jumped up and ran across the beach. I was so anxious to swim to where George was, I guess I hardly noticed the undertow. George, wait for me.
Thought you wanted to stay on the beach.
I just have to talk to you, George. Oh, wait.
Well, what is it?
George, I'm sorry.
Are you?
I acted like a fool.
Yeah, I'll say you did.
Please forgive me. It makes me so unhappy when we quarrel.
Forget it, baby. Everybody makes mistakes.
It's so nice out here.
Not getting tired, are you?
Oh, no, not a bit.
Tread water. Like this. Use your hands. It's easier.
Oh, I'm doing fine.
We're pretty far out, Arlene.
Aren't we, though? Gee, I've never swum this far before.
You scared?
Oh, not with you, honey.
Not a soul left on the beach. Everybody's gone home, I guess.
Yeah, it's getting late.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we'd better swim back and get our clothes on. I'm hungry.
Oh, wait a minute. Come over here, honey. A little closer. You know, you swim pretty good for a woman.
Well, to tell you the truth, George, I am getting just a little tired.
Hey, put your arms on my shoulders.
What for?
I'll help you swim back.
I'm not as tired as all that. I can make it without any trouble.
Yeah.
Come on, George.
Oh, wait. We haven't kissed and made up yet.
Oh, what, here? In the water?
Oh, it'll be kind of wet, but it's an idea.
All right.
Just come a little closer. That's it. Now.
George!
That's easy.
What are you doing? Oh, George! No! He grabbed me, pushed me under. I kicked and struggled, but he was too strong. I don't know how long he held me there, but it seemed like a million years. I knew I was finished. I was getting weak. My lungs were bursting. I couldn't stand it any longer. Then when I was just about to breathe and take the water into my lungs, we were hit by a wave. It was a heavy roller, and he lost his grip. It carried me halfway to the beach. With my last ounce of strength, I managed to swim the rest and crawl onto the sand. I got onto my knees and looked around. George wasn't there. Suddenly I started to cry. It was all too much. My head was dizzy and I couldn't think. I got to my feet like a drunk and started to walk. I guess I didn't know half of what I was doing because I went right to the car without getting my clothes and found George sitting there waiting.
Get in.
No.
I said get in.
My arm, George. Breaking my arm. Don't hurt me. I'll get in. You tried to kill me. Those other times you tried to kill me too.
Shut up.
You want the money. Insurance money on my life. I should have known. It doesn't matter, George. I'll just as soon be dead as find out that you're really
Maybe you'll get your wish.
I don't care, do you hear me? I don't care. Where are you taking me?
For a little sightseeing tour. And this time, I'm going to do it right.
For the next half hour, he didn't say a word. He just kept driving, avoiding traffic, making certain we didn't pass through any towns. It was getting dark now, and the car was climbing. He was taking me up to Hollywood Hills, and I knew why.
Get out.
What are you going to do to me?
You said before you didn't care. Change your mind?
Don't kill me, George. Please don't kill me.
There's a cliff over there. The drop of 1,000 feet. You won't know what hit you when you hit.
No. No, let me go. I don't want to die. Oh, let me go, George.
Come on.
George, let me go.
We're here, baby.
Oh, no, George.
Now look down. See how high we are? Just one push, baby. One push.
One push. Yes.
No.
Goodbye, George. Goodbye. I got back into the car and called you at the station house when I got home. That was 3 hours ago. I've been sitting here ever since.
We found the body and made a few investigations. It's a good story, Mrs. Finney, but not good enough. You made a couple of mistakes.
Mistakes?
Your husband didn't want to kill you, baby. You went after him.
What are you talking about?
You see, he had no motive, but you did.
No motive? Well, what about the insurance?
We found it in the vault where your husband left it. But there was only one policy.
Only one? I don't understand.
His policy. For $50,000 with you as beneficiary. That was their okay. I guess he didn't want to tell you about the other one, so you wouldn't worry. See what I mean?
No, I don't see. Well, stop grinning at me like an ape. What are you trying to tell me?
Everything you've told me is a lie. How your husband tried to shoot you with a gun, kill you with the automobile, and drown you. He had no motive, but you did. There was just one policy and a letter from the insurance company. Your husband couldn't have wanted to kill you with the insurance, though. You never got a policy. They never gave you one. You were turned down in your medical exam.
And that's the story of George and Arlene as recorded by the clock. It's the little mistakes that count. And Arlene Finney ought to know. In her case, however, I doubt if she'll ever get a second chance.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time, same station. It's written by Lawrence Clee, and Hart Maguire is the voice of the Clock. Arlene was Wynne Nelson. George was Leon Piers. Mimi was Pat Martin, and the detective Brian James. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
Have you ever seen the inside of a watch? Of course you have. And unless you happen to be a watchmaker by trade, it must have presented a rather confusing picture. But to a trained and careful eye, that mechanism is far from haphazard. It has meaning, purpose, and direction, and it's a well-ordered apparatus indeed. Now, suppose we examine the inside of the criminal mind. I don't mean the kind whose crime has been motivated by passion or circumstance. I'm referring to the hardened type, the criminal by choice and profession. To the law-abiding citizen, such a mind is a complication of neuroses, frustrations, and barbaric and greedy impulses. But to the trained detective, there is meaning in it, and purpose, and murderous direction. However, unlike the watch, there are sometimes flaws in the mental makeup of the criminal, and these flaws are sufficient to provide the favorable balance that exists between law and order and fear. Now, we take it for granted that a man who knows watches can put them together so that they'll work perfectly. Have you ever wondered what would happen if a man who understood the mind of a criminal tried to put one together, minus the flaws,
So it would work perfectly?
Who's there? Working late, Frank?
What are you doing here, Rex? How'd you get in?
I saw the light in your office from the street. Thought I'd run up to investigate. It's after 10.
Since when do detective lieutenants investigate office lofts? And did you decide that I'm too good a friend for you to leave it to the cop on the beat?
As a matter of fact, I knew you'd be here making out that payroll. I was wondering if you needed any help.
Help? What kind of help do I need from you?
Well, that's an awful lot of cash you're counting on that table. Don't you want a little official protection when you make your night deposit at the bank?
This gun is all the protection I'll need. And I'd sooner ask for a rattlesnake as an escort than ask for you.
What's the matter, Frank? Something troubling you?
Haven't you got what you wanted? Must you come up here and needle me, too?
I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. Cigarette?
You filthy lying rat. You called yourself my friend, you dirty rock.
Take it easy. There's no need to get excited.
You left me this morning.
Your wife?
And she left me for you. You filled her full of lies. You poisoned her mind against me, and I'd have trusted you with my life.
Frank, you're nothing but a fool. You always have been, and you always will be.
You're right. I agree with you on that. I'm a fool.
You married a beautiful woman, and then you forgot about her.
Sometimes, Rex, I feel I could kill you with pleasure.
You know, you've always loved your money more than anything else in the world. Why, you can't even bear to hire a payroll manager. You've got to sit up here in your office and count it out yourself.
Well, I can assure you of one thing, Lieutenant Pound. I'll give her a divorce, but that's all she'll get. I'll name you correspondent. I'll drag this case right through the courts and smear your name as well as hers. I'll make sure the city officials fire you out of your job on your ear. And neither one of you will ever see a nickel of my money.
I'm afraid that isn't in my plans, Frank.
Tomorrow I'm seeing my lawyer. Tomorrow morning the two of you can hold hands and get a real idea of what my prestige in this town can do. Now get out of here and leave me alone.
Frank, do you have a license for that gun?
You're looking for something to strike back at me with? Playing the big guardian of the law? Yes, I've got a license.
Let's see it.
Why?
Because I'm asking you. I'm still on the force, Frank. We'll wait until you get me fired, and then you can ask the questions.
Yeah. Well, you satisfied?
Looks all right. Now, let's see the gun.
What else do you want to do, Detective? Take my fingerprints?
The gun, Frank. Short job, isn't it? Small caliber.
So what? It's got bullets, hasn't it? Now get out of my office. You've got no official business here with me, and I don't want you around.
I've got business here, Frank, but it's not official.
What do you mean?
I'm going to kill you.
What did you say?
I'm going to shoot you, Frank, with your own gun.
You trying to scare me?
Frank, I've been working with criminals for years. Mostly homicides. I can safely say that I've seen every kind of murder that's ever been executed. Yeah, the slick ones and the dumb ones. The geniuses and the chumps. I know all the answers, Frank. Every one.
What kind of a joke is this?
You see, Frank, I've made a discovery. No matter how brilliant the killer, he can't think of everything. And the things he forgets are the things the investigator remembers.
Stop pointing that gun at me, Rex.
Now, there's only one way, Frank, to make certain your mistakes will never be held against you. Do you know what that is, Frank?
No.
You investigate your own crime yourself.
You're only kidding me. You're trying to see me crawl. You wouldn't kill me.
No?
You're a policeman, a detective. You wouldn't dare.
I'm a good shot, Frank. I know the vital spots. You won't suffer.
You mean you'd actually do it?
Watch. I'll be back to see you, Frank. In the morning. back, let Lieutenant come through. Come on, back out of it. Hello, Lieutenant Pound. Car no ride? No, not yet. He's on his way. Who found about her? The dame who came in to straighten up in the morning. She passed out after she called us. She's resting on a couch in the next office. Safe was open? Yeah. Making up a payroll. Found two $10 bills underneath the desk. The guy jumped and must have stuffed the bill in a bag and paid it in a hurry. You find a weapon? Yeah, here. Any prints? No. What else? Oh, that's all, Lieutenant. One thing. We got a hunch the gun belonged to Frank Arnold. Yeah? It's the only one we found, as a matter of fact, so he must have had one on him if he was counting on a payroll, huh? Anything else? No, that's all. You better give out some kind of a statement to them reporters. They've been hounding me for an hour. I'll take care of them. You get those pictures. Yeah, all right. I'll be in my office. Morning, Lieutenant. Morning. I'm Bill Kane, Danny Clarion. Guess I'm a little late. You got any dope? Yeah, sure. A man's been murdered. The payroll's missing. Anything else you want to know? But this isn't just an ordinary hoisting. Frank Arnold was an important guy in this town. Look, Frank Arnold happened to be a friend of mine. You don't have to tell me how important he was. Oh, no offense, Lieutenant. We don't have any leads if that's what you're after. What about the gun? It was Arnold's, wasn't it? Look, reporter, just let the police department do the detecting, okay? Lieutenant, I'm just trying to be amiable. You see, our paper's been running a campaign against crime. There's been too much of it here in town. Frank Arnold was a solid citizen. Now, people aren't going to feel too well protected after they hear about this. They'll get all the protection they need. If you had no crime, you wouldn't have any use for me. If you want a statement, you can say that officially we're going to break this case in the shortest possible. What do you mean, Lieutenant, officially? I have a sort of unofficial interest as well. I told you Frank Arnold was my friend. He's done me many a favor. But off the record, I can promise you this much. I'll find out who killed this man if it's the last thing I ever do.
Why did you ask me to come in the car with you, Rex?
Oh, it was safer.
Safer?
Well, you know I'm handling your husband's case.
Yes. Oh, it's been horrible. I feel so sorry for him.
Well, why, Lorna? He didn't mean anything to you.
No, I didn't love him, that's true, but I didn't want to see him die.
I'm doing my best to nab the killer, but it's a tough case to crack.
Yeah. Well, why did you say it was safer before?
Lorna, when did you tell Frank you were going to leave him?
Before he went to the office to make up his payroll, I told him I wouldn't be home when he returned.
Now, where did you go?
To a hotel. I registered under a different name as you told me to.
Yeah, that was so he wouldn't find out where you were living and make trouble. Now, look, Lorna, you're going back home.
I intended to.
As far as you're concerned, you never left there. I've questioned you, and I'll submit my report to headquarters.
Question? I don't understand.
Well, I don't want you under any suspicion of murder.
Murder?
Now, take it easy. It's just routine.
Oh.
You won't be questioned further by any cop, providing no one discovers you left Frank after a quarrel just before he was killed.
You mean they might think that I went up to his office and killed him?
Not if you follow my orders.
But it was a payroll murder, Rex. The money was missing. Why would I want to steal my own
Now,
husband's
the
money?
obvious isn't the only thing a detective looks for. Now, if you leave everything to me, you won't be embarrassed in any way at all, Lorna.
Oh, all right, whatever you say. Rex, for heaven's sake, don't think that I had anything to do with it.
Honey, I don't want you to give anyone else any cause to think so. Now, it'd be wiser if we don't see each other for a while and keep our relationship quiet. In that way, we can prevent people from believing that I'm shielding you. Now, is that clear?
Yes, Rex.
You're not worried, are you?
No. No, not as long as you're protecting me. I wasn't worried at all before, but after what you just told me about how suspicious people can be, I'm getting uneasy.
Now, there's nothing to be uneasy about. Just stay at home and don't try to get in touch with me. I'll call you if I get the chance. Now, I'd better let you off here.
All right.
You can get a streetcar in the corner. Don't take a cab.
Okay. Well, what's that?
It's a short wave, just a second.
Lieutenant Pound. Lieutenant Rex Pound. Report back to headquarters. Report back to headquarters. That's all.
You wanted downtown?
Yeah. Yeah, it's an emergency, or they wouldn't contact me this way.
Maybe they've discovered something about Frank's murder.
Well, maybe they have. However, I doubt if they know any more about it now than I do.
watchmaker must possess the eye of an eagle and the patience of Job. His hand must be steady and his fingers nimble, and he must be prepared to rectify his mistakes. The murderer must possess the eye of a cobra and the conscience of a wolf. His hand must be firm and his fingers bloody, and he must be prepared to pay for his mistakes.
What's the idea of calling me on the short wave, Brody?
Bill Kane came in here half an hour ago.
Bill Kane?
Yeah, the smart attic reporter.
What's he want?
He's got a strong lead on the Arnold murder.
He has? What is it?
Oh, no, he wouldn't tell me. He wanted to talk to you alone. Said it was important enough to call you in.
Where is he?
He's in your office.
See that I'm not disturbed.
All right.
Hello, Lieutenant. What are you doing in my chair?
Sorry, just an oversight.
Mind if I help myself to one of your smokes? What's on your mind, Kane?
Well, I thought you might be interested in a little theory of mine.
What kind of a theory?
The theory that Frank Arnold wasn't killed for just a payroll.
What gave you that idea?
Well, matter of fact, I've got a little evidence.
Yeah, what is it?
Well, first of all, let me give you the theory part. A man makes out a payroll in his office and arms himself with a gun. He's facing the door so he can't be taken by surprise. And unless he's a first-class sucker, that door's locked. So, we'll say some guy's got a skeleton key, the kind that cops use. You've probably got one yourself, Lieutenant.
Probably.
He uses the key to get in, but Arnold hears him. He's got his gun trained on the door, but nothing happens. He doesn't fire. He doesn't fight. And it's his own dog. You see what I mean?
So what?
Well, doesn't it ring any bells? Doesn't it mean that Arnold knew his killer and let himself be taken off guard?
You poor dumb bunny. We know it was an inside job.
You do?
Of course the guy who killed him had a key. There are 50 employees who own one. We're checking on each one now.
But the man who killed Arnold was not one of his employees, Lieutenant.
Who said so?
The guy who witnessed the murder.
Someone saw the murder committed?
That's a part of my story that isn't just theory.
Where is this witness?
At home.
Why didn't he report to the police?
He was scared. He didn't want to be the next on the killer's list. I suppose his conscience got the better of him after a while because he got in touch with me. I promised him he'd be protected.
How did he come to witness the killing?
He works in the loft across the street from Arnold's office. He's been there for years. He knows practically every office worker on the block. That's why he's sure it wasn't an employee who pulled the job.
He was in that loft when the murder was committed?
Yeah, working on some books. The light was on in Arnold's office when he was killed. He saw the killer ask for Arnold's gun and then turned him on it.
Did he recognize the killer?
No, I never saw him before.
Did he describe him to you?
Yeah, big man, wore a slouch hat, dark clothes.
That's not much of a description.
No, it couldn't fit practically anyone, even you, Lieutenant.
Yeah. Now, this guy must be just a crackpot or looking for some fast publicity, but I'll see him anyway.
I wrote his address down and his phone number.
Let's have it. I'll call him first to make sure he's in.
Oh, he's in all right, Lieutenant. He's too scared to leave his house. His name is Lewis.
Mm-hmm.
And no doubt you can persuade him to be cooperative.
Hello?
Lieutenant Pound speaking, homicide.
Oh, yes, Lieutenant.
Mr. Kane, the Clarion reporter, told me you had some important information.
Well, I don't want to get into any trouble, Lieutenant. I've got my own life to consider. That man was a cold-blooded killer. He'll think nothing of putting a bullet through my head if he finds out.
Well, you'll be fully protected by the law. I'm coming up to see you in 15 minutes. There's just one question.
Yes, Lieutenant?
If you ever saw that killer again, would you recognize him?
Oh, absolutely, sir. I saw his face very closely. I'd never forget it as long as I live.
That's all I wanted to know. I'll be up to talk to you directly.
Who is it?
Lieutenant Pound.
Oh. Come in, Lieutenant. The door's unlocked. I'm in the kitchen. I'll be with you in just a minute, sir.
Take your time.
Would you like just some coffee?
No, thanks. You wouldn't possibly make any mistake about identifying the man who killed Arnold, would you? I mean, can you be absolutely certain?
Oh, yes, sir. You see, he was facing the desk light in Mr. Arnold's office, and I was just across the street. The street's very narrow there.
Yeah, what?
Oh. It's you. You killed Frank.
Sergeant Brody speaking.
Brody, this is Lieutenant Brown.
How you, Elvis?
I just got to Lewis's house, but somebody got here before me. I found him on the floor with a bullet through his head. Looks like he won't be able to make that identification after all.
Here's the ballistics report, Lieutenant. Now we got it all. Pictures, prints, statements, postmortem reports, the works.
How does it add up?
Like a soap bubble in a tornado. Yeah, we're so far away from breaking this case, it ain't even funny.
Come in. Oh. Hello.
Hello, Lieutenant.
This is Mrs. Arnold, Brody.
Yeah, that's familiar, man.
How do you do?
That's all for now, Brody. You can call the squad off the case. We'll concentrate on that warehouse robbery for the next few days.
Oh, okay, Rex.
You shouldn't have come here, Lorna. I asked you not to.
I had to, Rex. I'm frightened.
Of what?
There's something I've never told you, but I think you ought to know it now, especially since I found out that reporter was following
What
me.
reporter?
His name's Kane, Bill Kane. He tried to see me twice, and he keeps calling at the house. Now he's following me around like a watchdog.
What was it you said I ought to know?
I saw Chester Lewis half an hour before he was murdered.
What?
I only did it because I thought I might be able to help you solve the case. I know you were worried about my being mixed up.
Did Lewis call you?
Yes. He said he could identify the man who killed my husband. He made me promise I wouldn't get in touch with anyone when I went over to see him.
Does anyone else know you went there?
No, I don't think so. But that reporter frightens me. He almost sounded threatening once. Rex, what shall I do?
Lorna, you're the only woman in the world I ever loved. You mean a great deal to me.
Rex.
Nothing's going to happen to you. Now, you leave everything to me. Will you do that?
Oh, I trust you, Rex. I'll go on trusting.
Lieutenant Pound.
That pest is here again, Lieutenant Bill Kane. You want me to boot him out of here in his front face?
No. Send him in.
Send him. Okay.
Now, you sit here until I tell you to leave, and don't say a word. Hello, Kane.
I hope I'm not disturbing you, Lieutenant.
This is Mrs. Arnold. She came here to find out if there was anything new on her husband's case.
Yes, I know who Mrs. Arnold is. Is there anything new?
No, as a matter of fact, we're placing it in the unsolved files. I know you newspaper boys will tear the department to ribbons when we do it, but we've got no choice.
Well, that won't be necessary.
No?
Will it, Mrs. Arnold?
What are you talking about?
I'm accusing this woman of a double murder, that's what. I've got enough evidence on it to bring you to trial.
I had nothing to do with it. I swear I did.
Now, just a moment, Mrs. Arnold. Kane, you made a statement you're going to have to back up.
I intend to, Lieutenant. I saw Mrs. Arnold going to Lewis's house just before you found his body. I'd just seen him myself, and I was across the street.
Well, what about you, Kane? You admit you saw him, too. Doesn't that put you in the same spot?
No.
Why?
Because I don't have a motive.
And, Mrs. Arnold has?
She had a quarrel with her husband a few hours before he was shot. She separated from him, and he said he'd cut her off without a cent when he divorced her.
How do you know that?
Because Frank Arnold told it to a friend of his, a man named Billings.
Did Arnold tell him why his wife was leaving?
Yeah. There was another man mixed up in it. He didn't mention the name, but why couldn't that man have been Lewis?
You've got quite a case there, Kane.
Yes, I certainly have. It all adds up.
What about Lewis? Lewis said he saw a man do it.
Lewis is dead now, and he can't testify. Besides, maybe he wanted to shield his girlfriend and put us on a false trail. Mrs. Arnold figured he was going to turn her in, and she murdered him.
Lorna, wait for us outside.
Outside? Are you going to give her a chance to get away?
Do as I say, Lorna.
Very well.
Listen, what's the big idea, Lieutenant? I've got enough dope in that dame to put her in the chair.
I know you have. Brody,
What is it, Rex?
we found the killer.
Found a kid. Where is he?
In my office. Come in and take him away.
In your office? You're pinning this on me?
No.
But the only one in here beside me is you.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, it's funny. I figured all the angles. And I covered all my mistakes. But I never counted on the mistakes of someone else. Least of all, the woman I loved more than anything else. Yes, the criminal's intellect, like a well-built clock, has purpose and direction. But the late Lieutenant Rex Pound, Homicide Bureau, might have pointed out one essential difference. Who ever heard of a clock, he'd say, that fell in love?
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time, same station. This program was written by Lawrence Clee. Hop McGuire narrated as the Clock. As Rex Pound, you heard Ken Wayne. As Bill Kane, John Million, together with Georgie Sterling, Joe McCormick, and Owen Weingart. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
Time is a changeling as frisky as a colt and very fond of parlor tricks. Its collaborator in practical skullduggery is the air age, which has reduced the shortest distance between 2 points to an even shorter distance. Yes, time is a practical joker, but so is nature. The old lady has a way of pulling rabbits out of a hat that sometimes makes the very stars in the heavens rock with laughter and occasionally turns the heart of mortal man to liquid ice.
You sent for me, Mr. Waynard?
Oh, yes, Brophy. Sit down. Cigar?
Oh, thanks, Mr. Waynard.
How long have you been a detective, Sergeant Brophy?
10 years, I guess.
10 years. And another 10 years from now, you'll be a lieutenant. And that's about as far as you'll go.
Well, you can't expect much more in a town this size. It's not a very big place, you know.
It's big enough for a man with ambition. Take me, for instance. I've been prosecuting attorney now for just 6 months. But within the next 6 months, I hope to be mayor.
Well, you've got a good record, Mr. Waynard. 98% of the cases you've tried end up in convictions.
100%, Brophy. So far, I haven't missed. And I don't intend to either. Which brings me to the Lawrence case.
I guess that's one case you'll never get a chance to prosecute, Mr. Waynard.
Why not?
Because we haven't solved it.
But that's ridiculous. A young girl is stabbed to death after being brutally beaten and robbed, and you say it can't be solved. Do you realize how the people in this town feel about that crime?
I know.
They're frightened, worried, fearful for their loved ones. They're waiting for an arrest, Brophy, and a conviction.
Well, what can we do, Mr. Waynard? We haven't got a shred of evidence to work on.
Brophy, Anne Lawrence's murder was one of the most publicized crimes in the county in years. And the man who puts a rope around the neck of her killer will be a hero.
Well, it would be a feather in your cap, I know. I wish I could make the pitch.
A feather in my cap? Why, do you realize it would ensure me the election?
Well, I still say we've got nothing to work on.
Then find something to work on. Dig a little deeper. Bring in a suspect. I guarantee if you bring him in, I'll see him hanged. There'd be no question, Brophy, about my career once that happened.
I guess not.
And no question about yours either. How would you like to be commissioner of police?
Yeah, we don't have a commissioner now, Mr. Waynard. The chief's our top rank.
The chief is a buttonhead. That's why I'm talking to you. And as far as the office is concerned, I'll create a commissioner of police after I'm elected.
Well, that sounds good, but...
Oh, just a moment, Winnie. Oh, Waynard speaking. Oh, yes, just a second. One of your men, Brophy.
Thanks. Yeah? Uh-huh. When? And where did you pick him up? Blood on his clothes.
What's up?
We just picked up a tramp near the railway yard. They found blood on his coat.
We'll be over in 15 minutes.
Be right over, Dunnigan.
What a break. I've been waiting for this.
Yeah, but this guy may not have had anything to do with the Lawrence case.
That's the kind of negative thinking that gets you nowhere, Brophy. It might be wiser if we both proceeded on the theory that he did.
I just got into town, Mr. Waynard.
Where are you from?
Carson City.
Your family there?
I don't have any family.
What are you doing here?
I don't know. I thought maybe I could get a
What about
job.
those bloodstains on your clothes?
Why do you keep hounding me this way? I'm not a criminal.
Answer Mr. Waynard's question. Where did you get those blood stains?
All right. I'll tell you. I stole a chicken in the next town. I was hungry. I hadn't eaten for days. I stole a chicken and killed it myself. I guess that lets me in for a petty larceny charge. But honest, I intended to send the farmer his money as soon as I got back on my feet.
A chicken? You hear that, Brophy? You killed a chicken.
Yeah, I heard.
But it's the truth. I'm telling you the truth.
Can you prove you only just got into town?
Well, no.
How did you get here? Hitchhiking?
I hopped the freight. I rode the route.
Too bad you don't have any witnesses to prove you were somewhere else 2 days ago.
Why?
Because that's when Ann Lawrence was robbed and killed. And I'm holding you for the murder, Claney. My witness said he saw a man running away about 2 blocks from where the body was found.
But it wasn't me, Mr. Waynard.
No? He saw him from behind, about 5'11", brown suit, narrow shoulders.
Well, that could fit almost anybody.
Including you?
Nah.
Yes. And it fits you, Claney, like a glove. And so, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence speaks for itself. My distinguished opponent, the attorney for the defense, has tried to prove that the evidence was all purely circumstantial. Well, why not? Whoever said a guilty verdict could not be handed down on circumstantial evidence alone, providing it was a strong one? The safety of our wives and daughters may depend upon your verdict. If this man is set free, it will be a green light for every foul and ruthless beast who happens to wander into our jurisdiction. I ask of you, I beg of you, to consider this very carefully and return a verdict of guilty in the first degree. You wanted to see me, Claney?
They're going to hang me, Mr. Waynard.
You asked for it.
They're going to hang me because you're such a brilliant attorney.
Oh, you flatter me.
You know the evidence against me was weak, but you were clever enough to make it appear to be strong.
You had a trial by jury. Are you suggesting that you were framed?
But what did you have against me? Why did you hate me so much you had to do this to me?
If you've got nothing more than that to tell me, Claney, I'm afraid I have to leave. I'm making a train for Chicago in half an hour, and I don't have much time.
I guess you'll be back for my execution.
It won't make any difference to you.
I'd like you to be there, Mr. Waynard. I'd like to be looking into your eyes when I die, so...
I'll try to give you that satisfaction.
You're a cool one, aren't you? Mark Waynard, the man who never lost a case. Mark Waynard, the people's choice.
All right, if it'll make you feel any better, call me names. Go on, swear at me. They all do it sooner or later. I won't hold it against you.
No, I'm not going to call you any names, Mr. Waynard. But if I had just one wish before I died, it would be this. One day I want you to feel the way I've been feeling. One day I'd like you to know what it means to be an innocent man, hounded, beaten, and accused of being a murderer. When you've been through that, Mr. Waynard, you'll know what I've been through, and heaven help you.
Oh, Brophy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Waynard. Mind if I sit down?
No, not at all. Well, what are you doing aboard this train?
I'm going to Newfield. Order a new scaffold.
Oh.
I'll have it in plenty of time for the hanging.
You're due for a promotion, Brophy.
Am I?
Yes, you'll be given a lieutenant's rating. Now, talk it over with Mayor Libby. And after the next election, Brophy, you may be in for something even bigger.
Yeah, I'd just as soon not have a promotion, Mr. Waynard.
Why not?
Well, I don't think I deserve one.
But you're getting it on the strength of the Lawrence case.
Yeah, that's just what I mean.
What are you driving at?
Nothing, Mr. Waynard. Forget it. Mind if I look at your paper?
Oh. Go ahead.
Yeah, funny.
What is?
Did you read this about this guy Beach? He's on the front page again.
Oh, they caught him?
No, not yet.
Let's see. He escaped from prison almost a week ago, didn't he?
Yeah, 2 days before they were going to give him the chair. He's just about the most dangerous animal alive right now. He's armed with a gun, and no cop is going to take him without a fight.
Where do they think he was headed for?
Chicago. Police have been alerted all along the line. They've got orders to shoot on sight. Yeah, the cops aren't the only ones who will kill him on sight. The gangsters are laying for him, too. Yeah, this guy doesn't have a friend in the world. Reminds me a little of Hank Cleaney.
I don't like the way you seem to sympathize with that killer, Brophy.
Sorry.
He was tried and convicted. Now, let's forget about it, huh?
Sure. Have you seen Beach's picture?
No, let's see.
Yeah.
He's fat, isn't he?
Just his face. The rest of him is built like a whip. He's got your build, Mr. Waynard.
Well, I keep myself in good condition. At least I was in good condition before that trial started. Somehow it took a lot out of me.
I didn't want to say so, but I noticed you've been looking poorly.
Huh?
Yeah, your eyes are kind of puffy, and so's your face.
Really? Oh, here, move over.
Okay.
I want to look in that mirror between the seats. Oh, that's funny. I hadn't noticed it before. The face looks swollen.
Maybe you ought to see a doctor.
Yeah, I think I will when I get to Chicago. Can you recommend anyone?
I don't know a soul in that town, Mr. Waynard.
No, neither do I.
You're going there to attend a legal convention, aren't you?
Yeah. Oh, I could see Dr. Cartwright when I get back home. Yeah, but I won't wait. I'll consult a physician in Chicago.
Well, there's probably nothing to worry about.
No, I guess not, but... Oh, what are you staring at me like that for?
Take another look at this picture of Beach. Here in the paper.
Huh? Well, what about it? What are you talking about, Brophy?
Well, maybe I'm wrong, but with your face all swollen that way, you look just like him.
What is it, Dr. Payne? What's wrong with it? Oh, it's nothing to get excited about, Mr. Waynard. Look at my face. It's puffed up like a balloon. I don't look like myself at all. It's just an allergy. You're probably allergic to, some food, perhaps. An allergy? Is that all it is? Yes, it looks bad, but it's nothing serious. It should disappear in, about a week or 10 days. Uh-huh. Where are you living while you're in Chicago, Mr. Waynard? Oh, I've got a room at the Hotel Standard, but I haven't checked in yet. I left my suitcase across the street from the station and came here directly. I'm rather worried, naturally. Well, I suggest you consult your own physician when you get home. Uh-huh. He may be able to prevent a recurrence. Yes, well, thanks a lot, Dr. Payne. Will this cover the fee? Oh, yes. It's odd, but you seem to remind me of someone. Do I? Yeah, someone I've seen very recently. A friend, Dr. Payne? No. Wait a minute, I've just remembered. What did I do with that newspaper? There's a paper on the chair. Oh, yes, that's the one. There was a picture in here of someone this morning who... What, Dr. Payne? Why, it's amazing. This man Beach, the killer they're looking for. I don't mean any offense by this, Mr. Waynard. Well? But if I didn't know about your present condition, I'd swear this picture was yours.
Taxi, mister?
Yes, I was waiting for a cab, but I...
Hop in. I'm an independent.
You're...
Quick, hop in. We're holding up traffic.
I'm going to the Hotel Standard.
Know where it is?
No. Do you?
Sure.
Young lady, are you sure you operate a legitimate taxi cab? Where's your meter?
Cut the comedy. You sure got nerve. With every cop in the country waiting to pot you like a rabbit, you pick on a hot town like Chicago to hole up in.
What are you talking about?
Look, you don't have to put on an act for me. I'm not turning you over to any dick.
Oh, wait a minute. I think you're getting me mixed up with someone else.
All right. Have it your own way. Maybe you don't appreciate what I'm doing.
Joey Proctor, so you come out of the station and cross the street to that office building. He called me and I picked you up.
Just who do you think I am?
Either Santa Claus or Charlie Beach. And Santa's got a long white beard, honey.
Beach?
That was quite a break you made. I understand you killed 2 guards on your way out of jail.
Oh, look, I'm not Charlie Beach. I suggest you let me off at the next corner.
What?
You heard me. My name's Reynard, and I happen to be an attorney.
My name's Lady Godiva, only I lost my horse.
Don't be funny and stop this car.
You've been away too long, Charlie. Maybe you don't know the cops have set you up like a pigeon. Every cop in town knows you by sight. And this time they're going to shoot first and ask the questions later.
Let me out of this car, you fool.
Suit yourself. See that cop on the corner?
Yeah? What about him?
If you start walking in his direction, you might change your mind. Well, what are you waiting for, a big shot?
Why? Oh, it's ridiculous. I'll just go up to him and explain, that's all.
Sure, go ahead.
Where's my suitcase?
Hey, you!
He's seen us. Close that door.
He's shooting at us.
Well, Charlie, do you want me to drop you off at the next convenient corner?
No. I'll stay in the car with you.
Even time moves fast when the bullets are flying, as Mark Waynard is discovering right this minute.
Cigarette, Charlie?
No. And I wish you'd stop calling me Charlie. I tell you, you've got the wrong man.
The cop would have been surprised to hear it.
Look, I have an identification in my wallet. There you are. See? My name's Waynard. There it is on the card.
Where'd you steal the wallet from?
Isn't it possible for me to identify myself? Can't I go into a police precinct and give myself up and then...
Every isn't a chump, Charlie. The cops only fall once for a gag like that. Remember the last time some cop challenged you and you started to give yourself up?
The last time?
You let him get within shooting distance. And you blew his head off. Now, that ain't cricket, Charlie. And the dicks are a little peeved. You couldn't get near a cop anymore and live to talk about it.
Well, if that's the spot I'm in, why are you taking such chances?
Because I like you, Charlie. You're a right guy. You see, I got a sort of a personal interest. We got mutual friends.
Have we? What am I going to do?
If you want to leave Chicago, Charlie, you might be able to make it by riding the rods.
You mean in a freight car?
It's your only chance. I know a spot near the outskirts of the city where the freights make a stop.
Then take me there.
We're on our way, baby. But first, we're going to pay a little visit to one of our mutual friends. After you, Charlie.
Where are we?
The freight stop is just below the hill. We'll walk over this way.
Through this cemetery?
That's where this friend of ours lives.
Look, I've changed my mind. There must be another way. Maybe I can reach that doctor who examined me.
I haven't changed my mind, Charlie.
What are you doing with that gun?
Get moving, mister.
Who are you, anyway?
Keep walking.
What's your name?
Dolly. The last name, Charlie, is Cal.
Cal?
Remember Harry Cal?
No.
You're just getting absent-minded. Well, this is far enough, Charlie. Turn around and look at the stone behind you. You can read, can't you? Harry Cal, it says. Born July 8, 1909. Died March the 12th, 1945. The only thing it doesn't say is how he died.
Are you his wife?
I was, for 3 months. And you decided to make me a widow, Charlie. And now you know why I've been saving you from the cops, baby. I wanted to have the pleasure of killing you myself.
What are you going to do?
Give you a taste of what Harry got. Only you're getting a break. You shot him in the back, Charlie. I'm giving you a chance to see what's coming.
I tell you, I'm not Charlie Beach. I didn't kill your husband. Can't you believe me?
Go on, Crawl. I like to watch it.
Look, do you know what circumstantial evidence is? It's something you can't take for granted. You need more proof. I only look like Beach to you, but I'm someone else. You can't kill me because you mistaken me for someone else.
I made no mistake. So long, Charlie. I might give Harry my love. You see him.
It's Bates! Shoot the killer! Don't let Bates get away! He only hit the day!
Hey, you. Wake up.
What?
Come on, snap out of it. You've been sleeping like a stiff for the last 4 hours.
Why? It's the dark, Keith.
What do you expect in a freight car? Chandeliers? What kind of a rap are they after you for?
I haven't done anything.
Don't hand me that. When you climbed aboard this cattle car outside of Chicago, there must have been 20 cops on your tail.
They're after me. I know it. It's been that way for days. Hiding in cellars, afraid to show my face. Running like an animal.
You must be plenty hot, sweetheart. A little too hot for me. I'm getting rid of you, see? You're leaving this freight car the next time it stops.
No, please. They'll kill me.
That's just too bad, sweetheart, but I ain't taking a rap for you.
No. I guess it doesn't matter anymore. Maybe this is the way it's supposed to be.
What are you talking about?
I can't escape it, and I'm too tired to try again.
They're slowing down. Okay, on your feet, sweetheart.
I can't see it. It's dark.
Okay, mister. When I slide this door back, start running.
There he is! No! No, don't shoot! I'm not...
Yeah, we got him, Brophy. Mr. Waynard. Hey, Mr. Waynard. What are you doing here?
Brophy.
Easy now, Mr. Waynard. You're okay.
Brophy. The Lawrence case. Trainee may be innocent. We've got to give him another trial.
Well, you got my wire, didn't you?
Your wire?
Yeah. Ann Lawrence's boyfriend confessed to the murder while you were gone.
Good. I'm glad. You don't know what I've been through. You don't... Brophy.
Yeah?
You recognize me.
Yeah, I recognized you. I've been working with you long enough, Mr. Waynard.
My face, is it back to normal?
Looks all right to me. But how did you get into this freight car, Mr. Waynard? We got a wire from Chicago to stop it here.
I know. They thought I was someone else. They wanted to kill me on sight. Brophy. The man you shot. The man I was riding with in that car. Who was he?
The escaped convict, Charlie Beach.
And that's the story of Mark Waynard as recorded on The Clock. Coincidence? Well, perhaps, but an uncle of mine can testify to the veracity of that story. He occupies a prominent position on the courthouse wall of a small Midwestern town, and he's often watched a brilliant young lawyer plead his cases. But Mark Waynard isn't prosecuting attorney anymore. He's now counsel for the defense.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time. This program was written by Lawrence Clee and starred Hart Maguire as the voice of the Clock. As Mark Waynard, you heard John Bushell. As Brophy, Ken Wayne. Others were Al Garcia, Len Teal, Margaret Christensen, and Owen Weingott. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
Time moves slowly, but its power is great. There is nothing material on this earth that can escape its effects. The mighty Colosseum in the city of Rome was a magnificent colossus 2,000 years ago. Today its glory is dimmed, and on some future tomorrow, even these impressive ruins will be less than dust. The very surface of this planet can be changed in the course of time, and life itself falls within the boundaries of a certain number of years. Yes, everything in the universe which is familiar to us is affected by the ticking of the clock, with one exception. Only death is timeless.
Hello? Hello? I'm still on the wire. Would you hurry with that call, please? It's an emergency. Thank you. Yes, I'd appreciate it.
Haven't they got through, Martin?
Not yet, darling. There was a storm about 100 miles west of here. Some of the lines are down. They're redirecting the call through St. Joseph.
Oh, something awful must have happened, or they wouldn't have wired. I'm so frightened,
Darling,
Martin.
take it easy. It may not be anything.
Oh, hello, yes. Yes, this is Mr. Gaines. Who's this?
Oh, I see. Is it serious? Yes, we'll get plane reservations immediately. With any luck, we'll be home in 5 or 6 hours. Yeah, that's... doctor, anything that you can do, well, no expenses to be... Yeah. Of course. Thank you. Goodbye, doctor.
What is it, Martin? Tell me.
It's Billy.
What's happened to him?
He was injured at school.
Badly?
I don't know yet.
Martin?
No, Flo, darling, look, we can't afford to get hysterical. Billy is a very strong boy. He'll be all right.
We've got to get home immediately.
We'll leave the car here and take a plane. We'll go down to the lobby now and get the first flight out.
Martin.
Yes.
Is our boy going to die? Tell me the truth.
Darling, we've just got to hope for the best, that's all.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gaines, but it's impossible.
Can't you understand? This is an emergency. We've got to get plane seats.
But there are no planes taking off.
Well, none at all.
They've all been grounded between here and St. Joseph. The weather's pretty bad a little farther south.
Oh, what about trains?
Yes. Well, the next train out leaves at 9 tomorrow morning.
But that means we wouldn't get home until late tomorrow afternoon.
I'm sorry.
What do we do, Martin?
We'll drive, darling. That's what we'll do. If we drive all night and the roads are good, we'll be home at dawn.
That might be the best idea, sir, particularly if you know the route. There's a shortcut through the mountains that may save you a great deal of time.
We came in from the coast. Do you have a map showing us that shortcut?
I'll get one for you, sir,
Thank
from
you.
the porter.
Martin, they told us to avoid the mountains. They said the roads were bad and we'd certainly get lost.
Darling, what else can we do?
I beg your pardon.
What?
I couldn't help overhearing your conversation. Do you intend driving north through the mountain road tonight?
Why, yes.
Well, I happen to be going in the same direction, and I'm in the same position as you are. I can't wait for a train, you see. I was wondering if you'd mind giving me a lift.
Well, I'm
I'm familiar with the roads, Mr. Gaines. I can get you to your destination without a moment's unnecessary delay.
Oh, you sure you know the way in this,
Crocker, Mrs. Crocker. Yes, I know every inch of the highway. I've been over it many times.
Oh, fine. Well, and by all means, come along. We'll be glad to have you.
Thank you. I'll wait for you in the front of the hotel.
Fine. Darling, that's a break for us.
Martin, how did she happen to know our name?
Yes, she did, didn't she? That's odd. Oh, well, she might have heard someone page us in the lobby.
Here's your map, sir. I've marked the best route in pencil, but you'll have to be very careful. Roads are tricky.
Thank you very much. I think we'll be all right. Mrs. Crocker is coming along with us. She seems to know the way.
Mrs. Crocker?
She appeared to be staying at this
The
hotel.
woman walked out just a minute ago with the overnight bag.
There must be some mistake, Mr. Gaines. There's no one registered here named Crocker.
Are you sure we won't be taking a chance, Martin?
I think she seems respectable enough. She may have come here from another hotel to get plane reservation.
Oh, well, I guess it's all right.
Of course it is, darling. The bellboy put our bags in the car there.
Where is Mrs. Crocker?
I think she said she'd wait here in front of the door.
Martin, there's someone sitting in our car.
What? Oh, it's Mrs. Crocker. Come on, darling.
You'd think she'd have waited for us.
I hope she knows the roads as well as she says she does.
Well, hello there.
I decided to wait in your car. It was more comfortable.
That's all right. Hop in, Flo.
Yes, all right, darling. All right.
Good. How did you know which car was ours, Mrs. Crocker?
I just guessed.
Well, here we go.
May I suggest that you turn left at the corner and proceed up Main Street for 1.5 miles? The state highway begins right there.
Looks as though we'll have no need for that map with you in the car, Mrs. Crocker.
I told you I know the way. Is your boy very ill? Wait. How did you know about it? Oh, I believe you mentioned it at the desk clerk.
We did?
He seems to be hurt very badly, Mrs. Crocker. That's why we're so anxious to get home just as fast as we can.
Incidentally, we live in Thornton. It's about 50 miles north of St. Joseph. We'll drop you off at St. Joseph if you like.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Gaines. I happen to be going to Thornton myself.
Oh, really? You live there?
No, but I have business there.
Oh.
And I dare say it's just as urgent as yours. This highway leads halfway through the mountains. Keep bearing left at all the intersections. I'll tell you when to branch off.
Fine. Well, you certainly know your way around, Mrs. Crocker. I've hardly seen you even glance at the road signs we've passed.
I've no need for road signs, Mr. Gaines.
How do you feel, darling?
Oh, a little better, darling, now that we're well on our way.
You know, we were very foolish to get so panicky. Everything's going to be fine. I can feel it.
You see, Mrs. Crocker, Martin and I were taking a short vacation when we heard the news concerning our son.
Yeah, first vacation I've had in 4 years, too.
Oh, too bad it's been spoiled.
I don't care about that. Just let that son of ours pull out of this and I'll be the happiest man alive.
Do you consider that to be a lucky distinction, Mr. Gaines?
What?
The expression you just used, the happiest man alive. I wonder exactly how much pleasure that encompasses.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow you.
Well, is life so wonderful? I'm afraid the human race doesn't have a proper appreciation for death. It seems
Hey, Mrs. Crocker, would it be all right with you if we talk about something else?
I'm sorry.
Looks like we're running into that storm they told us about, darling.
Oh, you'd better drive carefully if it starts to rain, Martin.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, darn it, I hate to slow down. Every minute counts.
You could drive as fast as you like, Mr. Gaines. You'll be safe enough.
Yes, but these turns are a little tricky. Won't do anyone any good to get us killed.
I doubt very much if that would happen while I'm around, Mr. Gaines. As long as I show you the way.
Sure we will be. You're not nervous, are you, Flo? Let me know if I'm going too fast.
No, I'm all right, darling.
Well, if it's okay with both of you, I'll keep this pace.
Don't worry about me, Mr. Gaines. I'm just as anxious to get to Thornton as you are.
You better put that window up, darling.
All right.
Getting hard to see, even with the wipers working.
Do be careful, Martin.
There's a left turn about 1/4 mile from here. Watch for it.
You can even recognize the landscape in this rain.
Martin, when you make your next stop for gas, maybe we can call home again?
Yes, darling, we'll try.
I wouldn't advise it. You'll probably find no change in the boy's condition.
Why do you say that, Mrs. Crocker?
His injury is the type that reaches a crisis, and it's still too soon.
But you don't know anything at all about his injury.
No.
Martin!
Yeah, I didn't see him. I didn't see him till I hit him.
What was it?
The dog. He's back there on the road.
Don't bother to go back to him.
Well, he may be suffering. I can't leave him there like that.
I'll go with you, darling.
The rain's letting up a little. It's still very dark, though.
Look, there he is, Martin.
What?
Back there in the middle of the highway.
That poor devil, the wheels passed over his body. I felt the bump.
You really feel so sorry for him.
I don't see anything to smile about, Mrs. Crocker.
Don't you have any sympathy?
That poor thing, it looks as if he's dead. Yes, and perhaps we can bring him into town and drop him off at the police station. So...
Martin, look at Mrs. Crocker.
She's walking toward the path.
Martin, the dog.
He's getting up. hit him full on.
He's walking away as if nothing had happened. Perhaps we'd better be on our way, Mr. Gaines.
Yes, I didn't hit him after all.
It just mightn't have been his time, Mr. Gaines.
Get back in the car, darling.
Yes, all right, dear.
Yeah.
That left turn I spoke about is right around the bend. What did you do to that dog, Mrs. Crocker?
Flo.
I saw her touch him. He was lying there, dying. But he got up when she touched him.
Flo, take it easy.
Who are you, Mrs. Crocker? Just a traveler as you are. Anxious to arrive at her destination. Turn left here, Mr. Gaines. This is the road.
Road's empty. We're making good time, Flo. Flo?
He's asleep, Mr. Gaines.
Oh. She had a tough night.
Your wife is rather a nervous woman, isn't she?
No, not usually. You'll have to forgive that outburst before Mrs. Crocker. She's not herself tonight.
Oh, I understand.
You see, this is the first time she's ever come face to face with death.
Oh.
I didn't tell her this, but they're afraid the boy has a fractured skull.
Yes, I did.
You know?
I could see by your manner that the case was rather serious.
The kid will come through, though. He'll lick the old reaper. I'm betting on him.
The old reaper? Is that your mental picture of death?
Well, isn't it everyone's?
Well, I didn't know the slander was universal.
Slander?
Oh, I've seen drawings, amusing in a way. A grinning skull and a scythe and bony fingers. And death is always portrayed as a man. That joke in itself is always carried just a little too far.
You talk as if death actually existed as something you could see or touch.
Well, don't you believe that?
Well, of course not.
And what is death? Tell me how you imagine it.
Well, it's a state of being, something that just happens, that's all.
You seem very vague about it, Mr. Gaines.
Why shouldn't I be? Who knows anything about death?
Those who've met her do.
Did you say her?
Why not?
But it's not a woman.
Are you sure?
Well, no, I'm not sure. How did we get into this subject anyway?
Well, it's an interesting topic. Please continue.
Well, I'd rather not.
Just as you say.
Mrs. Crocker.
Yes.
Do you mind if I asked you why you're going to Thornton? You don't live there.
Only temporary, on odd occasion.
Oh? I know everyone who's ever lived in that town. I've never even heard your name mentioned.
Oh, yes, you have, Mr. Gaines.
He has not, and neither have I.
But, darling, I thought you were asleep.
We've never heard of Crocker, and we've lived there 20 years.
But what's in the name?
Martin, stop the car.
Flo.
Stop the car, Martin. She's getting out.
Here? At this time of night?
I don't care what time of night it is. Get rid of her, Martin. She frightens me.
Darling, it isn't really fair to do that. We can drop Mrs. Crocker off at the next town, perhaps, but not here.
Why don't you do as I ask, Martin? Why don't you? I can't stand her riding with us.
But I'm your friend, Mrs. Gaines. I may bring you luck.
If you don't stop the car and get rid of her,
Flo,
I
don't
will...
touch that wheel!
Martin, the ditch! Martin?
Yes, darling. You're all right.
Yes, I think so.
Good. Mrs. Crocker?
Do you know what happened?
Yes, we turned over twice. The car's back on its wheels.
Try starting your motor.
That's impossible.
The ditch levels off with the road a few yards down. You can get back on the highway if you try.
I can't believe it. We should have been killed. We haven't even been scratched.
Didn't I tell you before, Mr. Gaines, that I might bring you luck?
You say this jalopy turned all the way over twice and landed back on its wheels?
Yes.
Oh, you must live right, mister. You should have ended up in a hearse.
Martin, I just called home. There's been no change.
How far are we from St. Joe?
Oh, about 200 miles.
What's the road like?
Straight highway, macadam. You leave the mountains about 10 miles up.
Martin, she's gone inside for a cup of coffee. We can leave her here. We can't get lost anymore.
Get in quickly.
Yes, all right.
Hey, wait a minute, mister.
Here's your money. Just get out of my way, will you?
Hey!
There she is. She's standing near the door. And she's smiling.
Hey!
The dawn should be coming up pretty soon.
Oh, how much farther, Martin?
7,500 miles. I wonder who she was.
I don't know, and I don't care. She's gone now. That's all that counts.
How did she frighten you so, darling?
The way she talked, the way she smiled. There was something about her that wasn't human.
I'm beginning to feel a little guilty about her.
Why?
It wasn't very nice to leave her stranded at that station. Can't understand why we did it now.
But you felt the same way about her as I did.
Just how did you feel, darling?
Oh, I told you. It was like riding with a mad woman. The way she talked about death. Well, you were afraid of her yourself, Martin.
Yes, I suppose I was. But why? That's what I can't understand, now that it's over.
Oh, well, maybe we were a little silly about it.
Maybe.
But she's gone, so we may as well forget about her.
Did you say she was gone? Look up ahead at the bend of the road.
What? Oh, she's standing there, Martin. Martin, don't stop. For heaven's sake, don't stop.
Did you see her face in the headlights?
Yes.
She was smiling again. Mrs. Crocker is a very mysterious lady, isn't she? Let us see if time will reveal any more about her. Darling.
Yes, darling?
We're home.
Oh, thank heaven.
The lights are still on in the house. Be careful, darling. Here, I'll take my arm. There we are.
Wait, Martin.
What's the matter?
On the corner.
The corner's empty?
I almost thought I saw her again.
Oh, darling, don't be silly. We made that last 50 miles in 1 hour flat. Nobody passed us on the road.
Yes, but how did she get ahead of us the first
She probably got a lift, darling. Anyway, forget about her. We've got something more important on our mind.
Yes, darling. Here, I've got the key.
Thanks. He's probably upstairs, Flo.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, Dr. Carter.
I'm glad to see you both.
How is he, Doctor?
Very weak.
Oh, Billy, I'm going up to see him.
You can't go up now, Mrs. Gaines.
I can't?
Your son is still in the coma. The nurse is with him.
How does it look, Doctor?
The next few hours, or even minutes, may tell the story. We've taken x-rays and done everything we can.
Would you stay a little longer?
Of course. May I call my office?
Yes, certainly.
The phone's inside.
Oh, excuse me.
Certainly. Sit down, darling. Now try to relax.
What did he mean when he said the next few hours or minutes may tell us the story?
Don't you know?
Oh, Martin.
Oh, honey, he's still got a fighting chance.
Martin.
I'll go.
Don't go, Martin. Don't answer the door.
Flo.
It's that woman. It's that horrible woman. I know it is. Don't let her into the house. Martin.
Darling, I've got to answer it. The doctor may have ordered some drugs.
No, don't go near that door, Martin.
Take it easy, honey. There's nothing to get excited about. We're home. This is our house. We're not on a lonely road in the mountainside anymore.
Martin, I beg
I'll be
you.
right back, darling.
Good morning.
What are you doing here, Mrs. Crocker?
May I come in?
I don't know how you found us, Mrs. Crocker, but you'll have to leave.
Is the boy upstairs?
Stay where you are. Do you hear?
Don't move, Mrs. Crocker. Good morning, Mrs.
Flo,
Hale.
what are you doing with that gun?
She's not going up to Billy's room. Perhaps I can do something for him,
I
Mrs.
said you're
Gale.
not going up to Billy's room.
Oh, for heaven's sake, darling.
Now I know who she is, Martin. And I should have known from the beginning.
You're being very foolish, Mrs. Gaines.
Now I know why she's been following us. And I know what she wants.
Flo, give me that gun.
Keep away from me, Martin.
Would you really kill me, Mrs. Gaines?
With pleasure. To save my son. I don't believe
Flo, don't be silly.
Get out of my way, Martin. Get out of my way. Well, why don't you shoot? This will be the last we'll see of you, Mrs. Crocker. I'll make sure of that now. The gun. It won't. It seems to be useless. However, I'm a reasonable woman. I've decided to leave after all.
Mr. Gaines.
Yes.
May I see you for a moment?
Go ahead, Martin. I won't move from this spot until she
I'll be
leaves.
right back.
It isn't often that I change my mind when I decide to make a call, Mrs. Gaines. You said you were leaving. Why don't you go? You might remember me to your side. Get out. I never want to see you again as long as I live. I assure you, Mrs. Gaines, you won't.
Flo! Flo, he's come out of it.
What?
Billy, he's come out of his coma. The doctor says he's going to be all right.
Oh, Martin.
Oh, darling. You'll be able to see him in just a few minutes. That's my girl. Come on, pull yourself together.
I'll try.
That's the girl. Oh, did she go?
Yes.
Hey, let's have it. You're still holding my gun.
Take it away, Martin, please.
Oh, thank goodness it was empty. Darling, you must have been out of your mind.
For a minute, I didn't care. I'd have killed her gladly if it meant saving Billy.
But, honey, she wasn't responsible for his injury. Darling, for all we know, she might have just come here to help.
Martin, am I going crazy? Oh, she isn't here anymore. I feel as if I just woke up from a horrible dream.
Oh. I want you to look at this gun.
Martin.
6 bullets. It wasn't empty after all.
Yes, time moves slowly, and most of us never seem to have enough of it to go around. There's always something else to accomplish, something new to do, and we scurry from one place to another to get it done. Minutes and hours form the very core of our lives, and we hoard them and save them as best we can. It's a valuable commodity to all of us. And the only one I've ever met who had a little to spare was Mrs. Crocker.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time. This program was written by Lawrence Clee and starred Hart Maguire as the Clock. As Martin and Flo, you heard John Million and Joan Lord. As Mrs. Crocker, Neva Carr Glynn, with Gordon Glenwright as the Doctor. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
I suppose there is nothing absolutely certain in this world, materialistically speaking, but the element of time. A minute is just so long, and a day has just so many hours. We're sure of these things. We know that nothing can change them. Habits, styles, morals, laws, all these can be changed, and often are, according to our civilization. But no man will ever be powerful enough to revoke the franchise which permits the sun to rise and set. It is probably the only certainty we have. Death and taxes, Yes, I know the old adage, but I disagree with it. Taxes vary. They're levied according to need, and they're not always universal. As for death, she comes as she pleases, that's true, but she can also be bidden to come. She is subject in part to men's caprice. Although I have known at least one occasion when she was invited with the utmost urgency, and she failed to arrive on time.
Oh, come in, Joe.
Enid? I didn't expect to find you here. Is he very ill?
No, he's just very silly. He wired you, too?
Yes, I'm surprised he spent the money. A penny postcard is as far as Uncle Amos will go. What's wrong with him?
He's got a cold. An ordinary sniffling fourth-rate cold. He even called a doctor.
What's the matter? The old goat afraid he's going to die?
He'll never die. He'll outlive the two of us. And he'll carry his money with him to the grave in cash.
Don't be so pessimistic, Cousin Enid. Nobody lives forever.
Uncle Amos can even break that rule, too. While he's alive, I suppose we'll have to wait on him hand and foot. He'll keep sending me wires every time he sneezes so he can get me up here to drool over him. It's because he's too mean to hire a nurse.
I wonder what he called me for.
Wait until you find out. You're going to do the housework.
What?
His houseman left him 2 days ago. I suppose he asked for a raise. Uncle Amos would probably prefer to starve to death alone. You've been elected to take a valet's place.
But that's ridiculous. I'm not a scullery maid.
But you're Uncle Amos's nearest relative, and so am I. You'll be a scullery maid, darling. And I'll be a nurse, whether we like it or not. Oh, that's the doctor. The old boy must have chewed his ear off.
Oh, good evening. Good evening.
Dr. Morton. My cousin, Joel Hewitt.
How do you do?
Oh, glad to know you, Doctor.
How is he?
Oh, he'll be all right. He's just a little crotchety, that's all.
Is it merely a cold, Doctor?
Touch of bronchitis. But, well, he's not getting any younger, Miss Carraway. At his age, he's got to watch himself.
You mean this might develop into something else?
Well, not if he's careful. Now, just keep him warm and watch his diet. Don't let him overeat. And don't let him go out of doors until he's completely well. Also, I want him to avoid drafts.
I see.
Yeah. Well, I'll be on my way now. If you need me for anything, here's my card. Oh, he asked me to send you up to his room. I suppose you'd better go along, Mr. Hewitt, as long as you're here. He'll probably be glad to see you.
Probably.
Yes, well, good night.
Good night, Doctor.
Good night.
The old fraud. Lying up there like a dancing girl in a harem. Who does he think he is?
He's our uncle, Cousin Enid, the one with all that lovely money, remember? And he's going to leave it all to us. Smile very sweetly now. Show all your pretty teeth. The master is still the master. As long as he lives.
Come in. What took you so long? What were you doing down there, anyway?
Joel just arrived, Uncle Amos.
I hope you're comfortable, sir.
I hope you're comfortable, sir. You're still the same idiot you always were.
Can I get you anything, Uncle Amos?
No.
Here. Let me fluff up the pillow for you.
Oh, okay. Stop diddling with that pillow and sit down.
Yes, Uncle Amos.
Uncle Amos, do you mind if I smoke?
Yes, I do.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
I think Uncle Amos wants me to read to him before we tuck him in, Joe.
I think Uncle Amos wants you to stop being so hypocritical about your concern for Uncle Amos. I haven't got senile yet, not by a long shot. And I know why you kowtow and rub your noses on the floor. You're not fooling me. You're just sitting around, the two of you, waiting for me to die.
Oh, Uncle Amos, how could you say such a thing?
But I'm going to outsmart you. I'm going to live to be 100, by Jupiter. We'll see who attends whose funeral when the time comes.
You do us a great injustice, Uncle.
Oh, I do, eh? Well, why don't you prove it? Why don't you go out and get yourself a decent job instead of sponging on me every time you're in a spot?
Uncle Amos is right, Joel. You ought
Never you mind agreeing with me. If I ever saw a gold digger, you're the one.
What?
You couldn't even stay married if your husband couldn't stand you.
Don't you talk to me like that.
Well, touched you where it hurt, eh?
I'm very sorry, Uncle Amos. I didn't mean to be rude to you.
You mean that you didn't mean to be rude to me money? Yes, fine pair you are. Well, I'm no idiot. And I've worked hard for my wealth. I'm not going to have it squandered after I'm dead.
What do you mean, sir?
I'll tell you what I mean. I asked you to come here because I'm changing my will.
You are?
Yes, next week my lawyer's coming over and I'm doing a little rewriting. yes, I'm going to rewrite the script. Cousin Joel and Cousin Enid. I don't like my leading characters. I'm getting new actors.
What have we done?
Nothing at all. That's just it. You're a loafer and she's a leech. And there isn't one shred of honesty between the two of you. Well, I'm not leaving me money to people like you. I'm turning my estate over to 3 charity organizations.
You couldn't do that.
Oh, couldn't I?
You can't leave us high and dry, not of the way we...
Enid, that's not very nice.
What are you talking about? How can you sit
We
there
are going to prove that Uncle Amos was wrong about us, Enid. We're going to show him we never loved him for his money.
Yeah? You do that, Joel, and I'll eat this bed, pillow and all.
Now, just a minute.
Enid, we'd better let Uncle Amos get some rest.
Yes, get out of here, the two of you. I'm sick of looking at you.
Well, we'll see you in the morning, Uncle Amos.
Oh, wonderful. Now I've got something to look forward to. Enid, bring me a glass of warm milk before you turn in. You understand?
Yes, Uncle Amos. Good night.
Good night, Uncle Amos. Pleasant dreams.
Double-crossing old baboon. I could smash him.
Take it easy. I want to talk to you downstairs.
How could you contain yourself in there? Don't you know what this means?
It means we've got to protect our interests.
How are you going to do that? He can change his will if he wants to.
He can change it if he wants to. But suppose he doesn't get the chance.
What do you mean?
I have a plan. It's a good one. We can stop him very easily.
Oh, you're crazy, Joel. Nothing short of murder could do it.
Exactly, Cousin Enid.
No, it's too risky, Joel. We'd never get away with it.
Afraid?
I don't want to spend my life in jail.
Don't be a fool. I tell you, this is foolproof. He's got a cold, and the doctor hinted he was afraid of complications. Well, all we have to do is make certain those complications come up.
How?
Look, put 4 of these into that glass of milk he asked for.
What is it? Poison?
They're sleeping pills. With 4 of them inside him, it'd take an earthquake to wake him up before morning.
And then what?
It gets rather cold up here at night, even at this time of the year. We'll open every window in his room. That should help his bronchitis.
I'm not certain it'll work.
Look, he's got a large refrigerator in the kitchen, hasn't he?
Yes.
I'll get all the ice cubes out after he's asleep. I'll take off his pajama top and put them on his chest. Let them melt there and let the night air evaporate them. I guarantee he'll be much sicker by tomorrow morning.
But, Joel, it'll still take time.
A day or 2. At his age, resistance is low. If we keep at it, he'll be too far gone by the time we call a doctor.
Oh, I don't know. It worries me. Suppose he wakes up.
I tell you, he won't wake up. Those pills are strong. 2 of them have put me in a stupor for hours. Oh, we can't fail if we work it right. We can get his bed away from the window and clean the place up by morning. Then we repeat the process again tomorrow night. And wait for results.
You're sure it's cold enough?
Open the window. Yes. Temperature's falling. In this part of the country, it often drops below freezing, even now.
Maybe it's not too bad an idea after all. What can they prove against us?
That's right. Nothing. Enid, are you awake?
Have you gone in there?
An hour ago. I cleaned up and moved his bed. He won't know what happened. Come on, let's go in and see him. He ought to be waking up by now, coughing his stupid head off.
Yes, then what?
We tell him the doctor's ordered him to cut down on food. We've got to lower his resistance as much as possible. Then maybe we can get him out of the house. He'll be sick and he'll be weak. And he'll probably have a high fever by mid-afternoon.
Did you hear anything?
No. Maybe he's still asleep. We'd hear him coughing if he wasn't. Come on. And be very quiet.
Where's my coffee?
Uncle Amos.
Oh,
Uncle, how do you feel?
Fine. Perfect. My cold's all gone. Slept like a top. That's all I needed. Sleep? Yes, I never felt better in my life. Where in blazes is me coffee? Get down to the kitchen, the two of you, and make me some breakfast.
You're sure you don't feel congested, Uncle? I mean, your chest, you haven't done any coffee?
Don't you wish I did? You know, I wouldn't be surprised if you kept your fingers crossed so I'd get double pneumonia.
We'll get to a coffee, Uncle Amos, right away.
Yes, well, you be quick about it. And you can tell that doctor he won't be needed anymore. I cured myself.
That was quite a scheme you had. Any other bright ideas?
All right. But that doesn't mean we're licked. He's human like everyone else. We'll try again and use another method. Only this time we won't be quite so subtle.
Death is a lady of leisure. She is the only one I know of who has no need for a watch. She has time to spare, and occasionally she's rather generous with it, as Uncle Amos can testify. For Uncle Amos was living on borrowed time.
What time is it?
Almost 5.
Oh, I've been running around like a charwoman all day long. Now he's yelling for his dinner.
Where is he?
Back in bed.
You mean he's ill again?
No such luck. He's relaxing. He told me he's been reading pamphlets on how to live longer. He relaxes on his back 4 hours a day.
Stubborn, isn't he? Well, we'll fix him.
Look, Joel, maybe we'd better forget about it.
Are you out of your mind?
We tried it once and we failed. We can't do anything too obvious.
What I have in mind for him this evening isn't obvious at all. In fact, it's the most natural thing in the world.
No, Joel.
All right, we'll let it go if you want to. $500,000. We'll let it slip through our fingers like gravy. Go on, see if you can buy yourself clothes and diamonds on £15 a week.
God, he has no right to give that money away.
And if we are perfect fools, we'll let him do it.
What other plan did you have, Joel?
Now you're talking. Today I went into town to do some shopping.
Mm-hmm.
Uncle Amos is fond of oysters, you know. I wanted to please him.
Oysters?
Yes. Come into the kitchen for a moment. Now, take a look on that table.
I don't get it.
They're on the half shell, and they've been soaking in alcohol all day.
What will that do to him?
Give him indigestion.
But indigestion won't kill him.
It might. However, I've added a dash of flavoring to the oysters just to make certain.
Poison?
Have you ever heard of botulism?
No.
It's a deadly poison which forms in certain foods after they've spoiled. It's tasteless and odorless, and it kills overnight.
How do you get the stuff?
Uncle Amos's former cook was rather obliging. He left an open can of food in the kitchen. It's been here for days.
But he'd never eat that.
Just a few drops in each oyster should be enough to give him food poisoning. I'll cover the entire mess with plenty of cocktail sauce. He'll never taste a thing.
Where in blazes is my dinner?
Coming right up, Uncle Amos.
I'll get a mistake. Meanwhile, you bring the old idiot his first course. Eat it. Oysters a la Tomaine.
It's 2:30. I'm getting tired.
Wait. I'm going to see him in half an hour.
Do you think it worked?
By this time, he ought to be gasping in pain, if it hasn't killed him already.
Well, why doesn't he leave his room? Why doesn't he scream?
He might have passed out.
What was that?
Sounds like someone in the kitchen.
Joel.
Take it easy. If we've got unexpected company, I'll get rid of him.
Uncle Amos!
Uncle Amos, what are you doing here?
Looking for something to eat, you nincompoop. I'm starved.
You feel all right?
That was a big dinner you had this evening.
Yes, I feel fine. Say, what's wrong with you two? Look as if you'd seen a ghost.
Oh, we thought there was a burglar in here. It frightened us.
Yeah, well, you ought to be in bed.
Can I help you find what you want, Uncle Amos?
Did you buy those oysters this morning?
Why, yes. Didn't you like them?
Like them? I'll say I did. They were delicious. Is there any more left? That's what I'm looking for now.
Will you stop pacing the floor?
Oh, you're very clever. You're a genius. That's twice you've tried. How many chances do you think you'll get?
I can't help it if the man has an iron constitution. Maybe that food wasn't as bad as I thought it was.
Well, I'm going to pack and get out of here in the morning.
Go ahead. I'm leaving myself.
Let him keep his money. At least I won't have to spend another night in this place. Look at it. Hasn't been painted in years. It's got rats in the cellar and bugs in the kitchen. It makes me sick.
Yeah, it's certainly a decrepit old mansion. Yeah, it must have been elegant, though, in the old days.
Well, we're not living in the mauve decade. Stingy old miser hasn't even bothered to take the gas fixtures out.
Gas fixture?
Yes, didn't you notice that jet on the wall in his room?
No.
Well, it's there. There's one in my room, too. Joel?
You just thought of it, too, eh?
How do we know the gas still flows through those jets?
Look at that stove. It's 35 years old, but he still uses it. I'll bet you there's a connection between the stove and those jets. He'd never spend the money to have the pipes blocked up.
Joel, that's even riskier than the other ways we tried.
An accident is an accident. Besides, who can prove he didn't want to kill himself?
Where are you going, Joel?
Up to his room. It's after 4. He must be asleep. And I can check that jet by smelling it after I turn it on. This trip, we're making no mistakes.
Time is running out for the evil plans of Enid and Joel. Can they beat time? Let us see.
Shh. Be very quiet.
I don't hear a sound.
Give me that handkerchief. I'm keeping it over my nose.
What are you going to do?
I break the windows as soon as I go in. Then you'll call the doctor. You'll act hysterical. You know how to play it.
Oh, go on. Open the door.
He's lying on the bed, Enid. We finished him.
But, Joel, I don't smell any gas.
What? You're right. Could he have got up himself and turned it off?
What's the matter?
Good morning, Uncle Amos.
Morning. It's still pitch dark. Put on that wall light. What are you two up to?
We thought we heard you call.
You might have had a bad dream.
I've been having a wonderful dream. Now you woke me up. I'll never get back to sleep.
I'm sorry, Uncle Amos.
Yes, I can see you are. Get me a glass of warm milk. That might help me get another hour or two of sleep.
Right away, Uncle Amos. Right away. You stupid fool, you insufferable idiot. That's what I get for letting you handle
things. I just can't understand it. I smelled the gas when I turned the jet on. Enid.
Now what?
Look behind the stove.
Well, what is it?
A gas meter. We forgot to put the money in the meter. We should have known the skinflint would have a contraption like that.
And you told me you thought of everything.
Beginning to get me down. How can he slip through our hands like that time after time?
Maybe your ideas are just plain rotten. You've muffed it 3 times in a row.
Yes, maybe we better not try the gas again if he's getting suspicious.
Well, I don't care what you try, Joe. But you're trying it without me. You've had your chance. I'm through. I'm getting his glass of milk for him, and then I'm packing my things.
I'm not through. Not by a long shot.
Well, I don't care what you do. I'm finished.
What are you doing?
Warming his milk. It's the last thing I'm going to do for him. I can assure you of that. I'm packing right now.
Well, there'll be no question about it this time, Enid. No question at all.
Well?
It's Joel.
Don't try to talk me out of anything, Joel. I've made up my mind.
Enid, you're very impetuous.
If that's another word for smart, I'll agree with you. I know when I've had enough.
Are you willing to let your half of his fortune go?
Oh, what fortune? A few days from now, you'll be bounced out of his will along with me.
A few days from now can be a long, long time.
Well, what are you grinning at? What's the joke?
Stick around. You'll see in just a few minutes. Oh, I've botched things up, I'll admit, but sooner or later I had to connect.
Oh.
What's the matter?
I don't know. I feel funny all over. My stomach must have gone back on me.
Oh, too much excitement, probably.
I've gone through plenty in the last couple of days because of your stupidity. I need a rest.
You'll get one very soon. Did you give him his milk?
Yes, I just...
What in the blazes is wrong with you?
I just got a violent pain. Why did you ask me about his milk?
Because it helped me to arrange things.
What?
He was getting suspicious, Enid. I could see it in his face. He might have started to make trouble in the morning. We had to finish him off.
What was in that milk, Joel?
Something I found in the cellar.
Answer me, what was in it?
Rat poison.
Oh, no. No, Joe, you didn't.
I told you he was getting suspicious.
Joe, save me, for heaven's sake, save me.
Enid.
I drank that milk myself.
Enid.
He told me he didn't want it. He said he thought we were trying to poison him. I drank it to prove that we weren't.
Open up there, open up.
Stand back, Doc. I'll shift the lock off. All right, you. Put your hands up.
Who are you?
Police, mister. Take a look at the girl, Doc.
Yeah, just a second.
How did you get here?
She's dead.
Yeah.
You hold on to him, officer. I may still be able to save the old man.
All right, on your feet, mister. So you knocked the two of them off,
No.
huh? Don't tell me, now. The old man phoned the doc just half an hour ago. Said he thought you were trying to kill him.
Uncle Amos. Phoned?
Yeah, did you get him, too?
No, he's upstairs. He's all right.
But you won't be, mister. Now, we got you for the girl.
Let me sit down for a moment, will you?
Go ahead.
I need some water.
You just sit where you are, mister, until the doc gets back.
I tell you, Uncle Amos is all right.
I don't know where you fellas get your ideas. Can't wait for an old geezer to die, can you? Gotta have your money in a hurry.
Who said I...
Look, your uncle gave us enough over the phone to hang you twice, so we don't try to deny anything. We got it all down on paper.
But Amos is still alive. Maybe he'll retract. I mean...
All right, officer. Take him away.
How's the old man, Doc?
He's dead.
Dead? But I didn't kill him. I swear I didn't.
I know you didn't.
No.
Your Uncle Amos died a few minutes ago of natural causes. He had a heart attack.
Well, I hope I've proven my point. There is nothing quite so certain as the hours and days and years that make up the element known as time, with perhaps one small exception that proves the rule. And it's known as retribution.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time. Written by Lawrence Clee and starring Hart Maguire as the Clock. You heard as Joel, Enid, and Amos, John Bushell, Dinah Shearing, and Tom Farley, with Harvey Adams. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production. Radio production. Radio production. Radio production.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
From the point of view of time, the world is filled with objects that are aging. The giant redwood trees in California, for example, were full grown when Marco Polo found his way to China. There are pyramids in Mexico that were already relics when King Tut was a schoolboy. And the deep canyons and breathtaking crevices which hold the tourists spellbound in Yellowstone Park count their birthdays in the millions. These venerable landmarks may have been preceded by Father Time himself. But there is still nothing in this world that is quite so old as yesterday's newspaper.
Eddie? This is McLean.
Oh?
McLean, your city editor.
Oh, yeah, morning.
Morning, it's almost noon. Must have been kicking the gong around last night.
Oh, a little party, nothing terrific. Hey, wait a minute. This is Thursday, McLean.
So what?
Thursday's my day off.
From now on, it's Friday. I have an assignment for you.
Oh, no. Can't you get Herman? I'm dead tired.
Herman's away. Besides, this is just your dish. Now, I've arranged for an exclusive interview with Francine Moulton.
Well, the dame who just got an acquittal on a murder
Yeah,
charge?
that's the one. We're paying her $1,000 for an exclusive story. Now, you ought to go over to her home on Sutton Place at 1 o'clock.
Oh, but the case is finished. She's been tried, freed. I don't get it.
She's still good for a little circulation. I'll send Joe with you to get some pictures. It's great for our Sunday supplement.
Yeah. I got the appointment at 1?
Yeah. Joe knows the address. He'll pick you up at 12. And Eddie,
Yeah.
use your noodle. Try to make her talk. You never can tell. You may run up against a brand new twist.
Hey, you know, I hope this Moulton gal will pose. Some of these dames get very touchy when you flash a camera.
For $1,000, she'll pose. Turn left over here.
Yeah. Hey, did you cover the trial?
No, it was on holidays.
Hey, it was quite a shindig. You know, when she got up at the stand and told her story, half the jury pulled out handkerchiefs. They were only out 4 hours.
Her husband fell out of a window, didn't he?
Yeah, from his office. 12 floors above the ground. She was with him when it happened. She claimed she was asking for a divorce, and he tried to scare her by telling her he'd jump. He got too frisky, and he lost his footing.
All right. Well, what kind of a woman is she, Joe?
Oh, well, wait till you see.
Yeah, good looking?
A dreamboat. Great big blue eyes, ash blonde hair, a face like an angel. No wonder the jury fell for her.
You talk like she vamped her way out of it.
I'm not saying. The evidence wasn't strong enough, so she was acquitted. But I can think, can't I?
Still want to be a big detective, huh? Joey Lester, private eye. Okay, Dick Tracy. Well, where's the house? Pull up at the curb. And listen, Dick, I'm the reporter, and you're the fellow with the camera, you see. I'll do the talking.
Okay. Hey, some joint.
See? Pretty classy.
Well, her husband left her plenty. She could afford to live in style.
I wonder why she agreed to give us the story in the first place.
Oh, maybe she's one of those publicity hounds. Love to see her name in the papers.
Should be.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Moulton at home?
Who's calling, please?
Mr. Evans, Daily Tab.
Mrs. Moulton isn't seeing any reporters,
Look,
sir.
tell her we're here, will you? We've got an appointment.
Just stay where you are. For a moment, please.
Hey, nice chassis.
Keep your mind on your camera.
Hey, Eddie. Hey, have a look at this place, will you? Oh, now I know how the other half lives.
The lady has a taste.
Sure, oh, yeah. Only don't let her catch you near any open windows.
Oh, why don't you talk a little louder, you dope? The papers are just dying to defend the slander suit.
Oh, stop riding me, will
Mrs.
you?
Moulton will see you. Please step into the library.
Thanks.
In here, sir. She'll be with you in a moment.
Okay, no, thanks, yeah. Yeah. Let me see. Now, if I get a shot from this side of the room, we can get that painting in up there. You
Is that a picture of Mrs. Moulton?
Yeah. Oh, she's even better looking. Now, get her to sit in that couch, will you, Eddie? The background is perfect.
You're
Great.
all right, Joe. She's beautiful.
Ah, they're all alike.
Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon.
Mrs. Moulton?
Yes.
I'm Eddie Evans, reporter for the Tab. This is Joey Lester, one of our photographers.
Please make yourself comfortable. Would you like something to drink?
Sure,
Don't bother,
I'd like...
Mrs. Moulton. Don't bother. We prefer getting right down to the interview.
Whatever you wish. I suppose you wonder why I consented to give you this interview.
Well, it's easy to see you don't need the money.
I'm giving the money to charity.
Oh. Then why did you give us the green light?
I've gone through a great deal since my husband died. The trial was difficult and it frightened me.
I don't blame you. But you got an acquittal.
Yes, from the jury. But what about the public?
The public?
During the trial, the newspapers were very unfair to me. They pictured me in a sordid way, and they seemed to believe I was playing some kind of a part.
Do you mean they thought that you were guilty?
Yes.
From what I understand, my own paper was one of the worst offenders.
That's why I've given you the exclusive interview. Perhaps it will present my case a little better to the public and help clear my reputation completely.
Look, Mrs. Moulton, how about a picture first before we begin?
A picture?
Yeah, you don't mind, do you? Just sit where you are. That's fine. That's great. That's it. Yeah. Now, cross your legs and let's have a little cheesecake, huh? Lift your dress a little bit, please.
Joe?
Yeah. Huh?
Put the camera away and take off your hat. You're talking to a lady.
Hey, what's the matter with you?
Just ignore him, Mrs. Moulton. No one ever taught him any manners.
What?
I promise you we'll only print what you tell us. Of course, if you want your lawyers to look the story over.
That won't be necessary. I think when you hear what I have to say, Mr. Evans, you'll only print the truth.
I tell you, Chief, the guy is nuts.
He wouldn't let you take any pictures?
No. And boy, what a shot we had. The gal, she's got a shape out of this world. Did you read the story Eddie brought back?
Yes, I did. It's got as much appeal as a can of salmon.
Look, he acted like he was drunk all through the session. You think she was the first blonde he'd ever saw in his life?
Yes, Mr. McLean?
Is Eddie Evans out there?
Yes, sir.
Send him in. All right, Peter, Joe. I'll talk to Eddie alone.
Hello, Eddie.
Hello, Pinhead. Are you going back to your blocks?
Oh, cut it out.
Evans, we can't use this interview of yours.
Why not?
Because it's too dull, that's why.
I wrote up what she told me.
Oh, for the love of Mike, she's no saint. You've got this thing looking like a lyric of a hymn.
McLean, if you wanted cheesecakes and hysterics, you picked the wrong woman. Mrs. Moulton happens to be a lady.
All right. But didn't she tell you anything about her husband? Maybe he was a no good. Maybe he slugged her. We gotta have something to talk about, don't we?
You've got everything right there in that story. Her husband treated her okay until he started going haywire. She doesn't like to talk about him, and I don't blame her.
Listen, Boy Scout, you sound like you've fallen for
Look,
her.
you pay me to get interviews. If you want to do a little muckraking, get someone else.
Don't you talk to me like that. If you think you're going to throw $1,000 down the drain just to cover a cheap blonde, you got...
Next time, maybe you're going to have a little more respect.
There won't be any next time, Evans. You're fired. Now get out!
Good evening.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Evans.
Is Mrs. Moulton at home?
Yes, please come in.
Thank you.
Who is that, Sally? Mr. Evans. Oh. Hello. It's so nice to see you again.
I, just stopped by for a minute. Maybe I'd better talk to you alone.
Excuse me, ma'am. Yes, Sally.
I just wanted to warn you not to give out any more interviews.
What do you mean?
Well, the one you gave me didn't satisfy Mr. Big at the office. He wants more dirt.
I see.
They may send someone around for another try. So don't see him.
Thank you for telling me.
It's all right.
I hope I haven't caused you any inconveniences. I mean, you didn't get into any trouble because of that story, did you?
Oh, I only got fired, that's all.
Oh, no.
But it wasn't the story, it was something else. I can pick up another job. Do you mind if I tell you something?
Of course not.
You won't think that I'm too fresh.
No.
I've never met a woman like you before. What I mean is I was nursed in the gutter and brought up in an alley. I've been covering criminals for that cheap paper so long, I think I've forgotten what a lady looks like. But after meeting you, I remembered again.
You're very sweet, Mr. Evans. I'm terribly sorry about what happened.
Forget it. Well, I'll get along now.
Will I see you again?
You mean you want to?
Why not come here for dinner tomorrow night? Come early and we'll have cocktails together. Can you manage it?
Can I manage it? Oh, boy, you just try and keep me away. Give me a quick one, Pete, will you? I got a dinner date in 20 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Oh, hello, Eddie.
Well, look who's here. The Flash Pub Kid himself. Been peeking through any good keyholes lately, Joe?
Oh, look, I'm sorry you got fired, Eddie. No kidding.
Don't feel so sorry. Have yourself a drink.
You mean you're not sore?
Joe, I feel far too good to stay sore anymore.
Hey, there was a letter brought to the office today for you. That's why I came over here. You didn't leave any forwarding address.
No, probably a bill.
Oh, it's not a bill, Eddie. Looks like a woman sent it me. Here.
Thanks. No return address.
You know, I never said anything to the old man if I'd have thought... Hey, what's the matter, Eddie? That letter bad news?
I don't know.
Well, who's it from?
Wasn't signed. Must be some kind of a crank. It doesn't make sense.
What does it say, Eddie?
Just says, even a lady can wash her hands in blood.
As inevitable as it is that the seconds will grow into hours and the hours into years, so is it inevitable that a seed of suspicion will sooner or later ignite in the mind of its bearer, burst into a conflagration to consume his life and leave him nothing but ashes and death.
Another cocktail, Mr. Evans?
No, thanks. I've had enough. Call me Eddie, huh? I don't have enough dignity to add the mister.
You seem disturbed tonight.
I was just thinking of something. Do you have any enemies?
Enemies?
Yeah, a woman who doesn't like you too much?
Not that I know of. Why?
Oh, it isn't important. I would have more sense into paying attention to her. Let me change the subject.
Has someone been talking about me, Eddie?
Not to my face. I wouldn't stand for that, Francine. It's okay if I say Francine.
It's okay.
I guess you think I'm kind of rough around the edges. Well, I am. I just feel like a bull in a china shop when I'm talking to you.
Why?
Oh, because we're so different, I guess.
How are we different, Eddie?
You're the kind of a woman who comes wrapped up in a fancy box with pretty ribbons. Me, I feel more at home in a crate.
The qualities in yourself that you apologize for. Maybe the very ones that make you so attractive.
You think I'm attractive?
You are to me. I admire your character, Eddie. You're not soft or crude like so many men I've known. Oh, they cover their crudeness with a certain polish. But the veneer is usually very thin. Eddie, are you falling in love with me?
Is it as obvious as all that?
It is to me.
No, Fran. I'm not falling in love with you. I already fell. I'll be over at 9, Fran, with something important on my mind. I got a surprise for you.
Oh, Eddie, what kind of a surprise?
I know, you'll find out later, but I can tell you this much. The suspense is going to be tougher on me than you. I'll be down to get you in a taxi, honey. You better be ready by 8:30. Now, come on in. It's open. Don't be late. You want to be there when the band starts playing. Just remember when you get there, honey.
Hello, Eddie boy.
What do you want, McLean?
Oh, I just came over to chew the fat.
Go chew it somewhere else, will you? I'm busy.
Getting all dolled up for a party.
Yeah, I am, and you're not invited.
How was Mrs. Moulton?
It's none of your business.
Oh, you're a smart boy, Eddie. I gotta hand it to you.
What are you talking about?
Who are you working for now?
Next week, I'll start with a Chronicle. You wouldn't know anything about it. It happens to be a decent paper.
Oh, cut the comedy. I've come over here to make a deal.
What kind of a deal?
You get your job back with a bonus and a raise, if we get the story.
What's the matter with you? You drunk?
Now, don't be coy about it. After all, Eddie, you owe us some loyalty after 11 years. And I'm willing to forget about that sock on the nose. Business is business.
Go out and get yourself some black coffee. You sound like you need it.
You know, the scoopery is an interesting problem with the courts. You can't try anyone for murder after they've been acquitted once, but we'll let them worry about it. We'll take the circulation.
What are you drooling about, you overfed jerk?
All right, skip the tough guy act. You've been making a play for Francine Moulton to get new evidence now, haven't you?
No evidence? You're crazy.
What about this letter?
What letter?
It was sent to the office and opened by mistake. It's addressed
Opened
to
by
you.
mistake, you snooping little...
You want me to tell you what it says? It says her husband didn't fall. He was pushed. And you don't have to be a gypsy to figure out it refers to Mrs. Moulton.
Let me see that.
How much do you know, Eddie? And how much longer will it take you to get all the dope?
This was written by a nut.
No, that's what you told Joe about the first one. All right, Eddie, I'll make a deal with you. I'll pay you $500 for the yarn when it breaks, and I'll pay off whoever you're in cahoots with.
The door's right behind you, McLean. Use it.
Oh, don't talk.
Get out before I wrap this chair around your neck.
Okay, sonny boy, have it your way. But if you happen to change your mind, you can call me. I'll set aside that $500 just for you.
Eddie, darling, how are you?
Oh, I'm okay.
Here, let me take your coat. It's Sally's night off, so I'll have to do the chores for the evening.
Say, you look terrific in that dress.
I thought you'd like it. Oh, it's rather daring for me. I don't usually like my evening gowns cut quite so low, but if it pleases you, Eddie, that's all that matters. Now, what's the surprise you have for me?
Let's talk about that later.
Oh, don't tease me, darling. Please, what is it?
I bought this ring today. I thought that... Maybe you liked me well enough to... take a chance on getting married.
You love me that much?
Yes, I do.
I'm very touched.
Fran, look at me, will you? Have you always been on the level?
What do you mean?
With me.
You know I have.
Oh, look, I almost feel like a louse when I say this, but I've got to get it off my chest.
Tell me, Eddie. You know you can say whatever you like and I'll understand.
No, Fran, you tell me.
Tell you what?
How your husband died.
Eddie.
Tell me the whole story, and please don't leave anything.
I don't understand why you want to hear it.
I've got my reasons.
All right. I went up to his office and told him my bags were packed. I said I knew about his other women, and I couldn't stand it any longer.
Go on.
He had been drinking. He often did in the middle of the day. Suddenly he became furious. He grabbed my arm and twisted it behind my back. When I started to scream, he let me go, and he shouted he'd kill himself if I left him.
Then he went to the window and stood on the ledge?
Yes.
He slipped and fell over.
You know how it happened then?
I read the account in the papers. I went through every rag in town reading about the trial. I checked, I rechecked.
Why, Eddie? Did you think I murdered him?
Fran, look at these notes. If you could find out who wrote them.
I know who wrote them.
You do?
It was Sally, my maid. I know her handwriting. She's been trying to blackmail me.
Honey, is that the truth?
She said she had evidence against me, and I called her bluff, Eddie. When I told you she was off tonight, I wanted to avoid unpleasantness for you. I made her leave my house this afternoon.
Fran, why didn't you call the cops?
I've had enough trouble and too much publicity already. The only thing that matters now is whether you believe in me or not.
Oh, I ought to get my head punched off. It'd serve me right if you were through with me.
I'm glad we had this out, darling. And as far as leaving you is concerned, was I mistaken, Eddie? Or did I imagine you were proposing to me?
I'm crazy about you, Fran.
Then why wait, darling?
Do you really mean that we will get married tomorrow?
Oh, yes. But, darling, let's elope. Tonight. Eddie, we'll use my car. We'll drive all tomorrow morning just wherever we find ourselves in the country.
Oh, baby, get your hat. We're on our way. Haven't changed your mind yet, have you?
No, Eddie. And this is so romantic, driving along, just the two of us. I'm so happy.
How do you think I feel? I never thought I'd be lucky enough to grab a fancy prize like you.
What happened?
Yeah, sounded like a flat. What a rotten brake. Yeah, it's a flat, all right. Left front wheel.
Forget about it, Eddie. Maybe...
It'll only take 10 minutes to change. Is, this the key to the boot, honey? I want to get the tools.
Yes.
I'll be fast.
Eddie!
Yo.
Nothing. Go ahead. Get the tools. Well, Eddie?
Sally.
Don't touch her. She's dead.
You killed her.
Yes. Too bad, Eddie. I thought that when we got out into the woods somewhere, I could get rid of her without you knowing it.
Yeah, too bad.
Start fixing that tire. I know how to use this gun, and it worked very well for me. And Sally?
What about me?
I'm afraid I'll have to kill you, too. Slow down at the end of the stretch and take the left turn.
So you killed your husband, too.
He wanted to leave me and take his money with him. I like money, Eddie. In fact, I can't do without it.
And he was the one who wanted the divorce.
Naturally.
You cheated him, didn't you? The way you cheated
Oh,
me.
let's not be melodramatic about that.
Ha! Lady Milton, the girl I couldn't touch. Pure as the driven snow, the kind they drive into the
Slow
sewer.
down and take this turn.
Sucker Evans, the poor man's chump, the boy who believes in Santa Claus.
I said slow down, Eddie.
Sure, I'll slow down. Watch.
stop this car or I'll shoot.
Go on, pot me, and then see how it feels to go into a ditch at 70 miles an hour.
He'll kill us both. Slow down.
That's the idea, Lady Moulton. You catch on fast. I gotta go anyway, and I'll have some company. I'll give you what you asked for, you double-crossing little tramp. I'm sorry I won't have time enough to kiss you goodbye.
Give me the city desk, honey. Eddie Evans talking. McLean? McLean, I'm in a gas station on Route 1. Yeah, I'm hurt. Yeah, I'm hurt bad, baby. But not so bad that I won't be up. To collect that 500 you promised me for the story.
There's a burial place on the outskirts of the city that has just acquired a distinguished client. If you go past there sometime at twilight, you'll notice a handsome monument inscribed with the name of Lady Moulton. Nobility? Not exactly. It's just Eddie Evans' way of spending $500. The Clock will be heard again next week, same time. Written by Lawrence Clee, Hop Maguire narrates as The Clock. You heard as Francine Wendy Playfair, as Eddie John Million, Guy Dolman as McLean, with Al Thomas and Jocelyn Hernfield. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
From Hollywood, The Clock stars Kathy and Elliot Lewis, the airwaves' most distinguished acting couple, and is produced and directed by radio's master of the art of suspense, William Spear. Sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time. From the 42nd Bank and Trust Company, where Jane Evans used to work, you can hear the clock atop Amy Semple McPherson's Angelus Temple.
It happened the morning after I became engaged to Harold. I got to the bank a little early that morning, hoping I'd be able to see him for a minute before we opened for business. And sure enough, Harold was just hanging up his hat and coat when I came in the door. You see, I'm one of the junior tellers at the main branch here in town. Or rather, I was. And Harold is assistant manager. That's how we met. So this morning, I didn't stop at my own cage, but went right on through the gate and walked up quietly behind Harold. Hello, darling.
What?
Why, Mr. Osborne, don't you remember me? I'm the girl.
Jane, please.
Good morning, Mr. Osborne.
Oh, good morning, Johnson. Miss Evans, would you step into my office for a moment?
Why, certainly.
Jane, really, you mustn't. I mean,
What? I didn't do anything. I just
But suppose someone had overheard. Don't you see?
Well, what if they had? They'll know about it in a day or two anyway.
But that's just the point, my dear. They mustn't.
They mustn't? If we're going to tell our friends, aren't we?
Jane, I thought you understood all that. You know how the bank frowns on office romances.
After we're married, it'll be different.
But, Harold, this is different. We're engaged.
Nevertheless, my dear, the policy of the bank distinctly says...
Fully on the policy of the bank. This is our business.
But, Jane, the bank is my career. And I'm only thinking
of the bank. And I'm thinking of our life together.
Jane, please be practical. In my position here, I simply must live up to the standards that the bank
The bank. Sometimes I wish I could meet somebody, just somebody who hated banks. It wasn't a very good way to start off an engagement, or even to start off a day's work, for that matter. I went back to my cage feeling miserable. And I got out my cash for the day, including a little package of 25 $1,000 bills that a client of ours always called for on Friday. We never asked why. That isn't a bank's business. And I unlocked my cash drawer and put the money away. Then it was 10 o'clock, and I opened my window for business. There weren't many people in the bank yet, but at my window, there were 2 men. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can I help you?
Yeah. This is a stick-up. Just take it easy and do what we tell you, and you won't get hurt. But my friend here's got a gun under that newspaper he's carrying.
Gun? And I'd love to use it, sister.
Oh, what do you want me to do?
Here's a paper bag. Fill it up.
Yes. All right.
And don't forget those 25 G notes that George Oliver calls for every Friday.
The what?
Don't stall.
We know all about him. That's one reason we're here.
Don't make any funny moves, sister, because if you do, it's curtains.
I'd often wondered what I'd do if this ever happened, but now I couldn't even think. As I fumbled with the money, I looked at the 2 men. One of them was about 35, dark hair, square jaw, hard blue eyes. The other, the one with the gun, was a nervous, eager-looking boy, about 21. I knew that they meant everything they said. I glanced sideways for just a minute towards Harold's office. And as luck would have it, he was just coming out the door. And he must have seen that something was wrong because he started right over to my window.
Come on, sister, snap into it.
I'm trying to hurry.
The paper only. Never mind the change.
That's all right.
Who's that coming over here?
That's Mr. Osborne, the manager.
All right. Just don't try to make any bright conversation. I'll do the talking.
Is there anything I can do here, Miss Evans?
Yes. Just stand right where you are and keep quiet.
What?
Harold, it's
Don't look so hurt. You've heard of banks being held up before, haven't you?
Oh.
Come on, miss. Hand it over. We haven't got all day.
Here you are.
Thanks.
We ought to take her along,
Don't
Frank.
be crazy. Come on.
We ought to take her.
No. You can't do that. Miss Evans is one of my most trusted employees.
And I'm his fiancée.
Oh, you are,
Jane?
you? Now, I know we're going to take her along.
You're a fool, Sonny.
Yeah? Well, Harold here don't think I'm so dumb, do you, Harold? Because you know what happens to your girlfriend if you set the cops on us?
No.
Yeah. Curtain. Come on.
Don't do anything, Harold. I'll be all right. I'll be all right. Why would I tell a couple of bandits who came in to hold up the bank that I was engaged to Harold? Particularly when Harold was the manager of the bank. Oh, it was crazy. But there were a lot of crazy things I did that day that I didn't understand myself until later. Naturally, when I told them that, they took me along as a hostage. Well, the next thing I knew, I was sitting in the front seat of a big blue car beside the one called Frank, and the other one called Sonny. I tied a blindfold over my eyes. Once we drove in somewhere, and for 15 or 20 minutes there was a lot of banging and clattering around the car. Then we drove on. At first, I was too frightened to even breathe. And then I began to get angry. Just what do you think you're going to do with me?
Tell you the truth, I haven't quite made up my mind.
Yeah? Well, I have.
Shut up, Sonny.
Look, I demand that at least you take this silly blindfold off.
Oh, no, we couldn't do that, baby. And you might see how we stripped this car down just now and changed the hood and the fenders.
Shut
and
up,
plates.
Sonny. You talk too much.
What's the difference? She ain't going to be around.
I said shut up.
What's the matter? You getting soft?
No. But a bank rap's enough without having some trigger-happy punk of a kid.
You better not talk to me that way.
I'll talk to you any way I want to. Watch out the back, cops.
Huh? Cops? You don't think the little lady's boyfriend is
I
going
wouldn't want to bet too much on it. With you, Miss Evans?
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is that at least Harold isn't a cowardly, bullying...
I'm sure Harold is the perfect gentleman. I got a hunch he's also the perfect banker.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You just don't want to admit what I'm talking about. Which is that in spite of anything that might happen to you, Harold will turn us in.
And have me? He wouldn't.
No? Maybe we can check on that. I'll turn on the radio.
What's that going to prove?
Short wave.
Yeah. You see? All the latest equipment for bank robbers, sweetheart. That's us.
R17, 17. Disturbance at 8th and Pico. Disturbance at 8th and Pico. Same hotel proprietor. 17, Roger.
Well.
All units. Attention, all units.
Uh-huh.
2 unidentified men wanted for holdup of main
Right.
branch of 42nd Bank and Trust Company and kidnapping woman
How do you
employee
like that?
Here we are.
Jane Evans.
That's
Caucasian.
30 double...
Last seen wearing light blue dress, black shoes.
He's
blonde
done it.
hair, blue eyes.
He's done it, Frank.
See what I mean, Miss Evans?
Well, it was his duty. Why shouldn't he?
Nothing. No reason at all. Just a question of who rates the most of the guy, I guess. His boss or his woman?
All right, he asked for it. I told him what I'd do.
What are you going to do?
Well, Miss Evans, I think we'll drive up this little side road here and let you out.
Oh?
Shouldn't have any trouble hitching a ride back. If you do, just try what Claudette Colbert did in that picture.
Huh?
Remember?
You kidding?
You heard what they said. She was nothing but excess baggage anyway. Now she's just another way they can identify her.
Yeah, all right, but that don't mean we let the guy get away with it. I told him what I'd do to her if he squawked, and I'm going to.
You're going to do what I tell you.
Yeah? If I'd known you were so yellow.
And what was that you said, Sonny?
All right, Frank, but I'm not going to... Cops!
They're turning in here. Give me your gun, Sonny. Get down on the floor under the blanket.
Here, I'll plug him, Frank.
Give me that gun and get down on the floor.
You're nuts. They'll get us.
I know what I'm doing. You do what I tell you. That's right. And keep covered up and keep quiet. Take off the blindfold, Miss Evans.
Look here, if you
Now you're
think that
going
I'm...
to kiss me. And you better make it good.
What?
Because this gun's going to be right in your ribs. All right, now.
I'm going to do
Bring
what?
Oh. Well, you kind of startled me, officer.
What are you doing here?
Well, if you must know, I'm getting engaged. Is there anything wrong with that?
Let me see your license.
We haven't got the license yet.
Your driver's license.
Oh, sure. What's the matter?
Just let me see your license.
Yeah, here you are. You looking for somebody?
Just a couple of guys who held up a bank and kidnapped a girl.
Is that right?
Young lady got any identification?
Well,
Go on, tell him, honey. You see, we left town in sort of a hurry. You might call it a sort of elopement.
Sort of elopement, huh?
Yes.
Well, I guess you're all right. But you know you shouldn't be parking in here in the broad daylight like this.
Well, yeah, but you know how it is.
Yeah, sure. I know how it is.
Sure. Wait a minute. you can come up for air now, Sonny. They're leaving.
You sure?
Yeah. Well, Miss Evans, I'm afraid that under the circumstances, you'll have to put up with our company a little longer. Now, it wasn't as bad as all that, was it? Well, was it? Tell it.
He slaps him right in the foot.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah. I guess it does.
That was crazy, too. Here I was, my life completely in this big ape's hands. And I had to slap his face. I knew I'd made him angry, and what was even more dangerous, I'd hurt his pride. But there was nothing to do about it now. For a long time, we just drove along, and nobody said anything. We were crossing a stretch of desert heading towards a mountain range. We just passed through a little town. I saw the car pull out of a side road as we flashed by, but neither of the two men did. And all of a sudden, my mind began to race, thinking that maybe now was coming my chance to escape, wondering what I could do. Then my blood ran cold again. The way they were talking.
We still heading for the same place, Frank?
Yeah.
The mountain place?
That's right.
What about Miss Spitfire here?
I'll take care of that when the time comes.
She knows too much.
That's right.
If I thought you was getting soft, Frank,
What would you do?
You know what we gotta do, don't you?
Yeah.
Where?
Well, not right out here in the open desert. That's a cinch.
The mountains?
Yeah. Maybe the mountains.
Maybe. It better not be no... Hey, cops again. Look, right behind us.
Yeah. Those others must have got to thinking things over.
Cops. In the middle of the desert and no one in sight for miles.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about this.
Sonny!
I've been waiting to do this all day.
Hey, you crazy fool!
We get them before they get us, that's all. They're shooting back. You know they got a fight in the hands now.
And so have we. Shoot at their tires, you hear?
Okay. Frank, they hit us.
And that's not supposed to happen the way you saw it in the movies, huh? You.
Me?
Yeah, you. Get down on the floor.
What are you going to do?
There's only one thing to do now. Drive like...
At first, I wasn't afraid at all. It was even a little exciting. I kept thinking that maybe in just a few minutes I was going to be rescued, and wondering what Harold would say. And at the same time, feeling the exhilaration of being in a race and wanting my side to win. Of course, that was crazy, too. Then suddenly the car took a sickening lurch. I scrambled up onto the seat again. We were out of the desert now, climbing a long, winding hill that twisted up towards the mountains. The police car was falling behind, but it was still following us. We hit another curve. I looked down. For just a minute, there seemed to be no road under my side of the car at all. Only a sheer drop down to a canyon filled with huge boulders. 100 feet below. We hit the other side of the curve and straightened out. I was frightened now, all right. I was weak, and I was sick from fear.
Told you to stay down on the floor.
I can't. Frank, look out, please.
Get your hands away from that wheel.
You're going to kill me.
I know what I'm doing.
Stop it. Please, Frank, stop. Please.
It might be all right for you, lady, but it wouldn't be so good for me.
I'm afraid.
Take it easy, kid. Close your eyes like you do on the roller coaster. You'll be all right.
Oh, Frank will be killed.
What do you think I'm running for instead of fighting, just so nobody will be killed? Not even cops.
Frank, look out.
Keep away from that wheel, I told you.
Look out.
Keep away.
Frank.
I hate
please,
to do this, but...
Please. I saw his fist rush up towards the point of my jaw. When I woke up, it was mid-afternoon, and I was lying on a bed in a bare little room of what was obviously a mountain cabin. Through the one window, all I could see was the jumble of rocks and boulders piled up against the mountainside. I felt my chin. It was sore. There was a little bruise on it. But aside from that, I seemed to be all in one piece. Then suddenly I heard voices. They were coming from the next room through the crack of a door left an inch or two ajar. So I crept over. I listened.
Now, don't worry. I'll handle it.
Okay. Right?
Sure. Now go on down into town and get some grub like I told you.
Okay, Frank. You sure you don't want me to...
No. Get going.
Okay, Frank.
I stood there by the door, frozen with fear. I didn't need to hear any more to know what they'd been talking about. For a second, I thought of escape, and I looked wildly over towards the window. It was too late. The door was already swinging open.
Oh. Been listening, huh?
Yes?
How do you feel?
All right.
Well, glad to see you're up and around.
Why? Because it's against your principles to kill women who are unconscious?
There's a path down the backside of the mountain that leads into the main highway. It's 4 or 5 miles long and pretty rugged, but you ought to be able to make it before dark if you hurry.
Oh.
That answer your question?
Yes, I guess it does.
All right, you better get going.
How do you know
Because
that
you're going to promise me not to. Aren't you?
Yes.
All you have to say is that I slugged you. That's all you remembered till you woke up by the side of the road. We'll be out of here and over the border by morning anyway.
What about Sonny?
I can handle Sonny.
I guess I do owe you something after all.
Me? What?
My life.
I play strictly for me. I just don't want that punk kid with his movie idea of cops and robbers to be hanging a murder rap on us, that's all.
You're a strange man to be
A crook? Listen. There are just two kinds of guys in the world. Right guys and wrong guys. And the wrong kind can be the usual bum with a gun in his hand. Or he can be a pillar of society that sits all day behind a big, shiny desk. He can be kind to his mother and nice to little kids. Have a lot of fancy excuses and reasons he gives himself. Or just no reasons at all, like me. But a wrong guy is still a wrong guy. He's no good.
Well, thanks anyway.
Oh, you better get going now. By the way, I'm sorry I hit you.
That's all right. I guess I had it coming.
And I'm sorry I let you get into this mess in the first place. Look.
But what?
That kiss. I meant that.
Did you?
Yeah.
Frank. So did I.
Gee.
Frank?
They trailed us here after all.
Frank, the cop.
Yeah.
I saw him down ahead of me on a turn of the road. I just had time to turn around and get back. You still got the dame, huh?
Yeah.
I was hoping you hadn't done nothing yet. She's about the only ace we got left, Frank.
Take the south window. I'll take the west one. Don't try to go knocking them off. It'll only make it worse. Just keep them covered so they can't rush us.
Yeah, well, if I can get a clean shot at
You
one
do
of
what I tell you. Can you see them?
Yeah. Yeah, they're down behind the big rocks.
And that's as far as they can get. That's as far as they could get even if they had an army. Until it gets dark.
Frank, we could turn the car lights on them.
Well, they'd only shoot him out.
We can hold them, Frank. We got enough ammunition
You
here.
can't eat ammunition. Maybe they can't get up, but we can't get down either. We can't stay here forever.
They'll never take me alive. They'll never take me alive.
Stop it, will you? Try using your head for a change. Yeah.
Frank, what could it be?
I don't know. The boys seem to have stopped the artillery barrage, too.
Don't answer it.
Don't answer it. Are you kidding? What's the difference? You don't think we're going to kid anybody we're not home, do you?
Frank.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, she's here. Sure she's all right.
Frank, who is it?
It's your boyfriend, Harold.
Harold?
He came with the cops. He's on the Forest Ranger's emergency call box just down the road.
Let me talk to him.
You worried about it?
No, it isn't that, but let me talk to him.
Sure, go ahead.
Harold? Yes. Yes, so am I. No, nothing like that. They've been quite all right. Yes, of course they are. No, there's nothing to prevent them from killing me any time they want to. Listen, Harold, all you care about is getting the money back and me, isn't it? Yes, I know. All right, wait a minute. Frank, you said you were near the border. How long would it take you to get there?
A couple of hours. One would put us in the clear.
Would you give them back the money? And me?
Will the cops go for a deal like that?
They've got to. Harold? Well, what's getting dark got to do with it? Of course you can't storm the place and expect to find me alive. Now listen, Harold. Harold, they'll give back the money. Yes, I'll bring it down myself, but you've got to give them 1 hour start. Well, you can just say they rescued me and the money, but the men got away. No, Harold, nothing like that. You've got to promise me, Harold, on your word of honor, your solemn word of honor. All right. They'll do it.
Okay.
Are you nuts?
It's our only chance.
Harold? All right. Yes, I'm coming down. Now. What if she goes?
She's going. The dough's still in the paper bag. It's on the table.
Frank,
Get going.
Frank. All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Harold, just so you don't have an idea you're getting away with anything, I think you're a dirty liar.
I hardly heard. I didn't even think about it. I was so relieved and still so bewildered by everything. Running down the hill with the paper bag of money clutched in my hand. And then I saw Harold crouching behind a rock. And then some policemen. And then I was around the bend, and they were all running up to me, and I just threw myself into Harold's arms.
Jane, dearest. Oh, Jane.
Yeah?
Are you all right?
I'm all right, Harold. Here's money.
Oh, yes. Yes, it's all here. All right, officer. Okay, Chuck, let him go. Come, my dear.
Harold. Harold, what?
Tear gas.
Tear gas?
It's quite harmless, really.
But Harold, tell them. Tell them what we promised.
I'm afraid it's out of our hands now, my dear.
Harold, you promised. You gave me your word of honor.
Of course I did.
You
but
knew. You knew all the time you planned to do this. Stop that. Stop that.
Please, my dear, you're overwrought.
Go.
Jane.
Stop it. Stop it.
Jane.
Stop it. Stop that. Stop it. I tried to run back, but they held me. And I had to watch. I couldn't help it. It seemed hours, but it was only minutes, I suppose. The tear gas bombs exploding around the cabin, crashing through the windows as they got to range. And then something white fluttered from the door, and they came out. The boy first with his hands in the air, and then Frank, stumbling towards us like blind men, and coughing. Those terrible, racking coughs that seemed to be tearing him to pieces. Frank?
Hello.
Frank, I didn't know. I swear to you, I didn't know.
I know. I did know. I knew before you left.
Oh, why did you let me? I wouldn't have gone if I'd known.
Because he's just the kind that would have stormed the place. Maybe I couldn't have handled Sonny.
Frank, I'll help you. I'll do everything I possibly can. Anything.
Skip it. Just take some advice, will you? Next time, be sure it's the right guy.
You know, it's funny. It's like he said. People can be honest and dishonest in so many different ways. Well, I got to the bank early the next morning, too. Harold was already there waiting for me.
Hello, darling.
Hello.
I'm so glad you're here early. There's some things I wanted to talk over with you. You know, you're quite the heroine now.
Am I?
Oh, yes. And you know, darling, I've been thinking perhaps I was a little too conscientious yesterday. About our marriage, I mean. I think perhaps you were right, after all. We ought to tell them.
Harold, about our marriage.
Yes?
There isn't going to be any marriage.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
There are three provinces in the kingdom of time: the past, the present, and the future. Living in the first, we find a historian, a sober, factual man whose interest lies only in the things that were and whose yesterday is more absorbing than his today. Most of us, however, live in the second province, the present. Our interests lie with the things that are, and we find satisfaction in trying to enjoy each moment as it comes. But there are those who spend their lives in province number 3, and these are sometimes called dreamers. There is no past for them and no present, only the future. Avidly, they try to probe its hidden secrets. Tenaciously, they cling to each device, the horoscope, the palm, the crystal ball, and the deck of cards. Childishly, they are unaware of the dangers involved in knowing too much of coming events. Such a woman was Anna Sweet. She married her husband, Alvin, in 1912. Their story begins in that year, when Anna and Alvin Sweet scanned the horizon for future glories, forgetting, perhaps, that the paths of glory lead but to the grave.
Come on, Alvin, hurry. We'll miss the sideshow.
I'm tired, Anna. My feet hurt.
Nonsense. We haven't seen even half the exposition. They've got a model of the horseless carriage on the other end. Alvin, there's a telephone display nearby.
Couldn't we come back some other time?
Oh, all right. If that's the way you feel about it.
Don't be angry with me, Anna.
I was hoping to see the telephone. Maybe one day, when we're rich, we'll even have one of our own. Oh, it must be wonderful.
Well, let's go, Anna. We've really seen enough.
You just don't like to have any fun. All you ever want to do is sit home by the fire and read your silly paper. I suppose that's what I get for not marrying a man nearer my own age.
Haven't you been happy?
I suppose so. Forget I ever said that, Alvin. I'm sorry.
You're probably right. A girl like you could have married someone young, handsome, rich. I often wonder why I was lucky enough to win you.
Or maybe I saw something in your future, Alvin. Maybe the cards told me that one day you'd be a big man.
The cards. It's always the cards. You're like a child that way.
Don't make fun of me. I don't like it.
Ah, forgive me, dear.
You're like all the other skeptics. You never see any farther than your nose. I tell you, the cards don't lie. Oh, look, another ice cream stand. I think I'll have a strawberry this time, Alvin.
Another ice cream cone? You've had two already.
What's the matter? Can't you afford it?
I was just thinking of your figure.
You're not the only man who has.
Anna, I don't like that kind of talk.
Oh, let's go home.
Excuse me, please.
Yes?
Baba is my name, Madame Baba. Would you like to have your fortune told?
Not now, thank you.
Oh, wait. Your name is Baba?
My tent is just across the path. I saw you pass a lovely girl and an intelligent man. The cards may have something good in store for both of you.
Come on, Anna. Let's get your ice cream cone and go,
Oh, never mind the ice cream. I want Madame Baba to read the cards for you.
But that's ridiculous. I don't believe in it.
There are many who come to Madame Baba's who don't believe. When they leave, it's different.
Oh, let's go into her tent, Alvin.
But it's just a waste of money, Anna. I don't like to have my...
Oh, why are you always so hard to get along with? Can't you do this one little thing for me?
All right, if you insist.
It may bring a change in your life, my friend. An important change.
A good change or a bad one, Madame Baba?
Only the cards can answer that. Sit down, my friend, while I place the cards.
I believe in cards, Madame Baba.
Well, I don't.
Oh, Alvin.
That's quite all right. Each to his own opinion. Now, what do we see?
This card is a woman. A beautiful woman.
Yes.
That might be me.
No.
No?
The woman is not you.
Oh, the money card. I see the money card.
Yes. And now we'll find out what it brings.
What's the matter?
The ace of spades. That means death.
Let's get out of here.
Just a moment. You may as well hear the story. It may save you a lot of grief. The death card, madam, is in an uncertain position.
You mean it may not come about?
That all depends. Your husband must beware of the color red.
Red?
It is a dangerous color for you.
What about green or pink or orange or magenta?
Alvin, stop being funny.
If you do not follow this advice, the color red will lead to money. A great deal of money.
Well, if that's what you call hard luck, I'm all for it.
But listen closely. When you get this money, you must refuse it.
Refuse it?
It is essential, my friend, that you do. Your life may depend on it.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
What else do you advise him to do, Madame Baba?
I have told him all I know. But I see he still doesn't believe. I can only repeat what I said before. Your husband must beware of red and refuse this money. Or very soon you will find yourself in widow's weeds.
It's a terrible night.
You've been staring out that window for over an hour. Come here and sit with me.
I have a headache. I don't feel too well.
You want to have a headache powder?
Oh, powder won't help. It's more mental than anything else.
You're still worried about that... Oh, what that fortune teller said.
Alvin, I wish you wouldn't take it so lightly.
But it's been almost a week now, and I'm still alive.
Please don't joke about it.
Why not be sensible? Don't you see what nonsense it was? The color red. And all I could do to keep from laughing. The fortune it would bring me. Maybe Madame Baba was thinking about the sweepstakes. The winners were announced in the papers today.
What was the first prize?
50,000. But I know safer ways of making money. I saved myself money by not buying a ticket.
Alvin.
What?
That tie you're wearing.
This tie?
Take it off.
What for?
Can't you see it? It has red in it.
Now, really?
Take it off, I say.
You're choking me.
There. I'm throwing it into the fire.
Are you crazy? That tie
I
cost...
don't care what it costs. It's going to burn.
Oh. Anna... I'm so worried. Then you must... Do you, Anna?
No. Sometimes I don't act like it. Sometimes I'm mean to you. It's something I can't help.
I only wish I could give you all the things you wanted, Anna. Pretty clothes, fancy furs, horse and carriage, fine new huts. This place is so small, so old.
Maybe one day you will, Alvin.
When the fortune teller's prophecy comes true.
No. I don't want it that way. I don't want it. Do you hear?
That's getting later. Let's go to bed. Oh, dear. To be at the shop early tomorrow. Mr. Kinney said we're having a sale of celluloid collars.
Alvin.
Who can that be in this weather? Why, it's after 10.
You better look out of the window before you open the door.
It's a woman, Anna. Drenched to the skin.
What can she want?
We'll have to ask her to find out.
Don't let her in, Alvin.
What?
I'm afraid.
Of a woman? We can't let her soak out there in the street. She may only want to ask directions. Evening?
No. Come in.
Why, yes.
The rain, it's coming down in streams. My carriage went into a ditch about a mile up the road and my horse ran away. I can't get help tonight and I don't know where to go.
There's a hotel about 2 miles from here.
Oh, I'd never make it. Couldn't I stay with you?
We don't run a boarding house.
I know that, but I'm cold and wet and sick besides. I'll pay you for it. I don't want any charity. Stay for the night. Just...
She's going to faint.
No, I'm all right. I won't collapse. Here's the money. I'll sleep on the couch if you want me to. Just let me stay.
We can't refuse Anna on a night like this.
I don't like it, Alvin.
But she can have the attic room. She won't disturb us.
Thank you so much. You're kind. I won't forget it.
Do you mind if I ask what your name is?
Higgins. Cleo Higgins. But on account of my hair, most people call me Fred.
Wake up.
What's the matter, Anna?
I can't stand it any longer.
It's 4 in the morning.
You've got to get rid of her now.
Who?
That woman.
In a few hours it'll be morning and then she'll leave.
I won't wait until morning, Alvin. I can't sleep as long as that woman's in the house. Red. Corner red. Hair was red. Bright red. Like blood.
Go to sleep, Anna.
No, I'm getting rid of her. Alvin, our lives may depend on it. I'm telling her to get out of this house right now.
Anna, I can't understand you. Why don't you leave that poor woman alone?
Be quiet.
It's a crime to wake her up. Only 4 more hours.
I said be quiet, Alvin.
Do you hear anything in her room?
No.
She must be fast asleep. But so ill.
Let her go to a hospital. This isn't a nursing home.
That fortune teller, that stupid prophecy, it's made a nervous wreck out of her.
Only a fool doesn't take a warning. Get out of my way. I'm going to wake her up. Where's the light?
Lamps on the trunk. Here, use these matches.
She sleeps well, I notice. So we'll put an end to her dreams. Alvin.
What is it?
Look. She's dead, Alvin.
Curiosity is a weakness of the human race, and we all have an urge to look inside Pandora's box. From the point of view of time, this box contains the future, and its secrets are forbidden to us all. But there are always some who ignore the warnings and who refuse to remember that curiosity has often killed more than just a cat.
Alvin, what'll we do?
Now, don't lose your head, Anna.
I knew she'd bring trouble. Madam Barber was right. You should have listened to her.
There's nothing to get upset about. As far as I can see, she died of natural causes, probably a heart attack.
How do you know? You're not a doctor.
My father died that way, and his face was blue like hers. Never even had a chance to get out of bed and call for help. She went like that.
Shall we get the police?
Yes. What's that she's clutching in her hand?
I don't know.
Let's see if I can force her fingers open.
Well, Alvin, don't touch the body.
Let me take a second. A slip of paper. Perhaps she wrote some kind of message. Not so easy to pry her hands open.
Oh, how can you even go near her?
I've got it. Let me see under the lamp.
What is it? It looks like...
Anna, get me the newspaper downstairs.
A newspaper? What for?
Don't argue with me. Get it. Do you know what this is, Anna?
No.
It's a ticket on the sweepstakes. In the name of Lucky Red, and I'm almost sure, Anna, that's the name that was listed for the 50,000 first prize. That's all I know, Constable. She asked for a room, and we found her dead about an hour ago.
Well, it was just one of those things, I suppose. The coroner said it was a heart attack, all right, though she's kind of young. He said she must have exerted herself too much in the storm last night. But we found her carriage.
Oh, did you?
In a ditch.
Huh?
We also found a suitcase there. Now, are there any more of her things here except her clothes?
That's all she had, Constable. My wife loaned her the nightgown.
Nothing else, eh?
No, nothing else.
All right, Mr. Sweets. We'll hold the body at the morgue for a day or two and see if we can find a relative.
If there's anything more you need me for...
No. The case is closed as far as you're concerned. Good night.
Goodbye, Constable.
You didn't tell him, Elvin.
I didn't tell him what?
That there was something else. A sweepstakes ticket.
Be quiet, Anna. He may still be near the house.
You've got to give that ticket up.
Do I look like a moron? Give up 50,000, not me.
But it doesn't belong to you, Elvin.
No. And who does it belong to? The grave? What good will it do it now? These tickets are only registered by the silly names their owners give them. No one will be the wiser. All I have to do is claim the money. I won't be questioned.
Who wants the money? Who wants to make a bargain with death?
You're thinking of that blasted fortune teller again.
The prophecies came true, didn't they? First the collar red and now the money. You'll remember what she said. If you keep that money, I'll dress in widow's weeds. For heaven's sake, Alvin, get rid of the ticket before it's too late.
No, not in a million years. She can take her prophecies and burn for all I care. All my life I wanted money, and so have you. I'm tired of being a worm. I'm going to live like a king.
Alvin, you'll regret it.
Will I? Well, you won't, my darling. Just think of the things I can get. I'll dress you like a queen. I'll quit the rotten job I've had for all these years. I'll buy you diamonds and furs. What do you say to that, Anna?
I have nothing to say, Alvin.
Don't look at me that way. Think you were seeing a corpse.
Maybe I am, Alvin. Maybe I am. Alvin?
Oh, don't bother me now, Anna.
Alvin, there's a man outside to see you.
Ma'am? Who is he?
His name is Higgins.
Is he related to...
She was his wife.
What did you tell him?
I said I'd call you.
What? Didn't you say I wasn't home? What do you want him to do? Take it away from me?
You'd better see him, Alvin.
All right. You stay here, Anna. I'll talk to him alone. Evening.
Good evening.
What can I do for you?
I'm Cleo's husband. They told me that she died in your home.
Yes. She took shelter here for the night and passed away very suddenly.
Yes, she had a bad heart. We had an argument, and she walked out on me. I only found out what happened to her this morning.
I'm deeply sorry, Mr. Higgins.
The police gave me her clothes. Was there anything else?
Anything else?
Did you find something, that she might have lost?
I believe the police have everything, Mr. Higgins.
I'm not so sure.
I beg your pardon?
Where's her room, Mr. Sweets?
She slept in the attic.
Do you mind if I have a look around?
Not at all. I'll show you the way. The room's completely empty now, of course.
Empty?
We gave it a thorough cleaning after the accident. We removed all the furniture. The room's quite bare.
And there's no point in my seeing it?
Not really. Would you mind telling me just what it is you're looking for?
Oh, it's just a memento, something to remember her by. Something she had on when she left me.
Ring or bracelet, perhaps?
No, it wasn't a ring or a bracelet. Let it go, Mr. Sweets. Sorry to disturb you.
No trouble at all.
If you happen to run across anything that doesn't belong to you, here's my card.
I'll remember.
Good night, Mr. Sweets.
Goodbye, sir. Oh, Anna, I got rid of him. I fooled him completely.
Did you, Alvin?
It's the last we'll see of Mr. Higgins, the idiot.
I'm not so sure, Alvin. Come here.
What is it, Anna?
Under the lamppost across the street.
It's Higgins.
And I have a feeling he's waiting for you.
Well, do you think the cards are stacked against Alvin Sweet? Or like him, are you a skeptic, a disbeliever? Let's listen and learn.
Is he still there, Anna?
No, he's gone.
He didn't move from that spot for 5 hours. I thought we'd never be rid of him.
He looked dangerous, Alvin.
Well, he's gone now. I guess he's given up. But don't open that door.
Are you frightened, Alvin?
No, of course not. Frightened of what? I'll see who it is. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Sweets. Did you find that memento?
No.
Are you sure? I told you before, didn't I? No.
Just thought I'd call to check. I'll get in touch with you again, mister.
50,000 is a lot of money, Alvin. You won't be too willing to let it go.
Fine wife you are. You sound as if it's none of your affair. You sound as though he doesn't worry you in the least.
I stopped worrying, Alvin, when you did. There's nothing left to do now but wait.
Wait for what?
The rest of Madame Barber's prophecy.
And I can't put up with it any longer.
I know.
He waits there like a ghost watching the house. When I leave, he follows me in the street but always with that hand in his pocket.
The cards don't lie, Alvin.
What do you mean?
The cards don't lie.
Do you think he plans to kill me?
Cards don't lie. Alvin, is that you? Alvin, what are you doing in the cellar?
I told you to go away. There, finished.
Why did you dig that hole?
Unless you know the better, Anna.
Tell me, Alvin.
I've had enough of Mr. Higgins and that prophecy. He's not going to kill me, do you hear? He's not going to get the chance.
What are you going to do?
I booked our passage, Anna. We'll leave tonight. We'll go abroad. I'll collect the money and we'll be in Clover.
You haven't told me why you dug that hole.
He's here. I knew he'd come. He's here. He's driven me crazy long enough. I'll put an end to it now, and I'll bury Baba's prophecy with him in the grave.
Alvin!
Good evening, Mr. Sweet.
Evening.
I thought I'd come by to see you once more. Have you had any luck?
That all depends, Mr. Higgins, on what you're referring to.
Let's put an end to this first, Mr. Sweet, shall we?
Anything you say.
Give me the sweepstakes ticket. The one you found on my wife.
Why should I?
Because it's mine. I paid for it. My wife ran off with it. I want my ticket back, Mr. Sweet, and I want it now.
And if I refuse?
I'm a bigger man than you are. I dislike violence in any form, but I'd gladly beat you to a pulp.
I'll split it with you, Mr. Higgins.
Don't be silly.
Half for you, half for me. Is to bargain?
Give me that ticket, Mr. Sweet. Did you hear what I said?
Take your hand from that.
All right, that's just a sample. Now the Higgens doesn't hand it over.
Very well, you win. The ticket, it's on the mantel over the fireplace. Come with me. Now, I'm asking you once more, Mr. Higgins. Will you share with me?
The ticket, Mr. Sweets.
Here you are. And here's an added dividend.
Smashed his skull with a poker.
Was looking for it, wasn't he?
Killed him.
No. No, we're rid of him for good, Anna. And the prophecy's been broken. We're free and we're worth a fortune.
You're a murderer, Alvin.
No one will know but you. I'll bury him downstairs and we'll close the house. Why are you staring at me like that?
Horrible dream.
Well, don't act so high and mighty. You stood there in the hall and watched me do it. Why didn't you open the door and shout for the police? You wanted the money just as much as I did.
I didn't protest, Alvin, because I knew it was no use. No matter what we did, the prophecy would have to be fulfilled.
Are you coming with me, Anna, or must I leave you behind?
I'll go with you, Alvin.
Oh, good girl, good girl. I knew you wouldn't fail me, good girl. You're too smart, Anna. So am I. You see how smart I've been, don't you? No one can ever touch us, no one. You'll stay in that cellar as long as we keep this house, and we'll keep it forever.
But we're leaving the house, Alvin. You said we were going abroad.
Yes, we are, just as soon as I've collected the money. Look, I've got a surprise for you. Look, Anna. Here are our reservations. Nothing's too good for you now, Anna. Look.
Royal Suite. Sailing from Southampton, April 10th, 1912. Maiden voyage. SS Titanic.
The Titanic, Anna. What do you think of that?
I'm sure it'll be wonderful. The Titanic.
Time has its way of fulfilling its own prophecies, as Alvin Sweets discovered. As you remember, the Titanic hit an iceberg and sank in mid-ocean.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time, same station. Written by Lawrence Clee and starring Hart Maguire as the Clock. You heard Don Crosby as Alvin Sweets. Others in the cast were Myrna Dodd, Sheila Sewell, Ruth Cracknell, Len Teal. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
Halfway around the world, on the tip of the Malay Peninsula, a sprawling city lies baking in the tropic sun. Singapore, just north of the equator. A city of contrasts to some, a place of escape to others. Where a man can forget that time exists, and where he can let the days of his life go by to disappear unnoticed, like pebbles in a bog of quicksand. Singapore. A city which has sheltered every race and creed on earth, and which has also sometimes given shelter to the murderer.
Waiter, another gin and tonic like a good fellow. Make that two, waiter. Hello, Preston.
Well, Detective Regan. Nice to see you again.
I've been looking for you for a long, long time.
Really?
Hawaii, Manila, Shanghai, Saigon, Singapore. You got me on a regular cook's tour.
You enjoy yourself?
I almost had you in Hong Kong. You pulled out just one boat ahead of me. In Canton, I saw you waltz away in a rickshaw.
I'm impressed with your perseverance, Regan. You should be a credit to the force.
I'm a stubborn guy, Preston. After all that traveling, I had to show something to my expense account.
Here you are, gentlemen. Ah, well, this drink is on me, Regan.
Thanks. Too bad I can't buy a second round. We're starting back to Frisco in an hour.
I presume you have extradition papers.
Right here in my pocket.
Oh, good.
You should have tried getting away with something smaller, Preston, like spitting in a streetcar. Murder's kind of serious.
So I hear. No, I don't carry a gun, Regan.
I'm the timid type. I like to make sure.
Oh, and the handcuffs necessary?
Sorry.
Well, at least let us finish our drinks.
Okay.
I propose a toast to the San Francisco Police Department. Like the St. Bernard, they always find their man.
Thanks for the compliment. Oh, that was a dumb trick. Well, slipped right out of my hand. Good drink going to waste.
Oh, have another one. On me.
Let it go, Preston.
Oh, no, I insist. After all, the accident was rather symbolic, don't you think?
What?
It's reminded us both, Regan, that there's many a slip twixt the cup and the lip.
As our plane, Preston, we fly from here to Shanghai, from Shanghai on the China Clipper to Frisco. From here to Shanghai, brother, you're going in style. Had to charter that plane to take us north.
Rather expensive way to travel for a killer.
We'll charge it up your wife's estate. We'll subtract it from the dough you knocked her off for. You ain't going to have much use for it anyway.
A very economic idea.
Lieutenant Regan.
That's me.
My name is Lloyd, sir. I'm your pilot.
Guy is passenger number 2. His name's Preston.
Delighted to know you, sir.
How do you do? Sorry, I can't shake hands. Just you see, I'm more or less tied down. Mr. Regan and I are rather attached to each other.
Oh, rather.
When do we hop out, Lloyd?
Well, I was wondering if it wouldn't be wiser to postpone our trip another day.
What for?
There's a typhoon centered in the South China Sea. About 500 miles north of here. I've just received a report from Saigon.
Can't we fly around it?
We might, Mr. Regan, but it's more advisable to wait.
Look, the reason I chartered your crate was so as I could get out of this town in a hurry. I've been floating around the world long enough. We're due back home. You can fly, can't you?
Why, yes.
Then rev your motors and let's get started.
Well, I don't mind taking the chance if you don't. What about this chap here? He has a little something to say about risking his life, hasn't he?
It ain't his life. Belongs to the state, and right now, mister, that's me. Oil up them propellers and let's get going.
Well, we can land on the coast of Borneo if we run into trouble. I'm ready whenever you are. So is my co-pilot.
Come on, Preston. You're practically on your way. To the chair. What time is it, Preston?
Midnight.
What? I never want to take another ride like this for the rest of my life.
Feeling sick?
Sick? I'm dying. What's he doing with this plane? Riding it over a mountain? Why don't he stay on one level, set him?
Oh, don't look now, Lieutenant, but I think your stomach's missing.
You aren't kidding. Holy smoke, now what?
It looks as if we're running into that storm.
Rain beating against them windows. Hope the pilot knows which way he's going. Zip like that, and you can send me to the cleaners.
Hey, sounds like something's wrong.
Huh?
Listen to those motors.
Oh, he picked himself a fine time to get a flat.
Would you mind leaning back for a moment? I want to take a look through the window at that engine.
You can't see anything out there. It's too dark.
It's like we've broken an oil line.
Huh?
Starboard motor. There's oil all over the wings.
Is that bad?
But it isn't good.
What are you so cool about, Preston? You're riding, too.
I assure you it's immaterial to me, Mr. Regan, if I die in prison or in the China Sea.
I'll be right back.
Preston, you're a jinx. You've been causing me more trouble.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lieutenant. Really, I am. But if it's not too much to ask, would you remove these handcuffs?
Huh?
In the event we're forced into an involuntary swim, I might stand a better chance. And so would you.
What?
We're losing altitude. The way we're circling right out of the pilot knows exactly where we are.
Lieutenant, you and Mr. Preston had better put on your life jackets. We're in trouble.
What's the big idea? Don't you jerks know how to fly?
The starboard motor's washed out completely, and the port motor's weak. The feed line isn't working properly. We'll have to ditch.
Then what?
I'm not sure, but we may be close to the coast of Borneo. My co-pilot's been sending out SOSs all along. With luck, we may be picked up by a steamer. Better get your jackets on right away.
Okay.
Well, Regan?
Maybe you're a convicted killer, Preston, but I'm gonna take a chance on you and take the handcuffs off.
Thanks.
We go. Look, Preston.
Sorry, but I can't wish the same to you. Our plane cracked up. Our friend and I seem to have been luckier than the pilot. Here, help me pull him up a bit farther on the beach. He's still unconscious.
Oh. You Englishman, not my husband?
You. Hey, where is he?
He sleeps in shed, other side of island.
Well, call him. We'll need help. You tell him I'm detective.
Detective?
Police. Me. This man, my prisoner.
I call my husband.
It's a big idea, Preston.
Well, didn't know you'd come too, Regan.
Why'd you lie to her? You're the prisoner, not me.
You may have a difficult time explaining that.
What do you mean?
Well, you see, I've taken the precaution of removing your wallet, Regan. Oh, and your gun.
There are the men. Over there, see?
All right now, Lily. Keep your so wrong on, I can see him.
One man has gun.
Which one?
Man this side.
Is that the one who said he was a copper?
Yes.
Oh, hey there.
Morning, Governor.
We seem to have had a break, landing on an island with an English-speaking population.
My wife and me are all the population you're going to see, Governor.
Hey, you mean you live here alone?
That's right.
Look, mister, I'm a detective from San Francisco. This man is a killer, and he's my prisoner.
Oh, I see.
Now, that won't work, Preston.
My name's Regan, and you know
But
it.
the cards in my wallet identify me as Regan. The gentleman can see for himself.
He took my wallet, and he took my gun. Wired the mainland and tell him we cracked up. Asked for police escort from China.
We ain't got no wireless, chum.
Can't you get in touch with the mainland at all?
No. We're 400 miles from the China Cape. And it's a long way to the States.
I think you're feeling stronger now, Preston. On your feet. Come on.
Will you stop calling me? Look, mister, you've got to believe me. This man's a liar, a cockeyed liar.
He's got the gun, chum. And the identification. That's good enough for me. The shack is home, Governor. My name's Arch. Hers is Lily.
Ah. And she's just as pretty as her name.
Me? Pretty?
Now, you tend to your own affairs, Lily, or I'll box your ears. Go on, dish up some grub for the gentleman.
Yes, very quick.
We've got room in the cabin for one. In the back. The other chap will have to sleep out here.
Now, that'll be Preston, naturally. Is that jetty strong?
Like iron. Why?
I noticed there are rings on the stump.
The boats used to use them years ago. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll see about that grub.
All right, Regan. Get moving, my friend, over to the jetty.
You'll never get away with this, Preston.
That remains to be seen.
Someone will hit the island sooner or later.
It'll be unfortunate for you if it's later.
What are you doing?
I've got to take precautions. You're a dangerous character.
You're not going to handcuff me to this jetty.
You'll get used to it after a while.
If we
ever change places again, Preston, I'm going to beat the ears right off your head.
That shall be your privilege, if we ever change places. But right now, it might be wise if you behaved yourself. You can bake in the sun for a while, and I'll let you know what our plans for the future are as soon as I make them up. They'll be a surprise to you, I'm sure. But they may not be exactly pleasant. However, we'll see.
The tropical year, according to the astronomers, is not of uniform length. Although it now consists of 365 days, 5 hours, and 48 minutes, it is decreasing at the rate of 530 thousandths of a second each century. But a certain Detective Regan might refute this scientific fact. Alone in the broiling sun, handcuffed to a jetty, he might be forgiven if he insisted that a day in the tropics was a long one, and getting longer all the time.
How do you feel, Regan?
How long have I got to stay here in the heat?
I'll take the cuffs off for a few minutes when you eat. Let you romp around on the beach for a while like a good puppy.
Big of you.
Had a rather interesting talk with our friend Arch just now.
Yeah, well, you keep looking at his wife that way, and you mightn't find him such a pal.
Yeah, she's attractive, isn't she? Very attractive. You know, they've been living alone on this island for years, just the two of them. He met on one of the larger islands, and he brought her up here.
You tell you what they call this place?
Uncharted. Part of the Dutch East Indies group. He's named it the Last Ditch. Well, that's exactly what it seems to be. It's off the steamship lanes, and in 5 years, they've never even seen a plane.
How do they live? Where do they get their food?
They live off the island, Regan. He grows everything he needs. Matter of fact, they seem to have little use for anything outside of themselves.
Mightn't be as stupid as you think, Preston.
But he's stupid enough to accept our reversed identity.
Preston, listen, I'll make a bargain with you. Let me loose, and when we get back to the States, I'll appeal for clemency.
And just what will that get me? A life term?
But you don't think for 1 second you'll really get away with this?
Regan, you'd better get it through your head. There's no escape from this island. No way of getting off. And as far as I'm concerned, that suits me fine.
You'd kill me without batting an eyelash, wouldn't you?
Why not? All I need is a convenient excuse for the benefit of our host. And I hope to find that excuse, Regan, in the next few hours.
So the man's a killer, eh?
Murdered his wife with an ice pick. Very clumsy fellow, indeed.
And you're taking him back to be executed?
Yeah, he's already been convicted. Broke out of prison a few days after trial.
Huh. Seems like a nice chap to me.
Nice? Man's a maniac. That's why I keep him tied. He'd kill all three of us without a qualm if I let him loose.
Go on, eh? We'd better make sure to keep him cuffed to that end post of the jetty.
Oh, why?
Well, the tide comes in about midnight. The water covers the jetty by 2-3 feet. All except the end post on this side.
Ah, that's very interesting.
Well, killer or no killer, you wouldn't want the cat to drown like a rat.
Oh, no, of course not.
How long you been on the Frisco force, Lieutenant?
8 years.
You sure came a long way to have your man.
Tea.
What is it, Lily?
I need water for cooking.
Can't you fetch it yourself?
No, it's too heavy.
All right. I'll get it for you.
Come here, Lily.
Yes?
You're a lovely creature.
You like?
I like very much. How did you ever come to marry that unkempt idiot?
Marry?
Your husband. Why did you marry him?
He's nice. He talks bad sometimes, but he treats Lily good.
Not half as good as I can treat you.
What you doing?
A little kiss never hurt anyone.
No, let go.
Oh, don't like that, Lily. Come here.
Let me go. Let me go.
To the hospital.
I'll get water, please.
She's quite a trick, aren't you? What is she, a Filipino?
No. She comes from the islands.
What islands?
I never asked.
Tell me, Arch, tell me, are you completely self-sufficient out here? You happy?
Happy as a man can be. We've seen everything.
You never have any desire to leave?
Why should I leave? I've got Lily, this house, have the China Sea for a backyard wading pool, 100 palm trees to give me shade. And I've got no truck with civilization.
It sounds like a perfect setup.
It is, Lieutenant. And nobody's spoiling it for me either. You'd better look after your prisoner outside.
Been in the sun all day.
Yes. Yes, I'll do my best to make certain he's comfortable. Thank you for reminding me. Hello, Regan. Just thought I'd stroll over and see how you were.
What are you doing?
Taking these cuffs off?
It's about time you
Oh, you're not going free, old boy. I'm just making a transfer. I'm tying you to the post at the other end of the jetty, near the water.
What for?
I thought you might like the change. All right. Get down to the end of the jetty.
There's 2 inches of water under that post.
Afraid of getting your feet wet? Don't worry about it. You won't have time to catch cold. Come on. Okay, this is far enough. Turn around. Right. Now you're all set for a nice little swim.
Sooner or later, Preston, you're going to make one mistake.
Not the way I figured it, Regan. You see, after a while, there'll only be 2 of us on this island. Lily and me. The tide's coming in, Regan.
Tide? Are you going to keep me here until it's high?
That's the general idea.
Let me loose, Preston. You can't keep me locked in this post.
The water's coming in rather fast. 4 or 5 hours, you get yourself a bellyful. I hope you enjoy it, Mr. Lieutenant Regan. Good night.
4 or 5 hours may be a long time to some, but to Lieutenant Regan it will pass like a flash. But let's see what's happening to our dear friend Preston.
Good evening, Lily.
What do you want now?
Where's your ugly husband?
He go out. Now you leave too.
Oh, don't be afraid of me. I'm not going to hurt you.
Why you come here? What you want? Why you come to this island to make trouble?
I assure you I didn't pick the spot, Lily. But I couldn't have picked a better one if I tried.
You go away. You take boat and go away.
Boat? What boat?
Canoe. Other side of island.
Oh. So Arch has been holding out on me, eh?
I give you food. You take boat and leave.
I'm not very anxious to sail the China Sea in a canoe, Lily.
What do you do with men?
Worried about Regan, eh?
Regan?
I mean, Preston.
Why you call him Regan?
Why, outside of the heat. Oh, your eyes. Getting rather absent-minded. And where are you going, Lily?
I go out.
No, you stay right here.
No.
What have you got?
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, you got a file, huh? What were you going to do, Lily? Set him free?
I hate you.
Do you?
Don't touch me.
How about a little kiss, huh?
Don't touch me.
Well, hello, Arch.
Get out of here, Lily.
What you do?
You hear me? Get out. Get out!
Oh. What's the idea of the gun, Arch?
Sit down, copper.
All right, I admit I made a pass at your wife. I'll apologize if you want me to.
I think it's about time we got rid of you.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
You've been around too long as it is.
Look, Hey, you're not going to use that gun, are you? All right, I made a mistake about your wife, but you don't kill a man for that.
I got a better reason.
What?
Now, you spent 8 years on the Frisco Fort, Mr. Copper.
What about it?
And you never saw me before?
Of course not.
Stop lying.
What are you talking about?
My picture's been all over the state. You couldn't have missed it.
Your picture?
Bellows is the name. Archie Bellows. 6 years ago, I killed a man in Frisco. How do you remember?
You killed a man?
They got a noose waiting for me back in the States. There's another one in England. I'm not letting any copper get off this island to tell him where I am.
Well, I couldn't get off the island if I tried.
I lied to you. There's a boat passes 10 miles off the island tip. She never stops here. But some enterprising young gent might get the chance to signal. What's so funny?
You with a price on your head, and I've been playing it safe.
Not half as safe as I've been playing it.
We're in the same position, you fool. I'm wanted for murder, too.
Are you?
If you hate copper so much, go out there and take a shot at Regan before he drowns. He's the detective, not me.
You must think I'm soft in the head.
No. He was telling you the truth when he said I stole his identity. My name's Preston, and I'm wanted in Frisco. The other man's Regan. He's the detective on the San Francisco force.
Where'd you like to have it, Lieutenant?
I tell you, I'm not a cop. Look, Regan will tell you. He's been trying to convince you, hasn't he? Ask Regan.
How can I be sure?
I'll give you the facts about the force. Oh, for the love of Harry, stop pointing that gun at me. I'm no more a policeman than you are. Come on, take me out to him, huh? Give me a break and take me out.
All right. But it's the last break you're going to get.
He's half under. Keep the gun trained on him. I'll set him free.
What's the matter? Change your mind?
I'm setting you free, Regan. I told Arch the truth.
Why?
Why, I just decided I couldn't get away with it after all. I don't want to spend my life in this sandbog. The ship passes nearby once a week. I'll get off the island in their canoe and take my chances somewhere else. Now, you just prove to him that my name's Preston and that you're the detective, not me.
Well, what?
Go on, Lieutenant. Tell him.
What's your name, mister? Your real name? Preston.
That's a lie.
My name's Preston. Charles Preston.
He'll kill me, Regan. He'll kill me. Tell him the truth, huh? Don't let him kill me. Regan, don't let him. I tell you, my name... Look out, Arch. I've got to get out of his eyes. Did I kill the rat?
Yes, Arch. You got him. He's dead.
Good. He had it coming. Arch.
Arch.
My husband dead.
Yes.
Maybe better that way.
I think so, Lily. I remember who he was a few hours ago. I'd have had to take him back in any case.
The steamship passed by when the sun is high tomorrow.
We'll go out to meet it, Lily. The two of us.
There are those who contend that time has a different quality about it underneath the tropic sun. Detective Lieutenant Regan might testify to that. And in passing, he might also add that justice is anything but blind.
Listen to The Clock next week, same time, same station. Written by Lawrence Clee, narrated by Hart McGuire. You heard Leon Piers as Preston, Don Crosby as Regan, Alan Trevor as Arch. Others were Madge Ryan and Walter Sullivan. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time. We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock. The world is full of statistics, and statistics are often measured from the point of view of time. For example, there is a baby born about once every 11 seconds in the United States. And once every 22 seconds, there is a death. Gamblers will tell you that if you stood at the roulette table in Monte Carlo with unlimited funds for 50 years, the odds would still be 36-1 against breaking the bank. But Smiley Scallon will tell you that the greatest odds of all is the risk you take when you break the sixth commandment. Thou shalt not kill.
Better make yourself comfortable, baby. This story's a long one, and I've got plenty of time. It starts in a railroad siding just outside of Las Vegas. I'd been riding the rods from Frisco, and I didn't have a dime. But I'd got some grub before I holed up in this cattle car, and I figured it'd last me all the way to Chi. Must have been about midnight when the freight jerked to a stop, and right away I hear a couple of railroad dicks making the rounds with their shillelaghs, looking for a skull like mine to crack.
You take that side, Joe. I'll take this. If you catch one of them chiseling bums, beat the ears off them. Anybody in there? This one's empty, Joe. Try the next. Anybody in there? Flash your line, Joe. Hey, there's one of them in the corner. Come on
out of there, you bindle-stiff. I ain't done nothing. Come on, I say. You come in and get me. Tough guy, huh? Well, I'll beat the living daylights out of you. Grab him, Joe. Don't let him get away. Go on, after it. Give him the works. He caught me full behind the ear and cut my head. But that was nothing to what I'd catch if they ever grabbed hold of me. I ducked behind the cars and headed for a row of shacks near a clump of trees. I had just enough strength to open the door of the first one and flop on the floor like a winded puppy when they ran by. Boy, that was close. Boy, oh boy, was that close.
Someone chasing you, young man?
Who's that?
All right, don't be frightened. I won't give you away. Yeah, let me light a candle. There's nothing to worry about. They'll never seem to look in this shack.
Who are you? So what you doing in here?
My name is Pillsbury. Cyrus Pillsbury, and this is my home.
This dump? There ain't even a bed here.
I use the floor. No one disturbs me because these shacks have been condemned. And all supposed to be boarded up. I live a fairly safe and uneventful life.
Getting your rent free, huh? You got any grub?
I have some food. You're welcome to all you can eat.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot. I'll do you the honor to accept your kind-hearted invitation. We had a couple of cans of salmon and a loaf of bread. I finished it off inside of 20 minutes. And then he gave me a smoke, which I hadn't had in days. And I settled back and took it easy for a while.
You ever been in Las Vegas before, young man?
I ain't never had that pleasure.
It's a gambling town, you know, and gambling's quite legal in this state.
So what?
Haven't you ever played roulette?
Roulette's a sucker's game.
Oh, it's true. The odds against winning the game a chance are long. But when you've got a system...
System? The chumps got their systems. And the house always rakes in the dough.
My system's infallible. It's absolutely foolproof. I can win a fortune roulette inside 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah?
You don't believe me?
Well, sure, I believe you. Why shouldn't I? You're worth $1 million. And you also got a hole in your head and your brains are spilling out.
Well, I'm sorry you're skeptical.
You take me for a dope. If you're so hot at busting a bank, what are you living in this rat hole for? And look at your clothes. They're falling right off of your back. You ain't got any more cash than I got, and I ain't got a nickel.
That's not completely true.
Say, hey, what's all them figures on the walls? The joint's covered with numbers.
As part of my calculations. I started working on my system years ago, and every once in a while I'd run out of paper.
You must be nuts.
I tell you, my system is perfect. I've tested it myself.
Yeah? How?
Well, a few months ago, I went to the Cartwheel Bowl. That's the biggest gambling house in Las Vegas. I only had a few dollars, and I had to start with small stakes, but I ran a $5 bill into 500 by calling 6 turns of the ball in a row.
On the level?
Yeah, I made a mistake of it and winning too fast.
Now, what you mean?
The management became suspicious, and they barred me from the table. The word got around to the other gambling halls, and soon I was excluded from them all. And that's why I need an assistant for my second and final try.
You mean they won't let you play anymore?
They caught me checking my statistics. They saw how easy it was for me to win. They issued orders to keep me out forever.
What'd you do with the 5 C's you won?
I still have most of it. I've been waiting for another chance at the tables.
Let me see it.
You won't try to take it away from me.
All you gotta do is yell, and I'll have them cuffs on my neck. Now, stop stalling. If you want to let me zoom, let's have a look.
Just a second. Yeah, $420, and I could run into $420,000 if I had the chance.
Sure. I gotta hand it to you. The dough looks real.
I'd like you to work along with me, young man. I'll give you 5% of all my winnings.
You mean you want me to play the tables for you?
You must play them just as I instruct you to. At the beginning, I want you to deliberately lose a little to avoid suspicion. Then when the numbers are right and my calculations add up, we'll make our killing.
And I get 5%?
Yeah. When I hit $1 million, your take will be 50,000.
But, how will I get into the joints? Look at the way I'm dressed. I won't get past the lobby.
I will provide for that. For $100, I believe I can buy you the proper clothes, and we'll still have $300 to play with.
Oh, you want me to put on the suit and fish?
You must make an impression. Otherwise, it'll become suspicious.
Well, it's your dough.
Your time and my investment. Agree?
I got nothing to lose.
Just one thing, however.
Yeah?
Don't try to cross me.
Why? You tough or something?
I've spent the best part of my life on this project, and that's all I have in the world. If someone stole it from me, I'll avenge myself, even if I had to crawl back from the grave. Here, let me fix the tie for you, Smarty.
Yeah.
Not quite right.
Yeah. How do I look, huh?
You look the part in those clothes. Only just don't talk too much.
Why not?
Well, you don't converse precisely like a gentleman.
What?
Now, don't be insulted. You'll have enough money to pass for one by this time tomorrow night.
Oh, okay. Now, where's the system?
You don't need the system. All you need is this roll of figures.
Well, what's it mean?
Well, you're to play each number in the sequence I've arranged. Place your bets according to the amounts alongside. Now, for instance, you'll bet $50 on number 4 red, and you lose.
I will?
Then you'll put another 50 on number 12 black and lose again. You'll let the next two numbers pass and play the fifth on number 9 black for $100.
And cash in, huh?
No, you lose again.
Oh, hey, we don't seem to be getting any place.
You'll let one turn go by after losing on number 9 and then play $50 on this number here. 20 red. That number will win.
Yeah, and if it don't?
It will. If you follow my directions. But this is important. You must start right after number 8 black turns. Don't begin to play until someone else wins on number 8.
Uh-huh.
Then follow this sequence and you'll come back with over $1,800 and we'll prepare for the killing tomorrow night.
Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Give me the list.
Now, listen to me. Under no circumstances are you to vary this routine. And you must leave immediately when you won on your final number, see? Is that clear?
Oh, well, you're the boss.
You better leave now. 2 blocks up the road, you can get a cab to the Cartwheel Bowl. You drink by any chance?
Oh, I like a shot every now and then.
1 drink tonight is your limit. And I'm only permitting that one so you'll mingle more easily with the crowd.
You mean to say I got to take orders about liquor, too?
Alcohol and gambling don't mix. You take the money. And the list. I'll be waiting for your return.
Wish me luck, Cyrus.
Luck? That's one thing you won't need tonight.
The Cartwheel Bowl was part of a big hotel. The slickest I ever saw. I got a little worried when I first walked in. But when I saw the way they kowtowed to my fancy clothes, I felt like I was in. I had a little time to kill. Cyrus said I shouldn't begin until 10. So I walked over to the bar in the corner and ordered my 1 drink for the night. There was a dame sitting near the entrance, and a knockout if ever I saw one. She was wearing one of them low-slung evening dresses and sipping a dry martini. And I noticed she sort of smiled at me when I sat down next to her on the stool. Why? Will be a chaser.
I beg your pardon. Do you have a match?
Oh, sure, baby. Yeah. Keep the pack.
Thank you. Haven't I seen you somewhere before?
Maybe.
Me?
No.
Monte Carlo.
Never been there.
Oh.
Well, I've been all over the USA, half a dozen times. Name's Scallon. Smiley Scallon.
My name's Olga.
That sounds just how you look. Hey, barkeep. Another drink for the lady.
You're very kind.
You live in this hotel?
Yes, I'm here for 6 weeks. Say, I'm getting a divorce, you see.
Oh, your hubby must be cockeyed for the babe like you walk out.
Oh, he loves me, but he can't afford me. I like to gamble too much.
Why ain't you playing the table?
I'm a little short of cash. Do you intend to play?
I'm gonna bust that bank wide open, baby.
That's what they all say.
But I got a system.
I've also heard that before.
Yeah, so have I. But the old guy's so sure of himself that...
What?
Oh, nothing. Let it lay. Hey, it's almost 10. Looks like I gotta get to work. Want to keep me company, baby? For luck?
Why not?
Then let's get started. Here's where Papa begins to make himself $1 million.
The hands of the clock and the roulette wheel have something in common. They both go round and round. But the clock hands are sure and firm. They leave nothing to chance. While the man who stakes his life upon the little bouncing ball may find that his croupier is dead.
31 red. 31 red. Place your bets, please. Place your bets, please.
Why aren't you playing?
I gotta wait.
For what?
Until 8 black turns up.
Now, really, you sound a little silly.
Go on and laugh if you want to. But I got a system that can't be beat. And I'm following orders.
Who is this man who gave you the system?
Just no gink I met. Pal of mine.
Number 8. Number 8 wins on the black. Number 8 on the black. Place your bets.
8? Yeah, that's me. Where's my list? $50 on the red 4, mister.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed for you.
Oh, I ain't gonna win this one.
What?
Well, you might tell you. Next one, baby. Cash.
Number 20 red. Number 20 red. Place your bets, please. Place your bets.
$50 on 20 red.
Are you crazy? That number just turned up.
Maybe you're right. Maybe.
Too late now.
20 red, repeat.
Hey.
20 red, repeat.
You've won.
Place your bets, please.
No chips, mister. Give me the cash.
You're kidding?
Sir. Tomorrow's another night.
But your luck's just changed.
Can't help it, baby.
You'll be back tomorrow night?
Sure thing. Will you be here?
I'll be waiting for you.
First, I'm busting the lid off this joint, and then I'm having a little celebration. Keep your eyes open this time tomorrow, kid, and watch me go to town. As I drove back to the shack in the cab, I kept thinking of Olga, the way she looked. She was the kind of dame a guy could go for. But she sure was part of the high cost of living. You'd need a mint to keep a dame like that happy. And she could go through $50 grand before you bat an eye. $50 grand. Wasn't much compared to what the old geezer was going to get out of us. What did he need it for? He'd kick off before he knew it. Money going to waste, I figured. Money that could belong to me. I stopped the cab 4 blocks from the shack and walked the rest of the way. He was waiting for me like he said he would. But he acted like he took the whole business for granted. Well, I'm back.
Oh, Smarty, you got the money?
Oh, how do you know I didn't lose?
You couldn't have if you played my system.
Yeah, I got the dough. Here, $1,800 in cash.
Tomorrow night we'll raise the ante and clean them out.
Say, look, Si, as long as we're partners, tell me just how you figured this system out.
I'm sorry. The secret belongs to me.
You got it on paper somewhere? Here in the shack?
You're getting too inquisitive, Smarty. Now, I don't like it.
Well, I think I ought to collect a bigger cut.
What?
You get nearly $1 million, and I pick up a measly $50 grand.
You're getting greedy.
I got big ideas, Cyrus.
Here. It's $90 for you. You can keep the clothes and get out.
What?
That's 5% of what you won tonight, and I'll find someone else to do my work.
You're cutting me out?
You're a little too ambitious. Go on. Leave me alone. I have work to do.
You must think I'm a prize jackass.
You made yourself some money. What else do you want?
More.
All right. Here's another 100.
I want a lot more than that. I want that system.
You're not getting it.
You ever get slapped around, old man?
Get out of here.
I said come across.
Oh.
Get up. Get up. It's only the beginning. I'll massage you like a punching bag if you don't shell out. Did you hear me, you old flea bag? Get up. Hey, Cyrus. Cyrus. Holy smoke. He's croaked. I only slugged him once, I swear, that's all. I guess he couldn't take it. Must have got a heart attack or hit his head. Anyway, he was finished. First, I thought of grabbing the next freight out. But then I got a hold of myself. I went through his pockets fast and found what I wanted. It was a little red book with a lot of numbers in it I couldn't figure out. But there was one thing about that book I could understand. Each page was marked in order. And all I had to do was follow the numbered charts and hit the jackpot. Nobody saw me leave the shack. Then I got a room in a small hotel for the night. The next day I laid low, but I didn't see nothing in the papers. Well, I figured they hadn't found him yet. I got my suit pressed and my shoes shined, and about 9:30 I was back at the Cartwheel Bow, looking for Olga.
Well, back again.
Well, this time I'm playing for keeps, baby.
Still on your system?
Tonight I give it the works. Want to watch him?
I have an appointment with a friend of mine, but I'll be back a little later.
Boyfriend?
Maybe, Jen.
Look, baby, when I walk out of here in 4 or 5 hours, I'm going to be well healed. And I'm looking for someone to help me spend my dollar.
Maybe I can oblige you, Smiley.
I could go for a dame like you, Olga. You got a face like a movie queen and a shape like nothing in this world. Even smell. And I'm not Do we make ourselves a count?
Well, it all depends on how you do it potato.
Before I get through with these clerks, the managers are going to be blowing their brains out.
I'll be back.
With a sack, baby, to cart away my dough. How about a kiss for love?
No, you work fast.
I live fast, too.
Bend your head.
Ouch!
What's the matter?
I've got a sore spot behind my ear. You just touch me.
Yes, I see. Quite a bruise.
Now, go on, baby. Get rid of that monkey you're wasting your time on and meet me at the table for the payoff.
Number 11 black. Number 11 black wins. Place your bets, please.
$800 worth of chips. All hundreds. I looked at my little red book and found a circle under the first number, which was 6 black. I figured I was to start playing after that number came up. I was right.
Number 6 black. Number 6 black wins. Place your bets, please.
500 smackers on number 1, red.
Number 1 on the red. Number 1 red wins. Place your bets, please.
Leave it on the table and put it all on 17 black.
Well, excuse me, sir, but that's $18,000.
What's the matter? Can't the bank cover?
Very well, sir. Place his bet, John. All bets, please, ladies and gentlemen. All bets, please. Number 17 on the black. Congratulations, sir. We don't have that much cash, of course, but we'll give you our check.
Who says I'm finished?
You want to play again?
Sure. Leave it lay. Put it all on 16 red.
But you've won $648,000, sir.
Peanuts. One more turn, I'll be really in the chips.
I'm sorry, sir. The bet is too high for the house.
Oh, Welsh, huh? I thought the sky's the limit.
We can't possibly cover a bet as large as that. I'm sorry, sir.
Will you cover 10,000 on number 16 red?
10,000.
If I hit the jackpot with 10 grand, I'll top $1 million. Then I'll leave you chumps alone.
If you'll excuse me, sir, I'll ask the manager.
I saw him turn to a guy in a dinner jacket and lift his eyebrows. I was just about to burst out laughing when I saw something else. Behind the manager, standing with the dame called Olga, with two plainclothes dicks.
Yes, we'll accept that bet.
Well, I
10,000 on number 16 red.
Place your bet. Place your on the wheel like a scared stick. Those dicks were watching me, and I knew why. Maybe they found out about the old man's system. Maybe they figured the guy who knocked him off would play that system and give himself away.
Number 16 red is the winner. You won.
I got panicky.
Place your bet, please.
I had to lose some of that dough. I had to show him I wasn't playing a system, that it was just luck. I forgot my book, and I started to play the numbers like everyone else. It didn't work out. $5,000. 10 red wins. 20 black, $10,000. 20 black is the winner. 50 grand. Place 50 grand on number 20 again. 20 wins. 20 black repeats itself. Crazy. The ball hit wherever I called it. I couldn't lose. I couldn't lose if I tried. And then I remembered. He said he'd get square with me if he had to crawl out of his grave. He was getting square, all right. Number 20. 20 wins again. He must have been standing there, a ghost in a dirty beard, putting that ball in the slot himself. Well, that's the story. Of course, I had to be the chump. They had me on more counts than I figured. The cut behind my ear that the train dick gave me. That's what scared Olga. And she's the one who gave him the tip about my knowing the old geezer with a sister. And now look at me. Spilling my story to the DA typist like I was drunk. Sitting here in the DA's office when I'm worth $2 million. Me. I'm one of the richest guys in town. Sure. And I'm taking the system with me. When I get the chair.
If a man named Omar Khayyam could have traveled across the countless years from out of the past to witness Smiley Scallon's end, he might have spoken Smiley's requiem like this. The ball, no question, makes of eyes or nose. But here and there a strikes, a player goes. And he that tossed you down into the field, he knows about it all. He knows. He knows. The Clock will be heard again next week, same time, same station. Written by Lawrence Klee, narrated by Hart McGuire. The cast included Richard Meikle as Smiley, Ozzie Winburn as Cyrus, Georgie Sterling as Olga, Ken Hannum as the croupier. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production. John Saul is a Grace Gibson radio production. John Saul is a Grace Gibson radio production. John Saul is a Grace...
There is a theory that man, like time, has two identities. Time's countenance is day, and its alter ego is night. Breeding, intelligence, generosity, and mercy are the characteristics which civilized man must show the world in order to take his rightful place in it. But in some, there may be a dormant force underneath the veneer of civilization. A grasping, murderous, pitiless animal of hate and frenzy, which, when unleashed,
can become a scourge whose only joy is blind destruction. How are you this evening, Lucy?
Well enough, dear. Have you had your dinner?
Yes.
I've just finished mine, Frank. The roast was excellent.
Yes. I've told Hilda to bring you some milk later on. Are you comfortable?
Quite.
What book would you like?
I'm quite content with the papers, Frank.
If there's something you want, you only have to ask for it.
I know that, darling. Thank you. Well, I've been reading the account of the new research foundation. I'm very proud of my husband.
Now, Lucy.
When your name's in the newspapers, I can never get enough of it. You're so appreciated, loved by so many.
Oh, the papers overdo it, Lucy. All I've done is donate a little money to a worthy cause.
You've spent your whole life with worthy causes, Frank. You'd have been a multi-millionaire by now if you hadn't given so much away to charity.
Well, I've still got enough to get by on. And I've made certain you have a handsome income for life if anything happens to me.
Oh, Frank, please don't talk that way. Nothing's going to happen to you.
Never know.
Oh, no, you've got to live, Frank, for a long, long time. The world would find it hard to do without you.
I think you're prejudiced.
Thousands of people have you to thank for a new start in life. And even with everything you've done, you've always found time to bother with me.
Oh, now, darling.
If only I could be of some help to you. If only I weren't a hopeless invalid lying here in bed day after day.
Lucy, please, I don't like to hear you speak like that.
All right. But you could make me less self-conscious of it. If you would.
How do you mean that?
Well, Frank, darling, you never go out unless it's connected with business or charity. You never have any fun.
Well, I appreciate my home. I don't enjoy leaving it.
You mean you feel guilty about leaving me alone?
Now, Lucy.
It happens every day. You deny yourself because of me. I overheard you talking to Frederick Walsh before you refused his invitation. That's just the sort of thing I don't want you to do.
Oh, I can do without cocktail parties.
Frank, you're still young, darling. I want you to get some pleasure out of life.
But I do, Lucy.
Darling, don't you see it's easier for me when I know you're not making additional sacrifices?
You'd feel better if I went out occasionally?
Oh, yes, much better.
Well, we'll see about it.
No, I want you to start right now, tonight. I want you to go to Frederick's party.
Oh, it'll probably be a bore.
You know it won't, Frank. He's always had such interesting people for friends. I'm sure you'll enjoy yourself.
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, Lucy, I did rather fancy the idea for a moment.
There now. That's all I wanted to know. Now, you get yourself dressed and go to that party. And give my best to Fred.
Are you sure you won't mind?
Why should I?
Well, all right, then. I'll run over for a couple of hours.
Good. Well, what are you waiting for?
For a moment, I had a feeling that I want to forget about it. I don't know why. I'm being rather silly, aren't I? I don't know why I said that. Oh, well, good night, Lucy.
Good night, Frank. Just make sure you come back to me when the party's over.
Well, of course, as a... Frank, old man, this is a welcome surprise.
How are you, Fred?
Couldn't be better. And you?
Oh, I'm quite well, thanks.
I never expected you to show up tonight. You said you couldn't make it.
Well, I changed my mind. Or rather, Lucy changed it for me.
Good for her. How is dear Lucy?
Uncomplaining as usual. Oh, she sent a love.
Poor girl. Her life's not an easy one.
No.
Neither is yours, Frank. I can appreciate
Oh,
that.
I'm happy in my own way.
Oh, I didn't mean
No,
to.
of course you didn't. Let's drop the subject, shall we? Well, I see you have your usual crowd here tonight.
Yes, I think you know most everyone. Lorenz over there at the piano is giving a big concert this week.
Yes, he's a magnificent musician.
And Harriet Kane is here. Her play opens next month, you know.
Yes, and if it's as successful as her last one was, she'll deserve plenty of praise.
Yes. I think you know almost everyone. Oh, except Viola, perhaps.
Viola?
Viola Hazen, the woman in the corner with the drink in her hand.
Oh, that name sounds familiar.
She's quite a sculptress, very popular in Europe. She just returned. Hasn't been home for 15 years. When the Nazis took Paris, she hid away somewhere. No one actually knows how she got along. At any rate, she's here, and I'd like her to meet you.
Well, don't bother about introducing me around, Fred.
Just let me introduce you to Viola, and I'll leave you in peace. You'll find she's extraordinary company. Come with me. Viola, my dear.
This is a charming party, Frederick.
I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. I want you to meet a very good friend of mine, Frank Cameron. Viola Hazen, Frank.
How do you do?
How do you do?
You must have heard of Frank. He's the modern Santa Claus. Plays Mr. Moneybags to every worthwhile project.
Now, Fred.
Oh, yes, Mr. Cameron's reputation has preceded him.
I'm very impressed.
I wouldn't pay any attention to Frederick. I believe he's a disappointed press agent.
Oh, is that right?
Coming right over, Bob. Will you excuse me, please?
Of course. Drink?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Here's one on the tray.
Thank you.
Shall we propose a toast?
Yes, if you like.
Here's to death and all it holds for us.
Say, that's an odd toast.
I'm a very odd person, Mr. Cameron. You look just as I imagined you'd look.
Oh?
I've heard and read about you often. Frank Cameron, heaven's gift to the underprivileged.
You sound disapproving.
I don't have very much use for philanthropy. It's a hypocritical pastime.
That's not quite fair.
Chacun a son goût.
Your French is clearer than your philosophy, Miss Hazen.
Oh, call me Viola. It's simpler.
Why do you feel a philanthropist is a hypocrite?
A man who gives his money away is trying to cover some inner feeling of guilt.
Oh, right then, I'm a potential murderer.
You may be. One never knows.
Viola, I think you've had too much to drink.
On the contrary, I know what I'm talking about. On the surface, you're respectable, generous, home-loving. I take it you have a home.
Yes, and a wife.
She probably thinks you're wonderful. But you're undoubtedly beginning to think so yourself.
No, I'm not quite that conceited.
But underneath all that veneer...
Well, underneath it, what am I?
I'd find out if I made a sculpture of you.
You mean these inner trays I have would show up in your work?
When I carve, I don't see my subject from the surface. Something happens to me when I work. I only see what the subject is really like beneath his layer of flesh.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry I don't have time enough to let you make the experiment, Viola.
You mean you're sorry you don't have enough nerve?
Now, really, you're going a little too far.
Oh, the outraged male. Well, if you ever feel you have courage enough to learn what you really look like underneath, you might drop in and see me. The experiment might be amusing. I can always find a little time to be amused.
I suggest you don't count on it.
Oh, but I will. You men are all alike. You're more curious than women. You drop around and I'll be waiting for you. Just look me up. I'm in the phone book. I shall be looking forward to you very soon. Is that you, Frank?
Yes, Lucy.
Well, did you have fun?
Oh, the party was pretty dull.
Didn't you meet any interesting people at all?
No one to speak of. I just dropped in to see if you're all right. Yes, I'll have a cigar in the library and perhaps some brandy, and then I'll turn in.
Frank?
Yes?
What's the trouble?
Why, nothing.
You sound uneasy.
Ah, it's just your imagination, dear.
Put the light on and let me look at you.
Well, you satisfied?
You're sure you're not worried about anything?
Quite sure. Now, you go to sleep. I'm sorry I disturbed you.
Oh, by the way, John Wilkins called while you were out.
Huh? What for?
He wanted to remind you of that conference tomorrow at noon.
Oh, yes, I'd forgotten.
You're going, aren't you?
Well, there was something I was thinking of doing.
Then you'd better call him in the morning and tell him.
Yes, I will. As a matter of fact, I believe I'll see him after all. That other thing I mentioned was something silly, and I've changed my mind about it. Yes, I've changed my mind. Good night, Lucy, dear.
Hello?
Hello?
Come in, won't you?
Thanks. You, act as if you were expecting me.
I was.
Oh, this whole thing is ridiculous. Last night I made up my mind I wouldn't accept your childish offer.
And why are you here?
I don't know. Curiosity, perhaps?
Oh, no, it's more than that.
What do you mean?
Cigarette.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Let me mix some drinks.
No, please don't. I can't stay with you long.
You're frightened.
Of you? That's the silliest thing I've ever heard.
You're frightened of what might happen if I modeled you in stone.
Now, look here, I think this joke's gone far enough. All this nonsense about the inner me and so on, it doesn't amuse me anymore.
Don't be angry.
I'm not angry, but I think it's rot.
Would you like me to prove it to you?
Yes, if you can. What's your charge?
Whatever you wish to pay.
And how often will I have to come?
Every evening at 8 for 3 or 4 hours. We could begin tonight if you could. Now, is it a bargain? Will you be here this evening?
Yes, I'll be here.
One thing I want you to remember, however. The responsibility is yours.
What responsibility?
For whatever happens when you learn the truth about yourself.
Man has been on this earth for many years, and in the course of time he has risen from the primates to his present status as the most intelligent of animals. But there are a few who have not come quite so far, and who continue to teeter upon the narrow perch that divides civilization from aboriginal chaos.
How much longer, Viola?
Just a second, and you can take a break. All right, relax.
Why do you always cover the statue after you finish?
Because I don't want you to see it yet.
It's been 5 days, and I'm getting curious.
You'll see it when it's finished.
It's been rather nice being here in the evenings.
You seem to have a lot more time to spare than you thought you'd have.
Well, I've managed to arrange my affairs so that...
So that your wife wouldn't know?
That's stupid, Viola.
But it's true, isn't it? Haven't you been keeping this from her?
Well, what if I have?
Nothing. It just amuses me, that's all.
Sometimes I think you have no heart. And what's so funny?
You're so naive.
Don't make fun of me.
Are you falling in love, Frank?
What?
With me?
Why, that's ridiculous.
Is it?
Stop it. What kind of a woman are you, anyway? Don't you have any sensitivity at all?
Come here, Frank, and I'll show you how sensitive I am. Come on, come here. Well?
I don't think we should have. Stop it. Stop it
before you what?
I didn't mean that. I'm sorry.
Oh, so you can be angry and barbaric. I was right. Yes, well, perhaps it is time for you to see what I've done. I'm not finished, but I'd like you to tell me what you think of it so far.
You want me to uncover the statue?
Yes, go ahead.
Don't know if I should.
Frightened? Go on, Frank, go on. See yourself as I see you.
All right. Why, that's not me.
Look closely.
It looks more like some kind of monster.
It's not finished, but it's well on its way.
That's not a man, that's...
An ape? Yes, Frank. If you faced yourself honestly, you'd know what it means. All men are like that underneath. Their souls are foul and decaying.
You really hate, don't you?
I have reason for it. Look at the face, Frank, the fangs in its mouth and the eyes. Look at it closely and think of yourself. Stooped, your arms dragging. Look at the ape, Frank, that walks like a man.
You had that coming to you.
Oh, good. Very good. Now you're being honest. Now you're giving away to your real desires.
You must be out of your mind. I'm never coming back here.
You'll come back. You know you'll come back to me. Welcome home. I thought you were never coming back.
I came for that statue.
Why?
I'm going to destroy it.
I won't.
I'm going to get rid of it.
No. Not until it's finished. I've been working on it. Let me see. It's 2 weeks since you left here.
Do you know what they've been for me? Do you know how I've suffered because of you?
No, not because of me, Frank. Because of yourself. It's
It's rather difficult to admit what we really are to ourselves.
It's hard to believe that anyone could do to me what you've done. You've taken my confidence. You've made me afraid. You've torn me down like a piece of your clay to amuse yourself.
Let me show you how far I've gone in my work.
I am going to destroy that statue, Viola.
Come here. Look at it again.
It's horrible. It's the most frightful thing I've ever seen.
I have a name for it, Frank. Do you know what it is?
No, what I don't want to hear.
I'm calling it the Ape Man.
I'll smash it to pieces.
Frank! Why don't you face the facts?
What facts?
You know you hate the life you've been leading, and you know you hate your wife.
No.
She's like an anchor around your neck. Your whole life has been like that. You've repressed your inner feelings. You're made out to be something that you're not. Why don't you be as strong like I am? Why don't you admit that you come from the jungles and that's where you want to return?
Oh, you're completely insane. You must be.
Take me in your arms, Frank. Kiss me if you want to kiss.
I could kill you.
Frank! Frank? Frank, is that you?
Yes, Lucy?
Frank? Where are you? Put on the light.
No. No, I prefer the dark. Lucy, I'd like to ask you something.
Frank, your voice, it sounds so strange.
Are you happy, Lucy?
You know I am.
Really happy? Is life so wonderful for you that you want to cling to it, even though you're powerless to enjoy it the way others do?
Frank, what's come over you? You sound so different.
Don't put on the light, Lucy. I told you not to put them on.
What happened to you? You look like someone else.
I am someone else. Someone you never knew.
Your hair. Your face. I hardly recognize you.
What do I remind you of, Lucy? Don't be afraid to say it. I remind you of an ape.
Frank.
And I feel like something out of the jungles.
Frank. What are you doing with that razor?
Razor?
Are you going to kill me?
You're afraid?
No. I'm not afraid. You're ill, my dear. I've seen it coming on. Your mind is ill.
She told me you stood in the way of our happiness. She told me I had to get rid of you if I wanted her.
Oh, Frank, I'm so sorry for you.
You feel sorry for me?
Yes. I've been afraid of this. I've seen you change. I don't care what you do to me.
Lucy.
I'm ready. I'm ready now. For anything. You're back.
Yes, I'm back.
Well?
You still want me, Viola?
I told you how I wanted you.
Yes, providing I got rid of her. You wanted me to kill her.
I never used that word.
But you inferred it.
If you have murder in your heart, it must come to the surface.
You have murder in yours.
Have I?
Murder and hate.
Yes, you're right. I have reason to hate. I loved once, and he was a fiend, a German fiend, a goose-stepping, hiling, rotten fiend. I loved him, and I believed in what he said, and then he left me.
So that's how you lived in Europe, Jerry.
Why not? What difference does it make as long as I had everything I wanted? But I can love again, Frank. I can love you.
Me and my money?
Yes, you and everything you call your own. Frank.
Well?
Did you kill her?
No.
What happened? Why didn't you go through with it?
Because the job you did wasn't perfect. She deserves to live much more than you.
Frank, what are you doing with that Amos?
wanted to make a murderer of me, didn't you?
Frank, don't be a fool. It was all a joke.
Was it?
You know I wasn't serious. You know it. Why did you open the window?
Come here, Viola.
No.
Come here.
No. Let go of me.
Down, Viola. We're 13 stories above the street. Look how the light shine down there in civilization.
Go of me, please. Let go.
There are people
of
down
me.
there, Viola. Good people, not people like us, not animals, apes who belong in the jungle.
If you love me, Frank, you let me go. You know you love me.
I can't love you. Now I can only hate. You made me that way, you.
Frank.
Lean over. Through the window.
No.
Lean over.
No.
And look down. Would you like to join the others in the street? Would you like to join the civilized ones?
You're forcing me over the stairs.
You can join them down there, but first you must purify yourself. You can join them, Viola, and they'll have you in death.
Oh, don't do it, no.
Go to them, Viola. Go to them. Go with you.
To those of us who live in dignity, who respect the precepts of the conscience and the community of humans we call the world, to those life is a joy and a wholesome experience, much to be desired. But to the others, the very few others whose feet are molded in clay, it is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time, same station. Written by Lawrence Clee, Hart McGuire narrates as the Clock, and you heard Richard Davies as Frank, Georgie Sterling as Viola, Wendy Playfair as Lucy, Max Osbiston as Fred. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
Time is most dramatic in the streets of a great metropolis. Like a three-act play, it divides itself into exposition, development, and climax. Morning and afternoon, the streets are alive with busy people going about the process of earning a daily living. In the evening until midnight, these same people may be found searching for relaxation in the theaters, the restaurants, the cafes. But after midnight, when the law-abiding citizens have gone home to bed, the city streets take on a different aspect. The pavement's empty, the brightly colored lights go out. Deepening shadows take their places, shadows that give refuge to human bats who emerge, blink their liver-colored eyes, seeking a likely victim. Until dawn, the streets are haunted by the shapes who fear the light, and the city canyons sometimes echo with the shrieks of sudden death.
What's the big idea?
I'm sorry. Did I frighten you?
You've been following me for over an hour.
Yes, I have.
Why?
Perhaps you interest me.
Well, go on. Take a walk before I call a cop.
You won't call a policeman.
Look, mister, go find yourself another girl. I'm not your type.
But I assure you I meant no harm. You look hungry.
Don't be silly. You don't have a cigarette on you.
Yes, I think I have.
Thanks. Light?
Yes.
Okay. You've done your good turn for the day. See you around.
Just 10 minutes.
Let go my arm.
You mustn't be so impulsive.
Let me go. I'll yell for the police.
And have him find that wallet in your bag?
What wallet?
Mine. You just took it from my pocket while I was lighting your cigarettes.
Well, you ought to know better than to carry it on your hip. Here.
Thank you.
Well, go on. Yell for a cop.
I don't intend to. On the contrary, I'd like to provide you with a meal.
Are you kidding?
We may find a restaurant open around the corner. Will you join me?
With pleasure, mister.
More coffee?
I've had enough, thanks. Oh, that was quite a spread, Mr.
Just call me Luther.
My name's Martha.
You up against it, Martha?
Yeah,
For how long?
3 or 4 months.
Why didn't you try some other kind of work?
A waitress was the best I could do, and I hated it. Dirty dishes make me sick.
So you became a pickpocket.
Yours was the first I ever tried.
Oh, you don't have to lie. You were much too clever for an amateur.
All right. Have it your own way.
Do you have any relatives here, Martha?
I've got no relatives anywhere. You're a funny guy.
Am I?
You've got funny eyes.
How do you mean, funny?
I don't know. See, I'm falling asleep. I think I better be on my way.
You have a place to stay?
I'll find one.
May I offer you a place? I live in a 2-family house in Jackson Heights. You're welcome to use the upper floor. With a key of your own, you'll have complete privacy.
I don't know.
I want to talk to you, Martha.
About what?
Various things. You can trust me. And you're at liberty to leave whenever you like.
In Jackson Heights, you said?
Yes.
You sure got funny eyes.
Yes, Martha, I have. And I want you to see a great deal more of them. Sit down, Martha.
I don't think I should have come.
You still don't trust me?
I don't trust anybody.
Here, this is your key.
No. No, I'm leaving.
Where are you going?
I don't know yet.
Here you are.
Oh, what's that for?
For you. Use it to get yourself a room somewhere since you won't stay here.
Are you nuts or something?
No. I just want to be your friend. Can't you believe that?
Did you say your name was Luther or Santa Claus?
Luther. What's the matter?
It must be that light above my head. I feel sleepy.
Look at me, Martha. Keep looking into my eyes. You're tired. Very tired. You want to sleep. Sleep, Martha. Don't fight me. Sleep. Restful sleep. Quiet sleep. Sleep is good. Sleep. Answer me when I speak to you, Martha. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. When you awake, you won't remember having been asleep. But you will remember this. Exactly 2:30 tomorrow, you must return here.
2:30.
And from now on, when I command you to sleep, Martha, you will sleep.
Yes.
Now wake up, Martha. Wake up. Wake up.
What? Oh. Oh, I was leaving, wasn't I?
Yes.
Well, thanks for the money.
I'll give it back.
You must have a lot of faith in human nature. How do you know I'll come back at all?
I'm sure you will, Martha. Very sure. Good night. Good afternoon, Martha.
Good afternoon.
Good. It's 2:30. You're right on time.
How did you know what time I'd be here?
I guessed.
I didn't even know I was coming until half an hour ago. I was going to take that money you gave me and grab a bus back to Chicago. Something brought me here. Instead,
Yes.
Oh, why? I didn't want to come.
Sleep, Martha.
What?
Sleep. down. You're an excellent subject for hypnosis. Did you get a room last night?
Yes.
Where?
Hotel Clayton.
You will keep that room. Are you a thief, Martha?
Yes.
Would you steal again?
If I had to,
Are you a murderer, Martha? Answer my question. Are you a murderer?
No.
But you would kill, wouldn't you, if you had to?
No.
Why not?
I don't like to kill.
Are you afraid?
No.
Would you kill to protect yourself?
Yes. Yes, to protect myself.
Good enough. Now listen very closely. I have instructions for you. First, here is a gun.
A gun?
You know how to use one?
I think so.
Put the gun in your handbag. And go to this address. You will arrive there at 5 minutes to 4. You hear?
Yes.
You ring the bell, and the woman will answer. A tall woman. When she comes to the door, you'll pretend to faint.
Faint?
You'll collapse, and she'll carry you indoors. Then you'll revive and look at the clock in the corner of the room. Are you listening, Martha?
Yes.
When that clock chimes 4 times, you'll remove the gun from your handbag and shoot the woman through the head.
No.
Yes, Martha. That woman's your enemy. She hates you. You're killing her in self-defense.
I wanted to speak to...
Hey, what's the trouble? Did you get... Oh, dear. Oh, I hope I can manage to lift you. There. Now, here, just on the couch. Right. I'll call a doctor.
No. Don't bother.
Oh, you're feeling better.
Yes.
Who are you?
My name's Martha.
Well, what do you want? Why did you come here?
I came here to kill you.
Oh,
you're my enemy.
Are you crazy? I never saw you before in all my life. Why, that gun. It looks like my husband. No, don't. Put it down, for heaven's sake. Put it down. No, don't.
Hello?
Martha?
Yes.
This is Luther. Did you accomplish your mission?
Yes.
Are you alone now?
Yes.
You will go to sleep and sleep until morning. When you awake, you'll remember nothing. Then you will come here, Martha, to me at noon.
Very well.
Sleep well, Martha. You've done a good day's work. Conserve your strength. I'll have use for it again in the very near future.
There is a time to remember and time to forget. There is a time to live and a time to die. And there are some who find the time to make a pact with Satan.
Well, good morning, Sergeant.
Hello, Luther.
What brings you here?
Just thought I'd drop by for a chat. You, still living alone?
Naturally. I separated from my wife a year ago.
Oh, yeah.
And you had a great deal to do with that, Sergeant Bowen.
Well, practicing medicine illegally isn't exactly an honest occupation, Luther. Maybe your wife decided you were a little, too shady for her.
What do you want?
I've got some news for you.
Really?
Your wife was found in her home yesterday with a bullet through her head.
She was... Oh, no, that's too bad. She should have watched the company she kept.
After doing a little checking, I discovered that there was a $40,000 insurance policy in her name, with you as beneficiary.
Yes. I kept up her payments.
40 grand's a lot of dough for a guy like you.
In other words, I killed her for the money?
Maybe.
At what time did she die?
We figure around 4. We're sure she was killed between 3:30 and 4:30.
And I'm not the man you're after.
No?
No, between 3 and 5 yesterday afternoon, I was delivering a slide lecture on travel at Huntley Hall. There are at least 300 people who can bear witness to that.
You do everything, don't you? Quack doctor, travel expert.
One must make a living.
I've also heard that you've become an expert on hypnosis.
Hypnosis? I don't know anything about it.
Well, I do. I've discussed it with a friend of mine. He tells me that a subject who happens to be weak-willed might be persuaded to do almost anything while hypnotized.
I wouldn't know.
I'll have to keep checking on that theory. Huh, Luther? After all, a guy could be almost anywhere while his stooge went out and did his killing for him.
It sounds like an interesting idea.
Maybe I'll have a few more details to add to it. Well, so long, Luther. I'll be seeing you again.
Sit down, Martha,
Yes.
and listen closely. I've found another one of your enemies.
Who?
A man named Bowen. He wants to give you the electric chair, Martha.
Why?
He wants to strap you into the seat and burn the soul right out of your body. And he will, Martha, unless you stop him. You still have my gun.
Yes.
And you will follow these instructions. This man, Bowen, lives in a secluded section. His house is next to a church. The church, Martha, has a clock in its tower. At 5 minutes to 10 tonight, you'll be waiting for this man in front of his home.
5 minutes to 10.
You'll flirt with him and ask him for cigarettes. He leaves his work at 9, and he invariably arrives home at a little before 10.
What does he look like?
Slouch hats, blue suit, tall, heavy set, rather good looking. You will ask him if his name is Bowen.
Yes.
And you know what to do, Martha, when the clock chimes in the steeple?
When the clock chimes in the steeple, I'll shoot him through the head.
How are you, Martha?
What are you doing here?
It's taken me months to find you. Why'd you leave me?
Because I wasn't good enough for you.
Love me, Martha. You know you did.
How did you know I lived in this hotel?
I saw you on the street yesterday and followed you here. It was just one of those lucky breaks. I didn't call your room because I wasn't sure whether you'd see me or not. Said I came back about an hour ago and waited here in the lobby.
I want you to leave, Roby. Eve will never come back.
Oh, Martha, for heaven's sake, what's got into you? Well, the good times we've had, the things we've done together mean anything at all?
Not anymore.
Martha.
Good afternoon, Martha.
Hello, Luther.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your friend?
His name is Roby. I knew him before.
I'm very glad to know you.
How do you do?
We're late, Martha. We'd better leave.
Yes. Goodbye, Roby.
Well, goodbye, Martha. We'll see each other again. Nice to meet you. Bye.
Who is he?
Just a boy I knew.
He's in love with you?
Yes.
And you?
I'm not good enough for him.
He's the reason you left your home?
Oh, what difference does it make?
Look at me, Martha. You must always do as I say. You know that, don't you?
Yes.
I don't want you to ever see that boy again.
Yes. I promise you, Luther. I won't.
No one has ever been able to hypnotize me. I just take on regardless. However, maybe I'm unique. But Martha definitely wasn't. Let's hear what I have in store for her.
Remember me?
Of course.
I decided to come over and have a talk with you.
About what?
Martha.
Well, what about her?
She's been avoiding me for over a week now. She won't talk to me on the street. She won't see me in a hotel.
That's too bad, Roby. Perhaps she doesn't like you anymore.
She loved me once. I don't understand.
Something's happened to her.
Really?
She can't possibly be in love with you.
Why am I so horrible?
And yet, she sees you almost every day.
How do you know? Do you follow her here?
What have you over her, Luther?
I've cast a spell over her. I'm a witch. Would you like to see my broomstick?
Answer me.
Take your hands off me.
Answer me before I shake the teeth out of your head.
Can't you kick her in? She doesn't want anything more to do with you. Now get out of here before I call the police.
Maybe that isn't a bad idea. Go on. Call them.
If I did, I'd turn the two of you in.
What do you mean?
Your friend Martha is a thief.
That's a lie.
Is it? Well, I can prove it, my friends. And I can send her to the penitentiary for 10 years. She's a thief I picked up in the gutter, and if you don't keep away from her, I'll send her right back to the gutter where she belongs.
Now, get up. Get up and say that again.
You'll regret it.
Will I?
Yes, you'll regret it very much.
Well, I'm not through with you yet. I'll find out what you're up to if it's the last thing I do.
And it may be, Ruby. Sleep, Martha. Sleep and listen to me.
I'm listening.
I have another task for you.
Someone else?
Another enemy.
Who?
You know him well. His name's Roby.
Roby?
Yes.
Roby loves me.
He hates you. I said
No.
he hates you.
But why?
Because he loved you once. And love is very close to hate, Martha.
What shall I do?
You must get rid of him to protect yourself and me.
With the gun? When the clock chimes, I must use the gun.
Exactly. Martha, look. I have something for you.
Oh, it's a clock.
A small clock made in Switzerland. The chimes have a very pleasant tinkle, Martha. You'll enjoy hearing it.
Yes.
This clock is small enough to fit inside your purse along with your gun. I want you to take it with you and give it to Roby when you see him.
A present for Roby?
Yes. A present for Roby. And when the clock strikes, you will add another present to this one, Martha, for Roby.
Martha. Oh, Martha, darling. You know what I've gone through in the past week? It's been miserable. But you wanted to avoid me. But now I know I'm wrong.
Roby, I have a present for you.
Darling, never mind the present. This is more important.
Here, Roby. Take this clock.
Martha, listen. That man you're seeing, Luther, he's dangerous.
Isn't that a pretty clock, Roby?
I checked up on him. He's been arrested before for impersonating a doctor. He's some sort of a hypnotist. His wife was murdered just a little while ago, Martha.
At 9, the clock will chime. You'll hear music, Roby.
Aren't you interested in what I'm saying?
It's almost 9.
Martha, you're ill.
No.
That man, he must... Martha, that gun, you wouldn't kill me. All right, go ahead. I love you, but I can see it's no use. It's changed you. Little murderers.
9 o'clock.
Well, what are you waiting for? Why don't you shoot?
I'm waiting for the chimes. They haven't rung.
Chimes?
And now it's after 9. Now it's too late.
Martha.
I must go back, Roby. I must go back to Luther with the clock.
Come in, my dear. You look tired. Was it difficult?
Yes.
You should be glad he's dead, Martha. Now he's out of your way.
But Luther, he's not dead.
What?
Roby's alive.
What are you saying?
I didn't kill him.
You disobeyed my orders?
You told me to wait for the clock chimes. I didn't hear them.
Give me that clock.
Here.
You little fool. You should have killed him anyway. Where is he now? How did you get out of your room?
He didn't try to stop me. He just said he'd get the police.
The police?
You told me to wait for the chime.
Can't you see it was turned off? You should have pushed this button.
I hear the chimes now.
Martha. Martha, put down that gun.
That's what I was waiting for, the chimes.
Martha, the police are outside.
The chimes are so pretty.
He's going to kill me. Don't let it kill me. Don't let it kill me.
It's the police, Martha. Open the door.
Just a moment. I'll let you in.
There is a saying that has long been inscribed in the halls of time, and Luther would have been wiser to take note of it. He who dances a madman's jig must someday pay the piper, and pay him well.
The Clock will be heard next week, same time. This program was written by Lawrence Clee and starred Hart Maguire as the Clock. Heard on this program were Myrna Dodd as Martha, Guy Dolman as Luther, with Neva Coglin, Owen Weingott, and Ray Barrett. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
The American Broadcasting Company presents another in a series of dramatic programs, The Clock.
A good watch will run indefinitely, neither too fast nor too slow. And what little regulation it may need is usually minor. The same can be said of the normal mind. But a watch that has been tampered with exaggerates the passage of time. The wheels may run too slowly or too fast. This is not always apparent to the casual observer, however, at least on the surface. And the human mind that becomes abnormal is not always an easily detectable thing, even though that mind may house an appetite for murder.
They told me at the hospital that I was the homicidal type. Can you imagine me, a perfectly normal girl with a sweet disposition? I guess that's why I didn't like the place. Everybody was nuts in the joint but myself. So one night I found a loose bar in one of the windows, and I let myself out by climbing down some knotted bed sheets. Say, they must have been a sight to see when they found out I was gone. And I took my nail file with me. When I reached St. Louis, I naturally got myself a job. I'm a manicurist. But only for men, see? And if I say so myself, I can dress up any barbershop in town. When the bald heads let me hold their fingers, they forget about their business troubles. And they always feel at home with a nice, sweet, respectable girl like me.
So your name is Mabel?
Yeah, what's yours?
Charlie?
I used to know a Charlie once in Dallas, Texas. And he was just as cute as you. Left hand, please.
How long you been around here, Mabel?
Oh, just a little while.
You got any boyfriends?
One or two.
But nothing steady, huh?
No. Say, that's a classy ring you got there.
4 carats. The stick pin's 5.
You must be rich.
I get by. And I don't mind spending either when I meet a classy number, Mabel, like you.
You're squeezing my hand.
That's what it's for, ain't it?
It all depends on who's doing the squeeze.
What's on your date book for tonight?
Nothing much. Movie, maybe. And then to bed.
You want to make that a nightclub and a show?
I might.
When do you knock off here?
6.
I'll be outside waiting, baby. 5 minutes out.
And I'll be looking for you. Charlie. He took me to a chop suey joint, and then we found a bar. The floor show was rotten, so we didn't stay too long. And Charlie wanted to go for a nice long walk in the park. But he got tired even quicker than I thought he would. And we sat down on a bench right near the lake.
It's quiet here.
Yeah.
And we're all alone.
You're going to try to get fresh now, Charlie?
You know the routine.
Are you married?
Yeah, but my wife don't understand me.
That's how it goes.
But you're the kind of a girl who does. From the minute I met you, I figured you were just my type. You know, Mabel, I could go for a kid like you. Nice, sweet kid. Big, blue, innocent eyes.
looked at me, and I looked at him. And then he bent over to give me a kiss. I remember his face smelled from some kind of a shaving lotion. And I noticed the sweat on his upper lip as I opened my handbag and took out the nail file. And I also remember how his eyes bulged out like marbles as I jammed the file through the back of his wrinkled neck. I didn't do it for the diamonds or the wallet. Although I figured I might as well take them with me as long as he wasn't going to use them anymore. And anybody who says I did it for the diamonds ought to be ashamed. I did it because I liked to do it. I don't know why. And a girl's got to have a little fun every once in a while. The next one I met was Alfred. And he was a doll. And it wasn't long before we got well acquainted. So you're in the messenger business?
Well, not exactly. I mean, I don't own the firm. I'm just one of the bonded carriers.
What's that?
Well, we carry stocks and cash from one place to another. That's about all there is to it.
Right hand, please. I bet that's dangerous.
My work? No. You see, most people on the street don't even know I got something valuable in my briefcase when I make a delivery. And besides, I carry a gun.
Oh, a gun?
Don't be afraid, Mabel. I ain't got it with me now.
I used to know a fella named Alfred in Dallas, Texas.
Did he look like me?
Not half so nice.
I never met a girl who was half as nice as you.
Oh, you're just saying that to kid me.
No, on the level. I mean it.
You married, Alfred?
No, but I hope to be someday.
You'd be a nice catch for any girl.
I don't make too much dough, even though I carry a lot of it around. But if a girl don't mind a movie and a glass of beer, I can provide her with an entertaining evening.
Don't sound bad.
How about it, Mabel?
I'll let you know.
I usually make my last delivery on Friday afternoon about 3 o'clock. I could meet you later and we could step out.
Where's your office, Alfred?
On Front Street.
Oh, say, that's funny. I live on Revere. That's 3 blocks away.
You want me to call for you?
Sure.
At 4 after I make my delivery?
Okay, Alfred, at 4. But give me your office phone number just in case something comes up and I got to call it off.
I'll put it down, but try to keep the date, Mabel. I promise you'll have fun.
If I keep it, Alfred, I know I will. I got off at 1 on Friday, and at 2:30 sharp, I called the number Alfred gave me. I don't know why. I just couldn't wait until 4. I guess I just had a yen or something, and I was looking for excitement. Alfred?
Yeah?
This is Mabel.
Oh, hello. You're not calling off our date?
No, I just want to make it sooner, that's all.
Sooner?
Can you pick me up in 15 minutes?
But I got a delivery to make.
I'll make it with you. Don't you want company?
Well, it's against the rules.
Oh, don't be like that. I'm lonesome. And besides, some guy's been pestering me all day. He's dying to take me out, and he said he might come over. I want to avoid him if I can.
You calling from Revere Street?
Yes. Number 71 where I live. Hurry, Alfred, and then after you make that delivery, we'll have some fun.
Okay, baby. I'll be right over.
And I'll be waiting. I don't know what made me lie that way. I don't live on Revere. And I don't know what made me go to number 71 and hang around the hall. I must be mischievous, huh? I guess I'm just a card. Alfred?
Oh, hello, kid.
I thought I'd wait for you here in the hall and save time.
Let's get going. I want to get rid of this package of money I got and quit for the day.
You're cute, Alfred.
What?
You're really cute.
Uh-huh. You think so?
And you and I are going to have lots of fun. Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
The bow on my shoe just got undone.
Oh, here, let me do it.
Oh, you darling.
No trouble, Mabel. No trouble at all. No trouble at all.
He had curly hair, and I could see it needed cutting when he bent over to tie the bow. And the curls ran down the back of his neck to the point where I stuck the file. Oh, the papers were full of it, and you can imagine what they said. Messenger robbed of $10,000 in cash. The liars, it was only $9,804. And then he said he was killed for the money. Ain't that a sketch? Besmirch on a nice girl's reputation like that, when all I wanted was a thrill. The feel of the file as it went through his neck. It almost made me giggle. And a girl's got a right to catch herself a laugh. The next week, I left my job and set myself up in a fancy flat. I got some snappy clothes in the high-class shops, and when I walked down the avenue, I looked like a lady. It was one of those walks, by the way, when I first met Harry.
Oh, excuse me.
You talking to me?
Yeah, you happen to know where High Street is?
On the other side of town, just follow this avenue.
Thanks a lot.
You going my way?
Well, yes.
You like a lift?
I guess I wouldn't mind.
Good. Hop in.
I don't want you to think I do this as a regular practice.
Oh, no.
I mean, I'm not the kind who lets herself get picked up by any Tom, Dick, or Harry.
That's funny.
What is?
That's my name.
Harry?
Yeah. What's yours?
Mabel.
I'm glad to know you, Mabel.
The feeling is mutual.
Where you bound for? I'll take you wherever you want to go.
I'm not particular.
No kidding? Well, in that case, how about some lunch? I know a place pretty close. Maison Rouge.
Frenchie?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I say, that sounds good. You know, I'm crazy about frog's legs.
Your own ain't doing so bad.
Now, don't be so chummy.
How about it, Mabel? Should we put on the feed bag?
Did I say no?
Okay.
It must have cost plenty.
It didn't come cheap.
What line of business are you in?
I'm retired.
You mean it?
Well, it's like being retired. I make my dough the easy way.
On what?
Horses.
You raise horses.
No, I play them. I play anything, baby, as long as it pays off good.
You're a gambler.
That's the idea.
I never met a gambler before.
And you got a treat coming, kid.
What's your drive and use two hands?
You and I will get along, Mabel.
Oh, sure. We'll get along. Just fine. Harry took me out every night for a week, and we had a lot of fun. He had money to burn, and he spent it like a sport. That's why I was kind of sorry when our friendship had to end.
Hello, Mabel.
Say, what's a big idea? I've been waiting on this corner for 20 minutes.
I'm sorry I was late, honey. I had a little business to attend to. Look.
Harry, where did you get all that money?
Crap game. Big one. Joe Laurie was in on it, and Louis Crane, two big-shot gamblers. And the luck was running for Baby.
How much money is in that roll?
$50,000.
Oh, I didn't think there was that much money in the world.
There's more where that came from, honey. And Baby's going to get it. Now, how about we celebrate, huh? I know a classy roadhouse just outside of town.
You mean you're going to carry all that cash around with you?
Why not? I'll bank it in the morning. I'd just as soon have it on me as leave it at home. It's safer with me. After all, who have I got to be afraid of? You?
That's a laugh. I scream when I see a mouse.
What you need is a protector, honey.
Somebody like you?
Why not? You're too innocent to be running around without a guy to keep an eye on you. And I'm setting myself up as candidate number one.
Come on, Harry. Let's go to that place you talked about. I'm dying for dance.
Me too. Then maybe later on we can get better acquainted.
You sure you can drive, Harry?
Yeah, sure. No question about it.
You had a lot to drink?
Yeah, I'm all right.
That place was nice. I gotta go back there one day.
You mean we got to go back, don't you?
Sure. We.
What are you doing?
Filing my name.
Some file you got there. Looks more like a stiletto.
Oh, Harry, you're tired.
No, I ain't.
It's dangerous to drive when you're tired. Why don't you park for 15 minutes and take a little nap?
Here? In the woods?
You can rest on my shoulder if you like.
That's what I call an offer I can't refuse. Am I crowding you, Mabel?
No. Rest your head over here.
You were right. I am a little tired.
I told you.
If I grab a couple of winks, don't forget to wake me up.
You go to sleep, Harry. You'll get a nice rest. The drinks made him good and sleepy, and he closed his eyes. It was so quiet out there and so peaceful. And poor Harry was so very, very tired. That's why I figured I did him a good turn. You see, he didn't have to wake up anymore at all after I slid the nail file into his throat.
When a man gambles with a deck of cards, his luck might run for hours. When he risks his neck in a speeding car, he's fortunate if it lasts for minutes. But no one can set a time limit on how long your luck will run when you're getting away with murder.
Well, By that time, I guess I was just about the happiest girl alive. I had everything I wanted, didn't I? Well, almost everything. Because after all, even $50,000 just goes so far. When I first saw Brandon, I got a tingle up and down my spine. Charlie was fat, and Alfred was cute, and Harry was tough. But Brandon was elegant. My, oh my, but he sure was class. When he knocked on my door that first night, he was wearing evening trousers and patent leather shoes and a red silk dressing gown that only went halfway down, just like in the movies. And he had a monocle stuck in one eye and a long cigarette holder. And the way he talked, you just wanted to listen all day long.
I beg your pardon. I do hope I'm not disturbing you.
Oh, not at all.
I wonder if I could borrow a lemon.
A lemon?
Yes, an ordinary lemon.
Oh, why, sure.
Thank you kindly. I need the lemon because I'm mixing a drink for myself. A tall drink to cool the inner man.
Tall drinks are nice, especially when it's hot.
True, very true. Would you care to join me in my flat? I don't mean to be rude, of course, and please forgive me if I appear too forward.
Oh, that's all right. We're neighbors, so I'm not insulted. What's your name?
Brandon. And yours?
Mabel.
Happy to know you, Mabel. We really should have met before.
Well, there's nothing like making up for lost time, and we can start right now. I'll bring the lemon.
It's odd we haven't met before. We've both been living here for over a month.
I noticed you in the elevator one day. I remember because you were wearing spats.
Where are you from?
California. My father was a rancher, and when he died, I left home. My father made a lot of money, and he never had time to enjoy it on his heiress.
I'm from New York, Mabel, and I'm more or less of an heir myself.
Really?
My father was an Englishman, Sir Brandon Montague. Perhaps you've heard of him?
I don't know much about foreigners.
Of course, my mother was American, and so am I.
I used to know a man named Brandon in Dallas, Texas.
No relation of mine, I'm sure. Will you have another drink?
Why not? I like your apartment, Brandon.
Oh, well, it's not quite what I had in mind, but in times like these.
Who's the lady in that painting on the wall?
Oh, my first wife, Dolores. Beautiful, isn't she?
I'll see.
We were divorced some years ago. I'm footloose and fancy-free now.
Me too. It's got its advantages, but then you get lonesome.
Yes, I know how it is. However, when one is lucky enough to meet someone as charming as you, Mabel, one thanks one's lucky stars for being free.
Oh, now, isn't that sweet?
Here's your drink. Here's good health.
Yes, good health. Brandon and I saw a lot of each other, and my goodness, but he sure was smart. He knew all about everything, like Latin and algebra, to say nothing of how to compliment a girl. We used to talk and talk in his apartment or in mine, and believe it or not, he never made a pass. A gentleman, that's what he was. A perfect gentleman.
And some of my ancestors on my father's side came over with William the Conqueror, to England, I mean.
Oh, you sure have got a family history, Brandon.
And you?
I'm just a rich man's daughter who's looking for a friend.
I'd be honored if you accepted me into that category.
Then, can I ask your advice?
Oh, please do, concerning anything.
I'm anxious to invest some money.
In what?
Something safe. I feel it ain't right to have all that dough just lying around. I want to put it to work.
Well, there are several worthwhile investments I know of. I happen to be an investor in several of them myself. Of course, I do have one idiosyncrasy.
What's in it?
Huh?
Or what you said?
Oh, a constitutional peculiarity, more or less of a special, peculiar characteristic.
Oh.
And my idiosyncrasy is a fear of banks.
Yeah?
Somehow I don't trust banks. I don't know why.
Well, where do you keep your money?
In a wall safe over there. I had it installed by an expert. It contains my valuables and my cash. Most of it, at any rate.
Say, that's a swell idea.
I find it keeps me free from worry. My investments, of course, are fully protected by my brokers.
I've got about $50,000 I want to invest as a starter.
Well, let me speak to my representatives about it, Mabel. I'm sure they'll make a few good suggestions.
I'd appreciate it.
You wouldn't be interested in a wall safe, too, like mine?
Maybe I would. But how can you be sure a burglar won't get at it?
Unless it's opened with the exact combination and no mistakes. An electric alarm informs the police. There's very little risk, of course.
I guess you memorized the combination.
No, not yet. I've only had the thing for about a month, and it's a very complicated formula. However, in a week or so, I'll destroy the paper with the combination on it.
Well, I guess I gotta go now, Brandon.
Oh, so soon?
I have some shopping to do.
Mabel, may I see you this evening?
Aren't we seeing too much of each other?
Oh, do you think so? It's been so wonderful being with you. I've kept no track of time.
I'll be home again about 9 o'clock tonight.
May I drop in on you for a nightcap?
No, if you don't mind, I'd rather come here. I got home to my apartment about 8:30 and changed into a fancy dress. Then I slipped my file into my evening bag and went across the hall to have a little fun with Brandon.
You look charming, Mabel. Perfectly charming.
You look pretty slick yourself.
I've mixed the drinks already, so let's have an eye-opener.
Swell.
Here's to a long life for both of us.
Down the hatch. Brandon,
Yes, dear.
why don't you ever try to kiss me?
I beg your pardon.
You're the first man I've ever met who didn't make a pass.
I have more respect for you, Mabel.
But ain't you even human?
Yes, very human. I've thought of kissing you many times.
Well, who's stopping you? I'm only human myself. He took me in his arms and kissed me hard. And then he bent his head to kiss my hand. I felt like crying almost when I took the nail file out. He was going to look so messy in his fancy suit when I finished. As I raised my hand to give him the works... Brandon.
Yes?
What have you got on your neck?
Adhesive tape and bandage. I cut myself.
Oh,
Are you going to file your nails?
well, I thought...
Oh, give me that file like a good girl. It can wait till tomorrow.
Sure.
Everything can wait until tomorrow. Especially when you're in love.
Well, I couldn't jab him with that big bandage of cotton on his neck. And besides, he had the file. I was really surprised at Brandon for disappointing me like that. After all, he was such a gentleman. But when I left his flat a little later, we made a date for the end of a week. And I made sure to ask him for my file.
Hello.
Brandon?
Yes?
This is Mabel.
Mabel, where are you?
I wanted to call you about our date tonight. I'm going to be out of town, and I think I'll be back too late.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Of course, if you wanted to meet me with your car and drive me home.
Oh, I'd be delighted.
I'm going to be all the way out in the sticks, Brandon, visiting a friend. If you could pick me up about 9.
Just tell me where.
Portstown. It's a little village 40 miles from here. It's got one drugstore, and I'll be waiting there.
But wouldn't you prefer me to pick you up at your friend's house?
No, that's not so good. You see, I'll have to make some kind of an excuse to get away, and I don't want my friend to be insulted.
All right, Mabel. In front of the Portstown drugstore at 9.
And then we can take a nice long ride together through the woods.
I took a train to Portstown, and I was in front of the drugstore by 7:30. I figured I could let him have it in the car, like I did with Harry. And he'd be carrying the key to his apartment. Somewhere in the desk, maybe I'd find that combination. Of course, I wasn't doing it for the money. And anybody who says so just doesn't have any respect for a lady. Like always, I was really doing it for fun. Well, you wouldn't believe it, but I stood there until 11. Can you imagine that? And Brandon never showed up. By 11:45, I got tired of hanging around, so I took the last train back to St. Louis. It was certainly ungentlemanly of Brandon to stand me up that way, but he was full of apologies when he called me the following day.
You don't know how awful I feel about it, Mabel, but my car broke down just after I left my flat. I'm so terribly sorry, dear.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to forgive you, Brandon.
Ah, you must. And besides, I've made up for it just a little.
How?
I spoke to my broker, and he's going to make a wonderful investment for you. He's got a tip on the market, and he'll turn your $50,000 into $1 million.
Oh, that sounds fine.
Can you get the cash and bring it over to my apartment tonight at 8?
Well, all right, Brandon, anything you say.
You can trust me. You know you can.
Naturally. The next day, I made sure there was going to be no slip-up. I brought a load of sleeping pills along with me, and I slipped them into Brandon's drink. He was so cute when he started to get sleepy. The radio was on, and he was trying to keep himself awake.
Oh, I don't know what's wrong with me tonight, Mabel. I feel so groggy.
Maybe you want to take a nap?
No. That isn't very nice when one has company. However, let's get on with our little business. You have the cash.
It's in my bag.
Then you'd better let me have it.
Now, Brandon.
Yes, Mabel.
All right, Brandon. I'll let you have it. Now. He was flat on his back asleep when I opened my purse. And he didn't feel a thing when I jabbed the nail file through his neck. I found the combination, too, and I got his dough. There wasn't much. Not as much as I thought. And I was just about to leave when I felt kind of funny. There was something that hit my leg. Then traveled up to my stomach. It kind of paralyzed me in a way. I tried to think if there was something I ate, but all I had was the drink he mixed for me, and then I heard a voice.
Now here is a special news bulletin.
As I seemed to be passing on myself. It was coming from the radio, I guess not. I tried very hard to listen.
Brandon Montague, homicidal maniac, a man who has killed 3 women for their money. 5 feet 10, suave manner, monocle in left eye. Brandon Montague is wanted by the police. His favorite method for murder is a poisoned drink.
So that's how it goes. Brandon Montague, the guy I trusted. I ain't even got strength enough to reach the phone. The only thing I sure would like to know is whether Brandon got as much fun out of it as I did.
Perhaps Mabel never knew it, but she supplied the answer to a riddle that is almost as old as time. She demonstrated what would happen when the irresistible force met the object that was immovable.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time, same ABC stations. This program was written by Lawrence Clee, directed by Clark Andrews. Music tonight was under the direction of Ralph Norman in the absence of Bernard Green. Heard on tonight's program were Fran Lafferty as Mabel and Charles Webster as the voice of the clock. This is Bill Crago speaking. Listen again next week, same time, for The Clock. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
Time is usually something we take for granted, something dependable that we rarely think of directly unless the need is vital. A man may spend an hour or two with friends, then wonder where the time has gone when the evening is over. That same man may find that he is racing with the clock on his way to catch a train to work the following morning. To the average person, the length of life is not fixed, and he can look forward to the future with confidence and hope. But the days, hours, and minutes ahead can drive a man to despair when death announces her visit beforehand.
Sit down, Mr. Fowler.
Yeah, thanks, Doc.
I hope I didn't keep you waiting.
No, I just got to the hospital 5 minutes ago. Well, the X-rays been developed yet?
Yes, they were sent down to me from the lab a little while ago.
What's the verdict, Doc? Anything that can't be cured by a glass of beer?
I'm afraid so.
Oh, you mean I'm sick?
Yes, Gus, you are.
Okay, maybe I haven't any dough right now, but I can borrow some, Doc. I can pay my hospital keep for as long as I have to stay here.
I don't think hospitalization can help you, Gus.
You mean, I'm that sick? Well, tell me, Doc, what is it?
Ordinarily, I might find it wiser to keep this from a patient. It's something that's very difficult for a man to face.
What?
But then, In your case, it might be different. You may want time to put your affairs in order.
Well, look, Doc, let me get this straight. You trying to tell me I'm going to die?
Yes, Gus.
You mean I got no hope at all?
None whatever.
Doc, you're kidding. For the love of Mike, see, you're kidding.
I wish I could.
Yeah, but I feel all right. A man don't kick off when he feels all right.
This disease that you have it's very rare. In fact, you're the first case I've ever seen since I've been in practice. It's painless until the end. But then it's over very quickly.
I don't know what to say, Doc. I got to get time to get used to the idea.
You don't have too much time, Gus.
You know how long?
1 month at the most.
1 month? One lousy month?
Gus,
Well, what do you want me to do, laugh? Celebrate? You stick a rope around my neck, you want me to cheer?
I'm sorry. If there was anything I could do, I'd gladly do it.
It's funny, ain't it? Up to now, I never had a care in the world. Good time, Gus, they call me. I spent my dough like a drunk. Don't worry. Easy come, easy go. Yeah, easy come, easy go.
Have you had fun out of life, Gus?
Maybe, I don't know. I guess I must have, or I wouldn't be sorry to leave it now.
Well, try to be philosophical about it. I know that's not an easy thing to say.
Only a month. You're sure of that, Doc? You quite sure?
Quite sure.
Well, I ain't waiting.
What?
I'm not sitting around like a canary in an open cage waiting for the cat.
Gus, listen to
It's my
me.
life, ain't it?
Gus, come back.
Go on, Doc. I'll be seeing you. In the cemetery.
Are you waiting for someone, young feller?
Just admiring the view, officer.
Oh, sure, and you can see half the city from this bridge in a clear night. The fog's pretty bad this evening, though.
Yeah.
Well, take it easy.
Sure. Yeah, I'll take it good and easy. Looks like this is it.
Hey, just a moment.
Go on, mister.
Just what are your intentions?
Go home, I said.
Life can become pretty grim at times. Isn't that so, Gus?
What? How did you know my name?
I overheard your conversation with the doctor. Followed you from the hospital.
What for? You saving souls or something?
Oh, no. On the contrary, it doesn't matter to me personally what you do. But from a business point of view, I have a proposition to make.
You picked on the right guy, mister. You and me ought to sign a long-term contract. It'll be good for 30 days.
Oh, 2 weeks is long enough for me.
For what?
For my experiments.
What are you, anyway?
I'm a man with a profound idea. My name's Crane. No, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist. But I hold the secret to everlasting life.
Yeah?
Yeah, within 2 weeks, my experiments will be finished. I'll be the first man in creation. The first. Will never grow old and die.
Yeah, you'll also be number one inside the bug house if you keep talking.
Okay, skeptical. It doesn't matter at all. It doesn't matter to me. All I want from you is your body.
What? My what?
Your body. Well, I need various organs, my experiments. I must have them. I must have them within a few minutes after death.
Look, if you go home and leave me alone, you're screwed.
Oh, you have nothing to lose.
Yeah, what have I got to gain?
You think I'm raffling off my carcass to any old geezer who comes along?
I'll pay you for your trouble. I'll pay you. I'll give you $2,000 in cash.
You what?
Yes, with $2,000 you can spend your last days in luxury. Doesn't that appeal to you?
I still say you're not.
Oh, I have 20 $100 bills right here. Can they testify to my sanity?
Holy smokes. You're serious?
Of course I'm serious.
Hey. One last fling.
Yes, Gus.
One last run of the hot spots in a big whirl with fancy.
Sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah. Okay. All right, mister. You're on.
Now, just a second. I must have some kind of security.
What do you mean, security?
Well, I want to make certain. I've got to be certain that the body is delivered as per contract.
Well, why should I change my mind? I'm going to croak inside of a month whether I like it or not. You got nothing to worry about, Crane.
But I want to make certain. I don't want you to contact the police in case you want to postpone the settlement. If you care to sign this paper.
Well, what is it?
Well, it's a confession of murder.
What?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago, a young man disappeared, and the police are still looking for his body. They'll never find it, of course.
Why not?
Well, I happen to have begun my final experiment at the same time that the young man vanished.
You mean you bumped him off?
Oh, that's putting it very crudely. After all, I have a most important task to finish.
Yeah, well, so what good is it if I sign this paper?
Well, if you don't show up, I'll just turn it over to the police.
Well, that's a hot one. You're going to turn me in on a murder after they wouldn't even have time to get me to the court.
But then, once again, the bargain is all on your side, isn't it? Well, naturally, I don't want to use this paper unless I'm forced to. I would much prefer to have the merchandise.
Give me the pen.
Oh, here you are, Gus.
Yeah. Now, give me the dough.
Yes, it's right here. Here, huh?
Yeah, 2,000 smackers. Oh, brother. When I start making music with that.
Just one thing more, Gus.
Yeah, well?
2 weeks from today, the 28th.
Yeah?
You'll hear from me.
Yeah, okay.
And I'll inform you where to deliver the goods I've paid for.
Hey, having fun, Gladys?
I'm having the time of my life.
Yeah. Hey, waiter.
Yes, sir?
Not another bottle of champagne.
Yes, sir.
Gosh, you must be just loaded with money.
Yeah, I don't care how I spend it, baby.
You always were a good sport.
Yeah, everything's going to be sweet music the next 2 weeks.
You can hold another roll when you use this one up. You always do.
Yeah, I always do. Yeah, come on, Gladys. How about a dance?
Why, now we're paying for it, ain't we?
Yeah, from here we'll go to the Sapphire Club and mix with the celebrities.
Wow, but that's the most expensive place in town.
So what? It's only money. Like you said, Gladys, there's some of you can't take with you when you go.
You shouldn't take me all the way home to Brooklyn in a cab. Gas is too expensive.
Oh, look, will you stop worrying about dough? I'm still behind schedule.
Behind what schedule?
I got $600 to spend and only 5 days to spend of it. I must be slipping.
Oh, that's all right. I'll help you along. Gus?
Yeah?
You all right?
What do you mean? Am I all right?
I mean, you feel okay?
Yeah, why not?
I don't know. These last couple of days you've been acting funny.
What's that? Ain't you been having a good enough time?
Oh, sure. I've been enjoying myself like I never did before, honey, but I've been worrying about you.
Well, stop worrying. I'm doing fine.
Gus, I guess you think I never really care about how you feel. I guess you think all that I want out of you is a good time.
Yeah, well, why not? Everybody likes to have fun.
And so do I. Except
what?
Well, Gus, do you like me better than any other girl you ever went with?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm nuts about you, Gladys.
Then why don't you ever show it?
Show it? Well, how?
Well, why don't you ever ask me to marry you?
What? You serious, Gladys?
Then I look at...
Well, why do you want to marry me?
I don't know. Maybe it's because I get lonesome. Maybe it's because I'm getting on. I'm 32, Gus. A girl thinks of more important things than nightclubs when she hits 32.
Well, you know I ain't got any dough, Gladys. What I get, I spend even fast.
I don't want money. I want you. We might settle down after a while. Oh, I told me that I'd tell you what to do and where to go. You'd always be your own boss. But, well, after a while, you know what I mean.
You're a nice kid, Gladys. But look, say, wait, maybe I could help you out a little.
Well, I'm not looking for help, Gus.
I got an insurance policy. $3,000. It's all paid up. I'm just as soon you collected on that, Gladys, as anyone else.
Well, who cares about insurance policies? I don't know how you got into that subject at all.
So you want to get married, Gladys?
More than anything else.
Okay, kid. We'll get a license tomorrow.
Oh,
and then we'll go on a honeymoon. It'll have to be a short one, maybe only a day or so. Then I'll have to leave you for a while.
Leave me? What for, Gus?
Because I got a date with a guy named Crane.
To an ordinary man, 4 days is usually a small amount of time in his life. And it passes quickly without his sensing it. It passed very quickly for Gus Fowler, too. But he was painfully aware of every second and every hour.
Oh, gee, but I'm happy, Gus.
Are you?
Was a short honeymoon, but a nice one. Gee, I'm glad we're home now.
Yeah.
Do you like me?
Sure.
How much?
How much you want me to like you?
Ooh, a lot. I want you to love me, Gus.
You know, you're a pretty cute kid. Yeah, you and me can have a lot of fun together.
What you looking at, Gus?
That calendar on the wall.
Well, what about it?
Today's the 28th.
Mm-hmm. We've been married 2 days. Isn't that something?
Yeah, that's terrific. Gladys, what time is it?
8 o'clock.
Why don't you go to a movie or something?
A movie? Oh, we just got
There's a good
here.
show down the street.
Well, if you want.
No, I'm not going. You go alone. I got an appointment.
For when?
For some time. Tonight.
Not with a woman.
Gladys, for the love of Mike, will you get out of here? What?
You expecting someone?
Yeah, look, my insurance policy, it's in the desk, kid. That's all you have to know.
But guess what?
Get into the next room, Gladys. Go on!
Oh, why, sure, Gus. Anything you say, Gus.
Okay, my friend. Come on in and collect what you paid for.
Oh, Fowler, thank heavens I managed to find you at last.
Dr. Stanley.
How are you, Gus?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm just fine. What did you come here for? To find out if I was still alive?
I've tried to reach you for over a week now.
I ain't be home much.
Didn't you get my letter?
I don't bother looking in my mailbox anymore. Mail don't interest me.
Gus, listen, there's been a horrible mistake.
What?
That X-ray.
Well?
It wasn't yours. It was someone else's.
Someone? Else's?
Yes, the lab technician who brought me the plate made a mistake. He gave me someone else's.
What do you mean? You mean I ain't gonna die after all?
You're 100% normal, Gus. I wouldn't be surprised if you lived to be 90.
100%? No. 100%.
Now, take it easy, boy. I know what kind of news this is, and I'm happy for you, but try to be calm about it. I'll be running along now. Drop in and see me when you get the chance. And good luck to you.
100% okay. He said I'd live to be 90.
Gus, what's the matter with you?
Goodness, I just got some news. What am I getting hysterical about? I gotta use my head. I gotta outfox this guy, confession or no confession.
What are you talking about?
Gladys, listen, I can't explain now, but I'm in a spot. There's only one way out of it. We gotta leave the country. Yeah, you know.
Are you in trouble, Gus?
Yeah, I'm in lots of trouble, Gladys. Look, we didn't unpack our bags yet.
No.
Yeah, we gotta grab them. We gotta take a plane to Canada or Mexico. Don't answer.
Hello?
Yeah?
Gus there.
Why, I know.
Give me that phone. Hello?
Gus?
Yeah.
This is Mr. Crane.
Well?
Didn't we have an appointment today?
Did we?
Oh, don't tell me. Memory's as short as that. I believe this is the 28th.
So what?
I'd like to take possession of my property.
Look, I got a counter proposition to make to you.
Really?
Yeah, I'll buy that paper back. I'll work like a horse if I have to. I'll give you twice the dough you gave me if you'll sell me that confession. Yeah, but you don't understand.
I understand quite well. You're changing your mind. Well, that's what I call a breach of contract.
All right. Take it to the cops. Go on. Maybe I'll have a better chance with them than I'll have with you.
Oh, I only intend to give them this paper as a last resort. First, I'm going to try to collect my merchandise.
Yeah?
You'll be hearing from me shortly, Gus. And I think you better prepare yourself to render payment in full.
Gus is trying to do the impossible. He's trying to run away from time.
Where to, mister? You know a quiet hotel someplace not too well known?
Yeah, sure, the Halstead. Got the best food in San Francisco.
Okay, take us there.
Oh, I'm so tired, Gus. We've come so far.
Yeah, we're going still farther.
Can't we ever stop off for a while? Just for a week or so?
We'll see, Gladys. Maybe we'll get a break in Frisco.
You'll like this hotel, buddy. It's quiet and restful.
Yeah, fine.
You know, I ought to get a commission from this joint. You're the second guy I'm bringing there today. Hey, you from New York?
Yeah.
The old boy was also from New York.
What old boy?
The guy I took to the Halstead a couple hours ago. Nice old gink, some kind of a salesman, I guess.
So what did he look like?
Oh, short, gray hair, glasses, funny looking teeth. Name of Crane.
Crane? Take us to the airport.
You what?
Guys?
Never mind the hotel. Turn this crate around and take us to the airport and make it snappy. Hurry, let me shut the door, Gladys.
Well, home again.
Yeah.
Gee, we must have traveled 10,000 miles in the last few days. Now we're back where we started.
We shouldn't have left. We should have had brains enough to know there's only one way to get rid of him.
Why don't you tell me why he's following us?
Because it's none of your business, that's why.
Oh. Look, maybe we lost him in Frisco. Maybe he'll never show up again.
Yeah, maybe. Hello?
Well, Gus?
You're still around, huh?
Yeah, I'm getting tired of the chase. I'm turning that confession over to the police in the morning.
Wait, I just as soon pay my debts, Mr. Crane. As long as you've made up your mind.
That's a sensible idea.
Yeah, give me until tomorrow night.
Oh, you won't try to get away again, I hope, because this time the police will follow you.
I'll show up at 10 tomorrow night.
Now, meet me on the corner of Clark and Hanover Street. There's a brownstone house on that block. Look, I'll be near the step.
I don't know where it is.
It's a deserted section, but you can find it.
Yeah, sure, yeah. I can find it.
You'll be there at 10?
10 sharp.
Then I'll be looking for you, Gus.
Where you going, Gus?
I know a guy who might sell me a gun.
Gus.
My only chance.
Oh, no, Gus, you can't.
Listen, Gladys, this old coot is nuts. He's out to get me. I gotta reach him first.
Why don't you call the police? Why don't
The cops can't help me. I gotta do this job myself. I'm tired of running, Gladys, like a hopped-up rabbit. It's either him or me, and I'm gonna make sure it won't be me. What? What are you doing here, Gladys?
Gus, don't do it.
I told you not to follow me.
Look, I'll give you the chair, Gus.
What do you think I'll get if I don't get rid of him? I signed my life away, Gladys, like a dope, like a crazy dope. After I pay him off, they'll never know I did it. They'll never find out it was me. Gladys.
What?
Is there someone in the shadows there?
Oh, Gus, there's no one there.
Yeah, there is. He's waiting for me like a harpy. He's waiting for me to die like a blood-sucking bat.
Get down!
Come on, you rat! Come out of your hole!
Mrs. Fowler,
Yes, Doctor.
I'm afraid your husband's gone. I can't understand what made him do it. You know how he was killed, don't you?
I don't know. I only saw him drop it. Across the street.
One of the bullets he fired ricocheted. It bounced back off the house and went through his heart.
But there was nobody there. I told him there was nobody, but I don't know, he was half out of his mind with worry. He began to imagine things. He thought he saw Crane standing in the shadows.
Crane?
Yeah.
He was looking for a man named Crane.
Yeah, he was.
That's odd.
Why?
Was it Henry Crane?
Oh, yes, it was.
That was the name of the man whose X-ray plate was confused with your husband's in the hospital. As I predicted, Crane died very suddenly this morning.
Yes, time can be hurried or lengthened according to your mood. Happiness accelerates the hours while boredom drags them out. But each second can be an eternity in itself when a man has a rendezvous with death.
The Clock will be heard next week, same time, same station. It's written by Lawrence Clee, narrated by Hop McGuire. As Gus, you heard Ken Wayne, Pat Martin as Gladys, Joe McCormick as Henry Crane, with Tom Farley as the Doctor. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production. Directed by John Saul is a Grace Gibson radio production. Directed by John Saul is a Grace Gibson radio production. Directed by John Saul is a Grace...
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time. We present a new series of radio programs
The clock.
Many thousands of years ago, when man was still sporting a bearskin coat, a matted beard, and a taste for raw meat, he discovered fire. He used this remarkable new invention to warm himself, to protect his people from their natural enemies, and to worship. A little later, he found out that his meat was tastier when cooked, and fire became an even greater boon. Still later, fire was used to propel a boat or run an engine, and in the course of time, it became a necessity of life. But although fire had been harnessed, it was never subdued. Civilization must always be on its guard against it. For all it needs is a guiding hand and a demented mind to run completely wild.
What time is it, Ralph?
Nearly 7.
She'll be here in a minute now.
Who?
Mamie.
Who's Mamie?
Oh, Ralph. Because you never listen when I talk to you. You know we've been without a cook and housemaid for over a week now, don't you?
I haven't complained, have I?
Naturally you haven't. I'm the one who's had to do the cooking. Well, I've had good luck. I put my meat papers yesterday, and this woman called up. She's coming here for an interview tonight.
Oh, good. Where'd you put my paper?
It's right there in front of your nose, darling.
Oh, yes.
Did I hope he doesn't disappoint me?
Who?
Mamie.
Whose name is it?
Oh, never mind.
Oh, I see they haven't caught her yet.
What?
So this pyromaniac was on the loose, wasn't it? Named Flaming Francis. She started 4 fires in the past 2 months.
Where, that?
Throughout the city. The last one was on Sanders Street.
But that's not far away from here.
No. She started a fire in the basement, and 3 people were burned to death.
Oh, horrible.
Oh, well, they'll get her sooner or later. They put special police on the case.
Why do people do things like that, Ralph?
Oh, well, I don't know. Something wrong upstairs, I guess. They're sick as well as criminal.
Oh, yes. When Mamie gets here, let me do the interviewing. I don't want you to scare her away.
Scare her away? What do I look like, a zombie?
You're liable to say something tactless, darling. You feel much more at home when the woman of the house does most of the talking.
All right.
But this is got to hire this girl, Ralph. I'm just not going to be a drudge around here any longer.
Oh, honey, you know you're not.
Oh, there she is. Take your tie, darling.
Oh, would you like me to wear my dinner jacket?
Good evening. Are you ready? Yes, ma'am. Name is Sarah. Well, I'm the Cartwright. Oh, please come in. Mamie, this is Mr. Cartwright.
Hi, Mamie.
Nice to meet you, sir. Well, sit down, Mamie. Thank you. You can cook, of course. Yes, but only plain cooking. Oh, that's just what we want. We don't go into fancy dishes here. Isn't that so, Ralph?
Oh, sure.
Well, now, this apartment has 4 rooms, and your room's in there, next to the kitchen. There's a small radio on the table for your own use. I think you'll be very comfortable. Any washing, Mrs. Cartwright? Oh, no. These things I can write. Oh. The salary, of course, was listed in the ad. The salary's all right. Oh, well, that's fine. Then, I suppose you move in tomorrow morning.
Dinner.
Yes, sir?
A reference.
Oh, yes. I imagine you had some, maybe. Doesn't say anything about references in the ad. I know, but, not that I want to be finicky.
You'll just tell us who you worked for last.
I worked for a woman last in another state. I'll write to her for reference if you want. How long did you work there? 2 years. I came here last month. I haven't been doing much since then. I thought I'd take a little rest. But now I want to go back to work again.
And Mamie, what's this woman's name?
Kent.
And her address?
Now, look, Mr. Cartwright, if you think I'm lying... No, please don't feel that way. You write Mrs. Kent, and show us the reference when you receive it. That's all. I'll do it tomorrow. Well, now, that's just about all. Can we expect you at 8 in the morning? I'll be here. But, here's your fee. You can keep it with you. You get Sundays off, and, what is it, Penny? I was just wondering about the kitchen. Oh, you'll find it a very nice place to work in. The refrigerator and the stove are both very new. What kind of a stove have you got? What kind? Electric or flame? Electric. Oh, too bad. An electric stove is just as easy to cook on as a gas stove. I know a lot of people think so, but I don't. I always liked the kind that had the flame.
Hi, dear.
You early, Red?
Yeah, just the office an hour sooner. Oh, dinner ready? I'm starved.
I mean, we've got it all mixed prepared. I have to send her out for some tomatoes.
Yeah. Oh, did you find out any more about her?
Now, Ralph, the woman is sending for references. That ought to be enough, eh?
Yeah, sounds like that.
But she told me a little about herself. She's 39, and the people were farmers. She originally comes from the country somewhere. Oh, I must paid too far.
Yeah. Oh, say, before I forget, I better wrap those matches.
What matches?
Oh, those special giant barbecue matches I bought for Larry Wilson. It's his birthday Friday, and I want to send them out.
Well, what did you do with the box?
Oh, it's right here.
Darling, I didn't see any matches.
Oh, I couldn't have got lost. The box was over a foot high.
Well, Mamie cleaned the house today. Maybe she put them somewhere else.
Well, I'll go and have a look for them. If I don't get that package out in the morning, I'll forget about it. Hey.
You find them?
Oh, wait a second.
Where?
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, you did find them.
Yeah. Do you know where?
Where?
In Mamie's room. Pretty good, Virginia.
Oh, Mamie's a much better cook than she pretends to be.
Well, she still has to pass the acid test when she cooks me a first-class roast.
You want your coffee now, ma'am? Yes, thank you.
Oh, Mamie.
Yes, sir.
Would you mind passing me that box of cigars? They're on the table.
Yes, sir.
Oh, say, I got a break today, Virginia. Charlie Bolton came in with an order for 200...
There you are, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Let me light it for you, Mr. Cartwright.
Oh, that's nice of you, thanks. Oh, as I was saying, Virginia, Charlie Bolton came in.
Hey, you did put that match down before you burn yourself. I won't burn myself, ma'am. Is there anything else you want back now? No, thank you, Mamie. You can clear the dishes and have the evening off. I've got a club meeting tonight, and Mr. Cartwright's going to a political meeting. Yes, ma'am. You might take in a movie around the corner. Oh, I don't think so. I can find things to do that I enjoy. Thanks for the evening, ma'am.
Oh, that was odd.
What was?
Oh, right you held that match till it almost burned her finger.
Absent-minded, I suppose.
If you hadn't forgotten about it, she's looking at it all the time.
Well, let's not talk about it while she's inside working. She might hear.
Oh, all right. But I still think it was odd. Good morning.
Good morning, Ralph.
Oh, where's Mamie?
That's what I'd like to know. Didn't come back last night.
No?
I'm making your breakfast so that you won't be late for work.
Oh, you don't need to be left, do you?
I hope not. The things are still in the room. Oh, Ralph, I wish you wouldn't talk about your dinner so much. You might be able to hear
Now,
him.
don't blame this on me, Virginia. I never said anything
It's
to her.
annoying, that's all. I get someone I like, and she works one day, and then she disappears. It's enough to drive a woman to distraction.
Maybe she went out on a bender.
What?
Well, who knows? She might be one of those lost weekends. We may be better off getting rid of her after all.
Ralph, how can you say that?
All right. I'm sorry. I better stay out of your way. You're not in a very good mood today, dear. Here's my morning paper.
Well, it always is at this time. Outside the door.
Oh, okay. Hey, Virginia, look at this.
What is it?
This headline here. Flaming Francis strikes again.
What?
The pyromaniac nicknamed Flaming Francis by the police set fire to another building last night on Harrow Street.
Oh, it's just around the corner.
Fortunately, the building had been condemned and was just about to be razed. No one was injured, although a fireman was overcome by smoke.
He's right in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
That's Mamie.
Mamie, all right.
Morning. Good morning, Mamie. I'm sorry I didn't get back last night, but I didn't think you'd leave me until this morning anyway. Well, that's all right. You see, I went to visit a sick friend. She had no one to take care of her.
What's happened to your left hand, Mamie?
Yes?
Why is it bandaged?
Oh, it's nothing. I'll get my uniform on and start my work. All right, Mamie. Oh, well, thank goodness you did. You're all right,
Virginia?
When?
That bandaged hand of hers.
What?
The bandage was padded, and part of it seemed to be stained with some kind of lotion.
Well, what about it?
Well, it's the kind of bandage I've seen sometimes on a very bad burn.
once gone, like smoke from a burning ember, can never be reclaimed. But the ember can perpetuate itself. Given fuel enough, it can ignite and spread. And there are those who receive a strange exhilaration as they watch the flames march on, leaving death and desolation in their wake.
We've got to get rid of her, Virginia.
Please, Bob, let's not be hasty.
I've got half a mind to call the police.
And what will you say to them? What is it that she's a woman they're after?
Oh, I admit it's all circumstantial, but I'm not taking any chances.
But, Bob, if you call the police and she's innocent, as I'm sure she is, they'll believe it.
What you don't seem to realize, Virginia, is that we may have a dangerous maniac in the house. We've simply got to protect ourselves whether we lose her or not.
Oh, so you're right.
Now, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll call the police right now while she's out, and I'll have one of their men come over tonight.
Oh, can't it wait until tomorrow?
Listen, I couldn't do any work at the office today because I was worrying so much. I saw her burning the whole block of flats down with you in it.
Oh, Bob, you've just got a big imagination.
Well, that's how I feel about it. And I'm calling the authorities. When did Mamie say she'd return?
It's at about 10:30. She was going to the pictures.
For all we know, she may be trained to burn down a couple of hospitals just to keep herself in trim. No, I'm definitely going to get the police. And as you said, you hired this girl 2 nights ago. Yes, Sergeant. She answered an ad in the paper. Did she give any references, Mrs. Cartwright?
We asked her for them, and she said she'd write to the last place she worked at, in another state.
Well, it would take at least a week to get a reply, if her story was true. And we can check on it later.
Sergeant, don't you think it may have been a coincidence? The burn on her hand, I mean.
Very easily. Frankly, I wasn't even sure it was a burn, but under the circumstances... You did the right thing, Mr. Cartwright. No point in taking any chances. If she's innocent, we can prove it soon enough. Now, let's have a look at her room. Yes, all right. Come with me.
Maybe sleep in here.
Is that her suitcase?
Yes.
Better have a look at it. Have you any other clues? No, not yet. This is the first break we've had. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything here.
What are you doing with my suitcase? Mamie.
We didn't think you'd be back so soon, Mamie.
You decided to steal into my things.
Now, just a minute.
Mamie, this is
Sergeant Kane.
a policeman.
Yes? Now, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
I haven't done anything. I'm not a thief.
We're not looking for a thief, Mamie. What happened to your hand?
I heard it.
How?
I burned it.
Where?
On a stove?
Yes?
In my friend's house. She told him she was going to visit her friend on the night of the last fire. What fire?
Mamie, I'm afraid I'll have to take you down to headquarters.
You're arresting me?
No, we just want to question you. If you answer that question the right way, we'll let you go inside an hour.
What have I done? What do you think of me?
All right, Mamie. Come along quiet.
That's their fault. I knew I should never have taken this rotten job.
Come on, Mamie.
I'll take your hands off me. I can walk by myself.
Oh. Well, that's that.
I guess we've lost it for good now.
She was guilty. I could see it in her eyes. She was scared to death when she saw that detective. Don't you think we ought to get to bed?
I wish we could find out what happened to Mamie.
I'll contact the police in the morning and ask them, dear.
Couldn't you call them
No,
now?
I can't do that. I can't go ring.
Oh, I'll take it. Hello?
Mrs. Cartwright?
Yes?
Sergeant Kane.
Oh.
Are you all right in your bed?
Why, yes.
I thought I should tell you. That cook of yours got away from us.
She what?
He escaped from the car just before he got to headquarters.
She escaped. Well.
Here, let me have that. Sergeant Kane? Mamie got away, Mr. Cartwright. I thought I'd call you and put you on the alert. Was she the one you were after? Looks that way, now that she's made a break. I've got 20 men scouring the city for her. Keep an eye on your place, too. So, if she shows up here, I'll turn her in immediately. I hope I didn't scare your wife. Well, I'll take care of that. As soon as we know, I'll let you know. You'll make Mrs. Cartwright feel easier. Thank you. I advise you to take routine precautions. Remember, she's a dangerous woman. Yes, I'll keep my eyes open. Thanks for calling, Sergeant. Good night. Good night.
Well, I'm scared.
Now, Virginia, there's no need to be scared. There's nothing to be frightened about.
But I am. She's liable to come back and set fire to the apartment.
She's not at all likely to come back.
I won't stay here until she's told well.
Now, look, Virginia.
I just couldn't sleep all night. Darling, let's go to a hotel.
A hotel? Oh, now, that's silly. Besides, well, someone ought to be here in case she returns. It's perfectly all right. I can handle her.
And Rob, would you really mind if I stayed overnight somewhere else?
Somewhere else? Well, do it.
I could go to your sister's place. Remember, she left the key when she went away on holidays.
It's after 11. You know, I don't like you to go across town at this hour alone.
Well, I'll take a cab in front of the door.
I suppose that'll be all right. And call me when you get there.
All right, darling, I will. Oh, please be careful.
Don't worry, darling, I will. I doubt if I'll shut my eyes for the rest of the night.
Mankind took many centuries to make of fire a good servant. But it takes only a few minutes for the good servant to turn into a destructive monster. Let's follow the fortunes of Flaming Francis.
Mrs. Cartwright. No, don't make a sound. I have a knife in my bag, and I know how to use it. What do you want? You thought you were pretty clever, didn't you, calling the police? Well, I'm clever. I had a feeling you'd leave your house tonight when you found out I'd got away, and I've been waiting for you. Lady, you're being very foolish, aren't you? Tell me what I am. Well, you people are alike. You pay out money and you think I'm a slave. What are you talking about? You think you can buy the world, don't you? You think having money is everything. Well, it isn't. All right, it isn't. Now, if you'll just let me... No, Mrs. Cartwright. You're not getting a chance to call the police and tell them you saw me. I won't say anything. Coming with me. I want to prove something to you. What are you going to prove? That money isn't everything. I'm going to show you a bigger threat. Only, what do you mean? You'll find out. Come with me. It isn't very far. Here in this alley. Where are you taking me? Keep walking, Mrs. Cartwright. We're going into the cellar. Only steps. Open this door. It's so dark in here. You know, it's a building. It's a warehouse. You know what they store here? What? Petrol. Take my light and I'll show you something. Look at the signs on those walls. No smoking. Do not light matches. See the flames come up as bright as the sun. And I'll leave you here to enjoy it to the finish. Don't be a fool, Manny. I wouldn't do anything. Not much you wouldn't. You don't know anything about me, do you? But you're going to learn a little something right now. Maybe. That's one of those newspapers in that rubbish bin. Newspapers? What a fine firebug you turned out to be. How do you expect to set this building ablaze with one match? What do you know about it? I'll tell you what I know. I know that you had nothing to do with the Sanders Street fire. And the Harris Street blaze was another job that was new to you. How do you know? Because I started them both. And I didn't do it with a match either. That on the level? Yes. I'll tell you something else you never heard of. Have a match. See? You know what these are? In my bag? Yeah. Blackscreen bags. I make them myself. All I have to do is to throw it up against that wall. And it goes burn through everything. What? We've got to know something about chemistry to make these. You use those things to start the fire? Of course. I've got something in common, haven't we? We both love to see the flames as they lift their way from floor to floor. We both love to smell the smoke as it clears up in the sky. Oh, it's wonderful. You're wonderful to watch the things in the cloud. Mrs. Cartwright, what about your husband? Does he know anything about this? Yes. Oh, that's a fool. He'd never understand. Oh, but Manny, you do know, you do. I do. You know what it's going to do to hear the crackle of a burning fuel. And when the sparks fly, you'll take this pipe. Look, you throw one on this side, and I'll throw mine over there. There's paper there. And we'll go outside and watch for me. We'll watch, and we'll laugh together. Go on, throw it, Manny. Throw it. Throw it, Manny. Get the fire, Manny. Don't struggle, Mrs. Cartwright, or you might get hurt. This is your last fire, my girl. Come on. Just tell me one thing, Sergeant. What about Mamie? It's fire. This woman will take him on the force. Is it possible? We had an idea you were behind those fires. You were seen in the neighborhood of two of them. We needed a little more proof. We seem to have it. I'll say we have. All right, Flaming Francis. Let's get started. Sergeant, please. Oh, it's a pretty fire, isn't it? Oh, it's so clean. So clean and bright. I just wanted to get one last look. Before the people out.
They say that even the earth was a smoldering crust before the coming of man. And there is a time-worn axiom that flaming Francis might have found appropriate. Fire can only be fought in turn with fire.
The Clock will be heard next week, same time, same station. Written by Lawrence Clee and narrated by Hart McGuire, you heard as Virginia, Margot Lee. As Mamie, Margaret Christensen. As Ralph, John Bushell. And as the Sergeant, Max Alston. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time. We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
The human mind reacts in two separate ways. While we're awake, our conscious mind is more or less in command. While we sleep, the subconscious takes over. And time also undergoes a change between the waking and slumbering mentality. While we sleep, we seem to be able to cover a lot more ground in a lot less time. There's a theory, for instance, that a whole sequence of events which flash before us in a dream may pass in a matter of seconds, even though it might seem to us in our slumber that these events are taking hours to transpire. For our subconscious is energetic and knows no restraint. And the power of suggestion can have a profound effect upon it. In fact, the power of suggestion can have a profound and agonizing effect upon our lives.
There it is, Cora. That must be the house.
That's one. Oh, but it's beautiful. I can't believe it.
You think they made a mistake in the
Oh,
ad?
they must have a house like this completely furnished for only £3 a week in this day and age.
Never heard of a housing shortage.
Oh, darling, we're only 30 miles from the city, not 30,000. Even the dead must have heard of the shortage by now.
Cora.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I've got how superstitious you are.
It's not that I'm superstitious. It's just that I don't like morbid jokes.
Oh, don't mind me, Ted. I'm so sick and tired of looking for a place to live. I've lost my sense of humor. It does get aggravating after a while, you know, to run from one hotel to another. And at those prices.
Yeah. Oh, well, anyway, let's go and have a look.
Oh, you know, I won't believe it's true until I see the lease.
Just look at the way the place has been kept. It's perfect. Well, the people that moved out of here must have been crazy.
If we get in there crazy, they think we'll ever move out. Sometimes oh, there's a captain in somewhere. Yes.
There was an advertisement in the papers about renting this house.
Oh, yes. Come. Thank you. Just two couples. Oh, but neither of them wanted to rent.
No? The rent is £3, isn't it?
£3 a week.
Are you the owner?
Oh, no. I'm the caretaker. Mrs. Josh is my name. Oh, let me show you around. Now, this is the living room. What? Oh, it's charming.
Look, there's a piano in here and everything.
The furniture's brand new. Oh, yes. The house itself is less than a year old. Just come this way, please. This is the dining room.
Oh, brother, look at that setup.
Does the crockery come with the house? Everything you see in here is included in the rent. Oh. Well, everything's been left exactly the way the former tenants left it. There are 2 bedrooms upstairs. Now, would you like to see them? Wait a minute, Mrs. Chelsea. What's the catch?
Cora.
Well, we may as well face it, Ted. The place is too much of a bargain. Is it haunted, Mrs. Chelsea? Oh, yeah. Not that we'd mind a few ghosts. Heaven knows we have to share with everything else. Well, the house isn't haunted, and there are no ghosts. Well, then what's the trouble?
Why did the last two couples turn it down? I don't know. Do you want the house?
Cora, please, let me handle it. Look, Mrs. Chelsea, we're anxious to take this place. Now, if there actually are no hitches to the lease, we'll sign it right now.
Oh, thank goodness for that. I'm getting a little tired of all those silly people running in and out. I'll get the lease ready. Ted, wait a minute.
What?
Why on earth do you think this place is so easy for us to get?
Maybe it's that.
No, I was thinking about those other people that Mrs. Chelsea mentioned. Are you coming in to sign? I have the lease ready.
Well, Cora, what do you say?
All right, Ted. I'm just going to be silly about it. I only hope we don't regret it. Those look on the table, Ted.
Oh, wonderful. Where did you get those zinnias?
From my garden. Aren't they lovely?
I'll say.
Oh, you know, whoever was here before us had very good taste.
You mean the ghost?
Ted, get a new joke.
You were the one who brought it up.
I know, but you were just as suspicious as I was.
Only a little more sensible.
All right, darling, you can preen yourself.
Well, we've been here a week. No ghosts, no visions. Not even a measly chain rattling.
No. Very disappointing. I was really hoping to meet a ghost or two.
Oh, you were?
Yes, I was. A nice ghost, like my great-grandfather, maybe. He was a lovely ghost.
Your great-grandfather, maybe.
I wonder he wouldn't use the time.
Old-fashioned, that's all.
Good evening. Good evening. Am I disturbing you? Why, no. I'm Eve Lawler, your neighbor. Oh, please come in. Thank you. I should say I'm your nearest neighbor. Well, actually, a quarter of a mile apart. You're Mrs. Bellows? Yes. And this is my husband, Ted. How do you do?
Glad to know you.
I really came over to make your acquaintance. And, well, just to ask if there's anything I could do to make you more comfortable. Oh, thank you very much, Mrs. Lawler, but Mrs. Chelsea did an excellent job before she left. Oh, yes, Mrs. Chelsea. I met her once or twice. She must have been rather relieved when you signed your lease. I know she'd been trying to get someone in here for weeks so she could leave and take another job.
Why is it she had so much trouble?
Yes, she wouldn't tell us. Ted and I thought there might be a couple of ghosts in the closet at first, but we were disappointed. There are no ghosts as such, as far as I know.
What do you mean, as such?
Well, perhaps I shouldn't tell you what I mean. It'll be so much more pleasant for you. Oh, no, please, we insist. Really, this is going to be the mystery of the year as far as we're concerned. There's no mystery to it. A couple named Hawthorne built this house and furnished it. Mm-hmm. A bank, your present landlord, bought it for them just before the end. What do you mean, just before the end? One night, Elsie Hawthorne was found sitting at that desk chair with a bullet through her head. Oh. And her husband, Bob, was found on the floor beside her, poisoned to death.
Oh, that's horrible.
But what happened? Why did they do it?
Did they kill each other?
So the coroner surmised. Elsie poisoned Bob's drink, but he killed her before the poison took effect. Oh. But that's why people avoided the place.
It's pretty bad. Oh, well, things like that will happen.
Must have both gone out of their minds. No. There's no indication that either of them was insane. I saw them both only the day before the murder. If they were crazy, they didn't show it.
But what was the motive?
There was no motive. That's impossible.
Every crime has a motive. A man or a woman may kill for money or out of passion. If they kill for any other reason, it's plain insanity.
They had a reason, but no one ever found out what it was. The reason had something to do with this house. How do you mean? I can't explain it because I don't know. But once or twice, I detected a note of fear in Elsie Hawthorne's voice when she spoke of her house. A fear she never explained.
But what was there about the house that frightened her?
It's a perfectly charming place. We've been all through it. I can only tell you this, Mrs. Bellows. Something about this house drove those two young people to kill each other. I hope that you never discover what that something was. thank goodness she's gone.
Did she worry you, Cora?
She annoyed me. She didn't have to make such a movie mystery out of the story. So poor people. Now she's writing a whodunit around them just to amuse herself.
I don't know. She seemed to be so sincere.
I noticed you were impressed with her sincerity every time you looked at her legs.
Oh, now, darling.
Yes, I'm jealous, Ted. I'm jealous of every woman you meet. Especially the gorgeous ones like Eve Lola.
Oh. What could it have been? What could have made those two people murder each other?
Ted, I don't know, and I don't care. All I can say is that Mrs. Hawthorne had excellent taste, and I'm crazy about her house.
Have you really been all through it, Cora?
Well, almost. While you were at work, I went through most of the stuff upstairs in the rooms you don't use.
Find anything?
No. What would you expect me to find?
I don't know.
You've got some very interesting things here. They're anything but creepy.
What about that desk?
Oh, it's locked.
Haven't you tried to open it?
Ted, why should I want to open it? I use the desk in our bedroom.
I just thought you might have been killed.
Well, even if I wanted to open it, I couldn't. I don't have the key.
I could force it open with a knife.
I have no right to do that. It doesn't belong to us.
I guess you're right. Let's forget about it.
Ted?
Yeah?
Have you ever noticed the color of this room?
Most certainly. Sure.
Oh, what color are the walls?
Brick red.
No. It is again.
Funny. If you keep staring at them, the color seems to run. I mean, the shade changes. Oh, it's just the way the light comes in through those windows, that's all. The shadows it throws are deceiving.
Well, I'm trying to think of what this color reminds me of.
It doesn't remind me of a thing. Color just seems to run, that's all.
That's it, Ted.
What is?
The color running. Ted, a long time ago, I saw a man who was killed in an accident. He was just lying there in the street, Ted. These walls, they remind me of the blood that was running down his face.
Time runs very slowly for someone who watches the clock. And if you keep your eye on the hour hand, you'll find it moves with exasperating languor. And fear can enter into the mind with a sluggishness that is even less perceptive. But once there, it grows to a monstrous size with extraordinary speed.
Good evening. Oh, you startled me. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you ring. I know. Evidently you were so busy you didn't notice. The door was open. We have chimes, you know, and they work. I never use those chimes. Why not? Because Bob Hawthorne hated them so. What are you doing? Nothing. Are you trying to force that desk open? Well, I was just wondering what was inside. I don't have a key. I don't think you'll find anything of interest. Bob didn't use it very much. You seem to know a great deal about the Hawthorne. I saw them on and off for almost a year. We often played bridge together. Elsie was a very interesting woman. Yes, I imagine she was. You probably admired her interior decorating. I think it's charming. Elsie had a reason for everything, and she picked up some interesting souvenirs. She had a preoccupation with death. How do you mean? Everything was a symbol to her. Those vases, for example, on the fireplace mantel. Do you know what they mean? Why, no. They're Indian, aren't they? Mayan. The figures portray a sacrificial ceremony. This figure over here is a Mayan chieftain, and this is the sacrificial victim. But what is he doing? Tearing her living heart out. That's very interesting. It's just a bit barbaric. Some of us are no more civilized today. There are more ways than one to tear the heart out of a woman. Is Ted at home? Ted? I mean, your husband. No, he hasn't returned from work yet. I run into him very often in the morning. Do you? Yes, we've met on the train going into town. I see. Your husband is very handsome, Mrs. Billard. Lots of women seem to think so. He's almost as good looking as Bob was. You seem to have been very fond of Bob Hawthorne. He was very nice. I'm sorry you couldn't get that desk drawer open. I'm a little careless myself now to see if there's anything in it that may have belonged to Bob.
Well, I've changed my mind. I'm not going to bother with it anymore.
Well, I'll be on my way. Please do run in to see me sometime. And bring your husband with you.
So what's the matter with you tonight, Cora?
Oh, nothing, dear.
You've been sitting in that chair for hours, staring at the walls. Why do you keep glancing at that desk all the time?
Ted, let's open it.
Open it?
Yes, I tried to force it open myself this afternoon, but I couldn't. Will you try it?
What for? I thought we gave up the idea.
Ted, I've simply got to see what's inside that desk drawer. I'll get your screwdriver and a hammer.
Now, wait a minute.
Right here in the kitchen.
Oh, but Cora, we can't damage someone else's property.
I'll have it refinished at our expense. Here you are, dear.
I don't like this.
Well, go ahead, Ted, please.
Oh, all right. Now look what I've done. Busted the lock completely.
Ted, open it.
Nothing much in here. Just a couple of bills, and a fountain pen, and this.
What is it?
Well, it looks like a locket.
It's inscribed to Bob and to Lester first.
Well, his wife probably gave it to him.
Let's see what's inside. Can you open it?
I think so. Yeah.
It's a lock of hair. Blonde hair.
Must have been Mrs. Hawthorne.
No, it couldn't be.
Why not?
I found an autographed picture of Elsie Hawthorne in the attic. She was a brunette.
She was?
Eve Lawler is a blonde.
Cora, honey?
I'm in the living room, Ted.
How's everything?
About the same.
I'm sorry I was late tonight. I expected to be home at 9.
It's midnight.
Did I worry you?
No. I knew you were in good company.
What?
You saw Eve Lawler this evening.
Yes.
You walked her up the road. I saw you separate through the window.
We met on the same
Oh, never mind the excuses. I know just what they are. As you said before, Elsie Hawthorne found out.
Cora, what in the world is wrong with you? Surely you don't
I
think...
found Elsie Hawthorne's diary, Ted. I've started to read it. Listen. In the beginning, it was innocent and unimportant. Later on, it grew.
What good?
Bob's friendship for another woman.
Now, listen to me, Cora. You've been acting pretty queerly lately. Are you sure you're all right?
Why? Would you like to send me to a psychiatrist? Would you like to do what Bob Hawthorne tried to do, get his wife into a mental health?
Cora!
Oh, forgive me, Ted. I don't know what's come over me. Must be this house. Oh, that diary. Hopeless.
Cora, for heaven's
Well,
sake.
don't say any more. Just forget it and go to bed. Oh, Mrs. Benner, you asked me to pay you a visit, so I have. May I come in? I'm rather busy right now. Oh, are you? Couldn't we make it some other time? Yes, of course. Oh, and, would you do me a favor? If I can. You might tell my husband that I'll be out for the evening. Your husband? Yes. You see, I happen to know that he's inside.
Cora? Cora?
Well?
Cora, it's after 2.
What about it?
Oh, honey, I've been waiting up for you all night. I wanted to explain.
No explanations are necessary, Ted.
I guess I should have told you that I intended to see Eve.
No. But Eve now, is it?
It was all a perfectly innocent thing, Cora. I nearly dropped in.
Ted, I can stand for almost everything, but there's one thing I won't tolerate.
What's that?
A liar. Good night. I feel it's time to do what Elsie did and put my thoughts down on paper. So, I'm keeping a diary. And in this diary will be found my thoughts, my hate, and my fears. Ted sees her often now. He thinks I don't know. Heaven knows what they're plotting between them, and how great her influence has become.
on my husband. For it was Eve Lawler who came between Elsie Hawthorne and her husband. And it was Eve who drove them both to their death. I'm sure now. I'm sure they mean to kill me. I have money in my own right, like Elsie had. Eve tried to sink her claws into Bob Hawthorne, but Elsie spoiled her plan. Now, Eve has made fresh plans, which include Ted and me. I've got to protect myself. But what can I do? I've got to put an end to all this now before it's too late.
Cora.
How did you get in here?
Why, I saw the light under the door.
What do you want?
You're ill, Cora.
I'm all right. You leave me alone.
I asked you to see a doctor.
I don't need a doctor.
I think you do. Cora, I want to give up this house.
Why?
Because it's no good for either of us.
You've got another reason.
No, I haven't.
Yes, you have. Eve Lawler must have put you up to it. Why? Why?
As a matter of fact, I did see Eve, and she told me. Well, let's not talk about that now. It's late, and I want you to get some sleep.
I can't sleep tonight.
I'm going to make sure you do. I want you to take these pills.
Do it.
Cora.
I was waiting for that to happen, and now it has. You want to poison me. You want to kill me.
Cora, for heaven's sake, it's just a sleeping pill.
Stand it between you. I know you have. You planned it the way she planned it with Bob Hawthorne, the way else she suspected. It's all in her diary, and it's all in mine.
Cora, put that lamp down.
Don't come near me. Don't come near me. You hear?
Cora!
Hey! And let it burn. If I die, you'll die with me. Let it burn. Let it burn.
Cora, darling, wake up.
I
had to knock you out to get you away from the house.
The house has become far.
You threw that lamp at me. Don't you remember?
Yes, I remember.
Cora, you don't know what I've been through since you've been acting this way. I tried to explain so many times that there was nothing between Eve and me. I saw her only because I wanted her to tell me the facts about the house. Then when I saw you were jealous, I kept it from you to avoid more trouble.
Is that the truth?
That's the truth. Eve lied when she said there was no motive to the Hawthorne murder. There was. There was another woman, a woman who disappeared. It was her hair you found in that locket.
Why didn't you tell us that?
Because the woman was never found, and Eve was afraid she'd be suspected. It took me a long time to get that out of her. But she finally confessed, and now she's moving away. And so are we.
Completely unclear.
Yes.
Somehow I feel that everything I feared, everything I hated is burning through.
The roof's gone, Cora. The house is practically in ashes.
And so those horrible thoughts I had. The house gave them to me, too. It was like living in a crazy dream in that place.
If a minute is lost for an hour, it cannot be found again. No detective in the world is clever enough to locate lost time. But when our peace of mind is momentarily gone, it can be located and restored to its proper place once more to remain with us, perhaps forever.
The Clock will be heard again next week. Lawrence Clee writes it and Hart McGuire narrates it. As Ted and Cora, we heard John Bonney and Dinah Shearing. Others were Muriel Steinbeck and Neva Carr-Glynn. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
Today.
The passage of time has made a profound difference in the habits of the human race. But there are isolated spots where time could just as well have not existed for all the impression it has made. And there are people whose minds remain as savage and as barbaric as they were 10,000 years ago. But I have often wondered, just how great is the gap between these barbarians and ourselves? I have found the answer in a startling document which is known as The Scientific Observations of a True Barbarian by Professor Leonard Higgens.
A scientific document must be written in great detail. And so I'm setting down these observations in longhand for posterity. A few facts concerning myself may be in order to begin with, however, before we proceed to the experiment. Leonard Higgens is my name, professor of anthropology at Franklin University. Age 47, married, no children. My wife is a most intelligent woman, and so it was only natural for me to broach the subject to her when the thought first entered my head.
But it sounds fantastic, Leonard.
Only because the notion is new, but it's logical. And I'd like to try the experiment with one of the hedge shrinkers of South America.
Hedge shrinkers?
Deep in the jungles lives a tribe of savages whose instincts are no higher than the jaguars that roam through the same area. Now, it's the habit of this tribe to decapitate their enemies and shrink their heads to the size of an orange. The process is known only to them.
And you propose to bring one of these people into this house?
I hope to civilize this native girl completely within 2 months and disprove the theory that time alone can create the change between barbarism and civilization.
I think it's a dangerous idea, Leonard. I don't like it.
Oh, I'm sorry you feel that way. You see, Alice, my mind is set on it. I'm in the midst of my sabbatical vacation now, and I've time to get away. I wish you'd be reasonable about it and see my point of view. I need your help.
My help? In what way?
I want this savage to have the influence of a woman as well as a man. And you needn't be afraid, Alice. I'll have her well subdued and on her way to modern civilization even before we arrive back. I arrived at my destination on Sunday and put in a call for Senor Ballers, who appeared at my hotel room an hour later. I then outlined my plan to him and asked for his cooperation.
This is very difficult, Senor Professor.
I know it is. That's why I called on you. I believe you told me once that you traced part of your recent ancestry back to these aboriginal tribes.
See, but that does not make me one of them.
Oh, of course not.
These people are savage. They hate all outsiders. It will be difficult to contact them.
But can you do it?
Perhaps, but you must buy some trinkets for me. Bracelets, rings, anything that would interest a barbarian woman.
I'll do that now.
You say you want a young girl?
Yes, about 20. She must accompany me with the full permission of her family, of course.
Oh, naturally.
And she must be bright. You see, I intend to teach her English, and she must be quick to learn.
I understand.
How long do you think it will take you to make this trip?
Oh, perhaps 2 weeks.
Be careful. I don't want anything to happen to you, Barlos.
Nothing will happen to me, senor. I know these people well. But if you will permit me to say so, it is you who must be careful after I return with the girl.
Barlos was as good as his word. And exactly 2 weeks later, he returned, his task complete. Her name was Tiki, and she was extraordinarily pretty. She was still in her native dress when he brought her up to my room. And she looked like some tropical animal, straight from an Amazon swamp.
Senor Higgens, this is Tiki.
Well, how do you do?
She understands no English.
Oh, of course. How stupid of me. How old is she?
22.
And her family?
She has none. She lived alone with their tribe.
Her racial background seems to be Indian.
Si, senor, but no one knows exactly where these Indians came from. They are nomads, have been for centuries.
Yes. She looks gentle enough for a head shrinker.
Yes.
You see, she smiles at you. She likes you, Professor.
Her teeth seem to be filed.
Professor Higgens, I must warn you once more. This girl is unpredictable. She must be watched.
Well, I've every intention of following all precautions. Now, there's one more thing I want you to do for me, Bollis. Give me a complete vocabulary list of her language. I take it she doesn't understand Spanish.
No, her only language is the language of her tribe.
Well, if I have most of the vocabulary, I'll be able to teach her a little English. And that will be the beginning of her education and the end of her barbarian habits.
I'll have the list for you by tomorrow, senor.
Fine. Tomorrow night we'll leave for home. What's she carrying in that goatskin?
Oh, some clothes, senor. And this.
It's a shrunken head.
See, and it's a present, senor, from your new pupil.
The trip home by plane was uneventful, and I was very anxious for my wife to meet her. The souvenir she gave me, I naturally hid away. I didn't want Alice to be frightened in any manner, and I intended to keep the object for study. Alice was waiting for us in the living room when we arrived, and she seemed to be pleasantly surprised. This is Tiki, Alice.
Tiki? How do you do? Yes.
She only knows one or two words of English.
What on earth is she doing?
Oh, just taking off her shoes. She doesn't like them.
Oh, she really doesn't seem to be as savage as I thought.
Oh, she's very interesting. I was able to converse with her for a bit in her own language. And her tribal customs are rare indeed.
Well, we'll give her the guest room for the time being.
Oh, fine.
And I've prepared some lunch for both of you. Why not have a bite before you both unpack?
Oh, good idea. Tiki, eat?
Eat? Yes, much eat.
There you are. She's practically a linguist. Let's sit down, shall we?
Did you have a pleasant voyage back, Leonard?
Oh, yes. Tiki likes to fly.
Tiki seems to be amenable to almost anything. Leonard.
Yes, my dear?
She's eating with her fingers.
Oh, naturally. I haven't taught her how to use a knife and fork.
Well, then suppose we begin right now.
No. Let's wait for that. One thing at a time, Alice.
What's wrong with her teeth?
They're filed. It's a sign of beauty in her tribe. And also rather convenient. They dine mainly on raw meat.
Well, that chicken's cooked and she seems to be enjoying it. Here, Tiki, let me take your plate and give you a helping of...
Tiki, no. You shouldn't have done that, Alice.
Shouldn't have done what?
Take her plate that way. She thought you were trying to take the food away from her.
But she reacts just like an animal.
And for the time being, we must remember that's exactly what she is.
How can we trust her when she reacts that way to a simple gesture?
You leave Tiki to me. We'll all get along. Right, Tiki?
Yes.
The weeks went by in which I managed to teach Tiki quite a bit of English. I was beginning to think my experiment would work, and she'd soon become a civilized young lady, when the first of a series of unhappy incidents occurred.
Is she asleep, Leonard?
Oh, yes. Tiki's been in bed for over an hour.
I think you've done wonders with her English. I can almost get a halfway decent conversation out of her now myself. She's really quite harmless. I'm almost ashamed of myself now for behaving so timidly.
I've got big plans for Tiki, and I'm sure they'll make her happy. I want her to develop like an ordinary civilized girl.
I was thinking I'd have Bob Williams in for dinner one evening. I'd like her to see how modern young people behave.
Yes, Bob Williams is an excellent suggestion. He's a smart young man, and I think he'd accept her tolerantly.
Yes. Well, I think we ought to turn in, shall we?
All right.
We'd better put the cat out. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
Oh, she's probably in the cellar. I'll go down and see.
Oh, I'll go with you, Leonard.
Is the front door locked?
Yes, dear.
Oh, I'm glad we're turning in early. I'm tired. You stay here at the head of the stairs, Alice. This bulb's blown, and I haven't replaced it. I'll go down and switch on the other bulb.
Be careful, Leonard. It's so dark.
No, I'm all right. Now, where's that switch? Oh, yes.
Is the cat there, Leonard? Leonard?
No, Alice. You go to bed. I'll join you in a moment. The cat isn't here. The cat was there. She was lying on the cellar floor near the furnace. She'd probably been dead for several hours. But the thing that startled me the most, the thing I didn't want my wife to see, was that its head was missing.
Time is one thing that can't be hurried, and it's dangerous to try. But there is nothing that is half as risky as an attempt to change a leopard into a mouse.
The following day, while Alice was shopping, I had a talk with Tiki. I didn't censure her or scold her. That would have been bad psychology. I merely questioned her as though I were only mildly interested in what she'd done. Tiki.
Yes?
What happened to our cat?
Cat?
You know, the small animal, the kitten.
Meow. Oh, cat. Fix head for you.
You took the head to shrink it?
Yes.
How?
I'll tell you.
I know it's against your principles to give away the secret of the shrinking process, but I'm curious to see how it's done.
You want fix head?
I want to watch you do it.
Alice come back?
Oh, no, she won't be back for quite a while.
Come, I show.
She took me to a spot in the woods about 200 yards behind my house. She had a cauldron there, burning over a slow wood fire. Inside the cauldron was a sticky mess of roots and leaves and mud. And inside the mess I found what I expected to find. How long have you been doing this, Tiki?
Start last night.
Then you must have sneaked out of the house.
Make fire. Must burn 3 days. Fix head.
3 days, eh? Well, Tiki, you don't know it, but science has been mighty curious about this process of yours. And you're going to give me the entire formula.
Formula?
Yes. What inside here?
You want to know?
Very much.
I tell you, maybe.
I told Alice the cat had strayed away and made certain that Alice never went nosing around outside in the woods. As long as Tiki had confined her experiments to an animal, I wasn't too worried. Although, of course, I didn't condone the experiment in any form. However, Tiki didn't get into any mischief after that event. But Alice did.
I've invited Bob Williams over tomorrow night, Leonard.
Oh, have you, Alice?
Yes, dear, I thought that's what you wanted me to do.
Oh, I don't know. I've been wondering. Bob might be a little startled with the girl.
Oh, but she's improved so much.
Yes, I suppose she has. But...
And she's really just as gentle as a lamb. She even seems to have taken up sewing.
Sewing?
Yes, I found these needles in her room. They're odd-looking things, and they have no eyes.
Let me see those, Alice. Did you find anything else?
No, dear. Why?
Oh, no reason.
Are they really needles, Leonard? I just can't imagine.
These are barbs, Alice.
Barbs?
Jungle natives use them in their blowguns.
You mean they're part of a weapon?
A very dangerous weapon. They're tipped with poison before they're used, a deadly poison. It can finish off a panther inside of 15 seconds.
Leonard, we ought to get rid of her.
Now, you've said that before, Alice, and you've always changed your mind.
But this is different. Our very lives may be in danger.
I've handled her well enough up to now, Alice. Let me do this my own way. I'll talk to Tiki about these barbs sometime tonight. That evening, while Tiki was still at dinner with Alice, I excused myself a little earlier than usual and went up to her room. I gave the place a thorough search. And just as I found what I was looking for, Tiki came in. Oh, hello, Tiki.
Why, you here?
I was looking for something. This.
Juice. Strong juice. You keep?
Yes, I'll keep it.
Tiki, have more.
Tiki, this stuff is very dangerous. I don't like you to fool around with it.
I no hurt you.
That's beside the point. You're growing up now. You're learning fast. You shouldn't even want to keep this stuff.
You angry, Tiki?
Oh, no, of course not. Oh, I don't know what I'm going to do with you. You're as guileless as a child and as dangerous as anything I've ever met.
You like Tiki?
Of course I like Tiki. And I certainly don't approve... What are you doing?
Tiki like you.
I don't think you should put your arms around a man, Tiki. But...
No?
Especially a married man.
Tiki no like your wife. Tiki like you.
No, wait.
Tiki like you very much.
arms around my neck, and she was pressing her cheek to mine. It was ridiculous. I was over twice her age. But I must admit, in all fairness, that she was very provocative. The following evening, Bob Williams came over for dinner. After dinner, Alice and I retired to the living room, leaving Bob and Tiki alone on the porch outside. I could hear them rocking quietly on the swing, and for some odd reason, it annoyed me. What time is it, Alice?
9:10.
Don't you think it's time that young man should be getting home to bed?
At this hour? He only arrived at 6.
Yes, I know. Still, I don't like Tiki to stay up too late. It interferes with her work the following day.
Leonard.
Yes?
Have you ever noticed the way she looks at you?
Tiki?
She seems to be getting very fond of you. Almost too fond, I should say.
Oh, don't be silly, Alice. The girl admires me because I'm her instructor. That's all there is to it.
I think it's more than that.
Oh, you're wrong.
Remember, dear, underneath it all, she's still a savage. And savages don't control their emotions in any way.
I rather resent that, Alice.
What?
You heard me.
You were shouting at me, Leonard.
Well, I didn't mean to shout, but you've no right to refer to Tiki as a savage.
Please, Leonard, we'll discuss this some other time. I don't want Bob to hear us.
I think that young man ought to be on his way home, and I've half a mind to remind him of it.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Higgins. I'll have to leave.
So soon, Bob?
If you want me to be frank about it, I'm sorry I even came.
Oh, why?
The girl is nothing more than an uncivilized doll. Had no right to ask me.
Now, just a minute, young fellow.
Bob, what's wrong with your hand? Why are you holding your handkerchief to your wrist?
Would you like to see? Here.
You've been hurt.
I was bitten.
What?
Yes. She bit me like a dog, and for no reason. I had my hand on the back of the swing, and I was talking. Suddenly, she leaned over and sunk her teeth into my wrist.
Bob, that's horrible.
Are you sure that you didn't annoy her?
Annoy her? That's rich. Really, Professor Higgins, you must think I'm some kind of an animal myself.
Where is Tiki? Out in the swing?
No, she ran away behind the house. When you get hold of her, I suggest you put a muzzle on her and slap her into a cage.
Tiki was wrong, of course. But I had a very strange reaction. When I looked at Bob's lacerated wrist where her pointed teeth had made 4 tiny holes, I almost felt relieved. And suddenly I knew why. I was jealous of Bob and of everyone else. From that point on, I just let myself go. Maybe there's something a little savage in all of us. Maybe it was just because there was something wrong with me. But I became like Tiki. Wild, cruel, vicious. And then she led me exactly where I always knew she would lead me. Tiki.
Yes?
What are you doing?
Make point for juice.
Stop sharpening that barb.
You angry, Tiki?
Tiki, you can't go through with this.
Why?
Because it's murder. I'll stand for anything, but not that.
As long as she stay, Tiki no like.
But we can't kill her, Tiki. She's done nothing.
Alice must die no other way.
I'm not going to let you go through with this, Tiki.
Then you leave with me?
Leave?
We go back to jungle together?
Oh, no. No, I can't do that.
Then Tiki get rid of Alice?
Oh, wait. I'll go away with you, if you want me to.
Now?
In a day or so.
Too long.
But I just can't leave on the spur of the moment. I need money and other things besides.
Tomorrow we go. Or you never see Tiki again.
Oh, don't say that.
Tomorrow we go.
All right, Tiki. Tomorrow we go. But I was a fool. I knew Tiki wouldn't keep her word. She was a savage. She knew no mercy. For that matter, neither did I. And I realized it when I found Tiki in Alice's room. Tiki!
Alice no more?
You've killed her.
No more. She no can follow us.
Did you use a dart?
Yes. It worked fast. She died quick. You happy, yes?
Very happy, Tiki.
Now you and Tiki both alike. We kill. We love.
Yes, Tiki.
Tiki teach you jungle. You be just like Tiki. You even let her file your teeth.
Yes,
You try to make Tiki like civilized lady, but Tiki make you
That jungleman.
That's just what you've done to me, Tiki. You've made me part of the jungle.
Come close to Tiki. Tiki wants you to hold her in your arms.
Oh, you're wonderful, Tiki. You're wonderful and exciting and horrible all at once.
Kiss Tiki. Kiss Tiki hard.
Well, that just about ends my experiment. And I've drawn some excellent conclusions. For one thing, I know how dangerous it is to play with jungle fire. For when you're burned, the scars will never heal. I've called the police, but it's obvious that they won't arrive on time. They'll find Tiki, but they won't find me. Her jungle instincts were stronger than her love for me. For she's prepared another cauldron. And I can see her standing behind me now in the mirror above my desk. She has a small bamboo blowgun in her mouth. She's an excellent shot. It's too bad, though. Yes, it's too bad. For science, I mean. I never actually found out the secret of head shrinking.
Yes, it is dangerous to hurry time, especially where the jungle is concerned. And if you don't agree with me, you might reread the scientific observations of a true barbarian by the late Professor Leonard Higgens.
The Clock will be heard next week, same time. It is written by Lawrence Clee and narrated by Hop McGuire. As Professor Higgens, we heard Leonard Bullen, with Lyndall Barber as Mrs. Higgins, Melpo Zaracosta as Tiki, and Ray Barrett as Bob. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.